right back. Just ask for your favourite snacks when the cloudy skies turn blue. No cares when you're in the air, looking down on the ground, think we're nearly there. Beach air and freedom air, paradise is waiting for you.
Everybody needs some time away and some time to play. Think you better take that holiday, holiday. Everybody needs some time away and some time to play. Think you better take that holiday, holiday. First quench, sun drench, lingering on your skin. Good times, time lives, let the indulgence win. Palm trees, warm breeze, really massage your bones. Hot nights, moonlight, wish you could take them home.
Sip sweet, dip deep, repeat. When you stand on the sand and it warms your feet. In this heat you deserve a treat, so take it nice and slow. Carefree in a fantasy, you'll forget your stress for a week or three. Trust me, when you're in the sea, there's nowhere else to go.
Everybody needs some time away and some time to play. Think you better take that holiday, holiday. Everybody needs some time away and some time to play. Think you better take that holiday, holiday. Give me some of that. Give me some of that. Give me some of that good stuff. Give me some of that fancy pants. Give me some of that high life. I want something that will make me dance. Give me some of that good stuff. Give me some of that fancy pants. Give me some of that high life. I want something that will make me dance. Give me some of that. Give me some of that good stuff. Give me some of that fancy pants. Give me some of that high life. I want something that will make me dance. Give me some of that good stuff. Give me some of that fancy pants. Give me some of that high life. I want something that will make me dance. Give me some of that good stuff. Give me some of that fancy pants. Give me some of that high life. I want something that will make me dance. Give me some of that good stuff. Give me some of that fancy pants. Give me some of that high life. I want something that will make me dance.
is what I got to do. Enough, enough, I can't hang on. Enough, enough, it all went wrong. Enough, enough, I don't know why, but it's over now, so let's just say goodbye. I wanted more of you than anything. I remember the days we couldn't stand being apart. Now the distance we seek and the words we don't speak, we lost everything that we had. I have no choice, our love has no voice, and all I know is that I have to go. Enough, enough, I can't go on. Enough, enough, oh, it all went wrong. Enough, enough, I don't know why, but it's over now, so let's just say goodbye. Enough, enough, I can't go on. Enough, enough, it all went wrong. Enough, enough, I don't know why, but it's over now, so let's just say affection, then come and sweep me off of my feet. If we could just solve all this confusion, if we could sort it out, we get through the situation, no more hesitation, focus on what we're about. Don't say sorry for who you are, endless apologies won't get you far, 'cause I know that you know that we're in love, that we're in love.
special. Are you ready for the bad girl sequel? When the beats is tough, I turn a little rough. This is not a test, this a read-through. So turn it up some. Bassline kicking with the beat and of the drum. Bad girl rhythm, yeah, with the disco string run. Ooh, yo, we about to have too much fun. Like, turn it up tonight. Let's turn it up tonight. We be hyped tonight. Yeah, we be hyped tonight. Turn it up tonight. Let's turn it up tonight. We be hyped tonight. Yeah, we be hyped tonight. Like, hi, nice to see you. When the sun comes up, yeah, I feel you. We've been dancing all night, dropping that vibe. TikTok into the sequel. So turn it up some. Bassline kicking with the beat and of the drum. Bad girl rhythm, yeah, with the disco string run. Ooh, yo, we about to have too much fun. Let's bust vibes on a level. Yo, me and my team, we incredible. Let's bust vibes on a level. Yo, me and my team, yo, we special. So let's go, let's start the show. Tonight's the night, yeah. Turn it up. Who's bad, we bad. Who's mad, you mad. Who's bad? Turn it up. Who's bad, we bad. Who's mad, you mad. You mad. Turn it up tonight. Let's turn it up tonight. We be hyped tonight. Yeah, we be hyped tonight. Turn it up tonight. Let's turn it up tonight. We be hyped tonight. Yeah, we be hyped tonight. Turn it up tonight. Let's turn it up tonight. We be hyped tonight. Yeah, we be hyped tonight. Turn it up tonight. Let's turn it up tonight. We be hyped tonight. Yeah, we be hyped tonight. Who's bad? We bad. Who's mad? You mad. Who's bad? We bad. Who's mad? You mad. Turn it up.
Feel the vibe. Move your body closer to me, yeah. There ain't no other. Let the music set us free, yeah. I see the loving that you're bringing to me, babe. Oh, move that body, let me give you my all. Yeah. Don't you want to be loved? Let me take you to the other side. Hey, yeah. I'll be the vibe. Pull your body close to me, yeah. There ain't no other. Let the music set us free, yeah. Yeah, I'll be the vibe. I feel the rhythm that you're playing is so fine. Oh my, the way you're moving's got me in ecstasy. Yeah. Oh no, I can't get enough. When we dance, you know I come alive. Yeah, I'll be in the vibe. Move your body close to me, yeah. There ain't no other. Let the music set us free, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. 'Cause when we dance, stars light up the floor. Oh yeah, the way we touch, it keeps me coming back for more. Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. Ooh, I'll be the vibe. Pull your body closer to me, yeah. There ain't no other. Let the music set us free, yeah.
Planeton.
DreamLeague Season 28 is brought to you by DHL and Chex.
It has been so much fun the past few days of DreamLeague Season 28. We've had tons of Dota 2 being played, some one-sided games, some comebacks, some big epic moments. I think some of you might have seen that huge black hole from Frank yesterday from Pain Gaming. But it's been all sorts of fun as we continue on with our last stage here. And it's a little bit sad. It's going to be a goodbye to half of the squad. 16 teams. We're eliminating 8 of them. And unlike many other group stages where there's still the potential of a lot of tiebreakers on the last day, DreamLeague Season 28 has gone pretty straightforward, right? We've had many, basically, fixtures already set. I think at this point, out of the 8 teams that are confirmed to be dropped out, 5 of them are locked in. So there's no shot for Pain Gaming, Yakub Brothers, Team Yandex, GamerLegion, and Execration to make it out of the group stage. If you're a fan of those teams, sorry. But at the same time, I think with the way that they were playing, kind of expected, wouldn't you say, Winter?
Yeah, I think for GamerLegion, Execration, they kind of always look like they were struggling against their counterparts in most of their games. Even in the games that they're kind of doing really well, they're winning. But they make a lot of mistakes. They're not very clean games. And if you look at the other group, Group A, Pain, Yakub Brothers, Yandex. Yandex is probably the surprising one because they've been doing really well the last couple of months. But I think recently they kind of hit a roadblock. Whatever the reason is, they've been playing really badly. Could be due to draft, could be due to players just dropping out of form. Whatever the reason is, they have to find a solution to it.
Yeah, it's especially important for them because, as you guys might know by now, DreamLeague Season 28 is part of a whole slew of ESL events, and all of it leads to the ever-important EWC in Riyadh this summer. Of course, Yandex will see in the next slide here that they are currently at the top of the EPT point leaderboard. So they've managed to gather themselves a lot of them just because of that win at DreamLeague Season 27. But as you can see, DreamLeague Season 28, ESL 1 Birmingham, and DreamLeague Season 29, still a lot more points for all these other teams to wrestle them from their top spot. So you can see here, even though they're up basically 400 from Team Spirit, higher than just about every other team in this leaderboard, they're going to end this group stage, this season of DreamLeague, at the very bottom, and that's not going to give them very much points, right? So for them, it's going to be very important for them to do well at Birmingham, do well at ESL DreamLeague Season 29, just to make sure they're really securing their slot in Riyadh. But of course, we have a look at the prize pool. Even though these teams have been eliminated, the sort of seeding still matters, right? Because if you're last in the group, then all you get is a measly 48 EPT points. That's not gonna take you very far. But maybe, just maybe, if you're kind of 5th or 6th place, 400, 200, that can still kind of bump you up. Those few, maybe hundreds of points might make the difference between actually qualifying for EWC or not.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a couple of times where teams actually made it really, really close, you know. Like you don't have to play certain events because you have that extra 100 points or so. So every point definitely matters towards the end. You're gonna have to be able to get everything you can for the upcoming Riyadh qualifiers, and before that we have obviously the Birmingham qualifiers, the Birmingham event as well next month. So a lot of points up for grabs, and I think overall the system rewards consistency. If you're consistent throughout the season, you're gonna be rewarded.
Yeah, it's such a big build-up. I understand why you said qualifiers, because really, all these major events that we're used to, like ESL 1 Birmingham, DreamLeague Season 28, Season 29, all of it just is leading up to EWC, right? It's multiple layers. We're sort of gone... It's kind of similar structure to TI with all the majors and stuff, right? All of these ESL events are kind of like huge majors that these teams need to do well in. And I think group stage, look at the standings, some surprises. I think the biggest one for me is the fact that, of course, we already talked about Yandex, but I'm surprised to see OG struggling given their recent hot streak. And the other surprise for me in Group B is Mouse very on and off as a team. Just the last event at Blast Slam, they were looking completely out of sorts, off their game, and suddenly they're coming into DreamLeague refreshed, renewed, 9-3 on the board. That is a very respectable scoreline.
They have figured it out. When I was watching their games, I felt like they went back to some of their previous stretch where they put Yamich on melee heroes. And for the Triumph Protector, they have figured out Celery doesn't play the Triumph Protector, so whenever they get the hero, they put it on Yamich. So I think that kind of solves a lot of the existing drafting problems they have. And yeah, they're playing well again. You know, it's good to see Mouse figuring things out.
Absolutely. Of course, today has certain implications, even though you do see on the standings right now that, as you can see, the red highlighted teams are the ones like confirmed eliminated. So regardless of their score today, it's not going to affect the results for them. It just is going to affect that standing and the EPT points like I mentioned. But for BetBoom, OG, Navi, Spirit, Falcons, and Extreme, still very important. As you can see, Extreme Gaming and Falcons tied up at the moment. Same for Navi and Spirit. So they really need to clutch out these wins and try and either avoid or force a tiebreaker depending on which side of the coin you are. I think especially for OG, given their top 6 finish at DreamLeague Season 27, there are a lot of high hopes for that roster. But BetBoom, they seem to be on a bit of a comeback arc right now. They had a rough start to this group stage, but maybe they can just eke out a 4th place, maybe even a 3rd, push Team Liquid and Paravision down to a low seed, who knows. But we'll have today's games to find out, because we have our schedule for the day. It's a bit shorter than our other days. The other days we had 4 best of 2s. Today, only 2. Starting things out with Team Liquid versus Pain Gaming. Like I said, Pain Gaming already eliminated, but this team is showing a lot of heart and a lot of effort, and you really love to see stuff like that. And for Liquid, I think, Winter, you were mentioning, maybe now that they've already sort of secured this spot near the top, they might rest on their laurels a little bit, but I assure you, this is not the time to chill.
Yeah, but it's also, I feel like, a good time to use to kind of try certain things out, try to figure out more about the draft, try to break barriers, try to expand your hero pool. So there's definitely still a lot of things you can do as a team. Maybe and the event have already qualified to the next group stage, but as a team, I still feel like there are things you could do to help the team grow.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, we kind of saw OG make that mistake in a way, right? I don't want to say they underestimated Pain, but I think it's fair to say that everybody underestimated Pain, especially with the whole Parker switching out thing and Smiling Knight coming in. You get the impression that this is a team that isn't fully stable yet, but with some of the games that they've played so far, they've looked just spectacular. I'm really not sure how it's all gelling together so nicely. Maybe it's still the honeymoon phase, but even though they're knocked out, their games show a lot of promise for a team in their current situation.
Yeah, definitely looking really promising for them. Whereas for their opponents, Team Liquid right now, they are the team that's been on the rise recently. They did well in Blast, and they didn't really start the season out quite as people would expect, because they had 2 roster changes. But I think they are starting to feel the groove right now, gelling with Tofu and Ace, especially with the heroes. I think there's been a lot of criticism where they don't really have like an actual position 4 and position 5. They oftentimes just pick 2 position 4 heroes, and I think at the Blast event and the current DreamLeague first group stage, they've shown that by picking 2 4s, if they can switch the lanes, it sort of creates a balance in the team. Sometimes you see Tofu laning with Ace, Boxy is on the safe lane, and it creates, I think, the perfect dynamic for both the position 4s to shine in this team.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, Team Liquid, they've gone through a lot as of recent, and we have none other than Boxy to tell you more about it.
right now, I would say it's good overall, and then like a little bit inconsistent at times. A lot of games we've played, we've done like really, really well, and then we've had a few moments of temporarily throwing. Even in a team where you haven't had roster changes, I always feel like there's more things to perfect with the team play. I mean, I know there are things that like I want to work on and I want to get to with these guys and like how we communicate, and they also have like terminology or ideas from their old team which they want to like bring in with us, but you usually have to take like one thing at a time. So the theory is it's always there, but it has to come natural.
Saying they got to deal with this. Oh, kicked him into the rug. He kicked him onto the high ground. What a kick from Boxy. As long as they have the stunts to stop it, that was beautiful.
I mean, I'd like to say that I feel confident that we're gonna do great, but our track record as DreamLeague has been quite bad. I feel like I'm just like in the hamster wheel, just like repeating the same things and the same things happening. But I think we're gonna do well. I mean, I really wanna make the lands and like go to the ES elements. So like we put in a lot of effort for it.
One of the big complaints or common criticisms for Team Liquid, especially when it comes to DreamLeague, is maybe it's an online event, so they're lacking that motivation, right? But I kind of feel like, in a funny way, as accomplished as these players are, the fact that they were struggling for a little bit just adds an additional fire under their belly, right? Just makes them want it even more. You're talking about these TI winners who've been to millions of lands at this point. We've seen them in this Liquid facility time and time again, suffering in DreamLeague. We talk about their record in DreamLeague, almost like a meme, right? The Team Liquid DreamLeague curse. But it seems to be, with this fresh set of players coming in, they've somewhat broken it, right? We haven't really ever seen Team Liquid do this well in a DreamLeague group stage in a long time.
Yeah, certainly nice to see them figuring something out. We had a little bit of a discussion like this, I think, during the Blast event, where we are figuring out that some teams prefer a longer format, some teams prefer a shorter format. So the shorter format kind of rewards teams that come in with a good idea. Like their basic understanding about the current patch and the current meta is better than everyone else. But a longer format, it helps the teams that have problem-solving skills, where a long format allows them to rectify the issues. They analyze, they look at other games, they comb through the data, and they have people in the team that could help them decipher what are they doing wrong. So teams like, I think Team Liquid would usually always do well, at least in my opinion. I think they should always do well in events that have a long group stage.
Yeah. We talk a lot about the Liquid coaching staff, of course, none other than Blitz and Jabs. Very, very experienced in their positions to provide the team with whatever they need. Team Liquid, they're going to start things out with a Bat Rider, but of course, when you talk about the coaching staff, you also have to shout out Pain Gaming's coach. For those of you who've been following South America Dota for very long, you will know the name Vintage. He's been the coach for many of the top-tier South America teams, making it to lands consistently. And I think he has to be, in my mind, the main reason why Pain were able to bounce back from that whole roster swap situation. Because when your whole roster is thrown into disarray like that, you need to have a good baseline idea to drive your team forward and for everyone to stick to, whether they're stand-in or not, right? And I think that's what Vintage brings to the table, bringing some pretty solid ideas. But what is this Weaver first pick, Winter?
It's a counter to the Bat Rider. I think teams are experimenting what core works against Bat Rider. I think Bat Rider is one of the heroes that popped out recently. I want to say 2 weeks ago, or maybe more, a little bit more, 3 weeks ago. Like, people are realizing this Boots of Barry into pipe build being really strong on core Bat Rider. And we've seen Abaddon as a countermeasure. I think Weaver is also kind of, on paper, a decent countermeasure to Bat in the lane, because you don't really care about the napalm. You can just Sukuchi away. Bat Rider can never exactly have a real kill trait on you unless you make a huge mistake in the lane. So I kind of feel like maybe there's some potential to this Weaver against Bat Rider matchup here.
10 seconds remaining.
They're gonna follow that up
Clockwork
with the clock. Yeah, Clock Weaver, very, very strong lane.
Mm-hmm.
You trap them in, and the Weaver just gets to lay onto him. And Clock seems to also be another hero that is on the rise. I think it started out as a partner to the Shadow Fiend or some range off laners. But now you see teams you want to pick Clock early so that you can decide where to put the Clock later, on a 4 or on a 5. I think same can be said for the Tusk. I think Liquid is one of the few teams that actually really likes running Tusk on the position 4. I think Boxy makes the hero look really, really good. It is not easy at all, to make this hero look good. It's a very, very stable hero, but not every team is able to utilize the strength of the hero in the game. There's a lot of things you have to do right with this hero. You need to know when you have to ditch your offlaner, give him solo XP. You need to know when to go to stack, when to go to gank. It's a hero that has a lot of variables going in the game. You can do something wrong at any given moment and ruin the game.
Yeah, but I guess it fits a player like Boxy very well, who's always thinking about what kind of things he can do in a game. Similar for Schofield, right? This clockwork has become a bit of a signature of his, but Winter, as much as the clockwork is on the rise, it's one of the more picked heroes in this Dream League so far. The win rate is god-awful. It's sitting at 27% right now. What do you think teams are sort of missing about this hero? Because it's clear that everyone recognizes it's pretty strong, but when it comes down to the execution, these teams are just not really pulling it off.
Yeah, the hero is not... I wouldn't say it's easy to play, I think the hero has definitely some parts, some aspects that are high skill. Like you need to understand, I think first and foremost, which lane you want to put the clockwork in during the draft. If you can move it to the safe lane or you can move it to the off lane. I think this hero, you want him to get a very, very good start. It's a hero that needs to kind of snowball to be effective. I think later in the game, I sort of made the comparison to Tusk yesterday, where clockwork, you don't really need a dagger to initiate, so you're a very fast-paced hero. You get your levels and then you can run around, you can be annoying on the map, you can initiate. He's a very, very good hero in terms of fighting at the Roche Pit, at the Tormentor. He has the BKB piercing stun. So I think overall, this hero has a lot of potential. I think the reason why you see him, I feel like losing a lot of games is probably due to the fact that, like in the lane, if you don't really do well as Clock, you kind of feel useless in a lot of situations after you have a bad start. So that's probably one of the bigger reasons why the hero has a bad win rate.
Would you say that kind of makes him just objectively weaker than the Tusk? Because I find myself comparing these position 4s a lot, right? Schofield, Boxy, huge playmakers, kind of maniacs in their own right. They're both addicted to these very, very high skill ceiling pos 4s that, they're not happy just being backline spellcasters. They always want to make the flashy plays. They always want to make the cool moves. Isn't it just objectively easier to get a lot more done on the map as Tusk compared to Clock? I feel like the only thing you're really missing in terms of the clockwork compared to the Tusk is, like you said, Tusk needs the Blink Dagger, and then maybe you can argue clockwork gives you vision with the Rocket Flare. But Tusk just feels more solid here, no?
Clock is better in the lane compared to Tusk. I think in certain matchups, Clock has a lot of potential with the cogs, the pushback. It's easier to trap heroes in the lane, protect your cores with the power cogs. Whereas for Tusk, I feel like you don't really have the same luxury. The strength of your hero really depends on how strong is the core-to-core matchup. Whereas Clockwork can kind of protect an SF, any range core in the lane pretty well, even though they're up against a dangerous lane that could kill them. So I feel like this is also a very, very big difference between the Clock and the Tusk. So Pain Gaming, they're gonna go with the Underlord and Nyx for double melee supports, but on the other hand, because Ursa is available, Liquid Insta picks 18 Ursa. This is the worst matchup for Underlord in the game, and this is also a reason why I tend to always not like to see Underlord pick at 16 and 17 if Ursa is in the pool. It kind of makes it very, very difficult for you to play the game. So the solution for this Underlord against Ursa matchup is you kind of have to adapt your build. You might need to get boots or win lanes early for your lane. And then after the laning phase, you kind of also have to consider maybe going for a more utility build, like with Yules, Atos, Gleipnir, 4-star type of items to run around in the team fights. Because you can never build aura items and win the game, in my opinion, against Ursa, because they are just not going to work.
Yeah, I can totally see that. Although I do want to raise a point. So Liquid, obviously they kind of put Pain Gaming in a bit of a spot, right? You either ban the 18 Puck or you ban the 18 Ursa. They choose to go into this matchup. Do you think it's because they see a Warlock pos 5 on the other side, right? Because I feel like Warlock, the one weakness that he has is he can't really stop the lane pull. And Nyx is just going to keep pulling that wave. Warlock's going to be chasing, putting a Shadow Word as much as he can. But it shouldn't be that bad, right, for the Underlord, because he can just dodge the lane.
I mean, the lane is one thing, you know. Mid game is another thing. The
That's fair.
Fury swipes is just very bad for you in the mid game. I think the reason Underlord is very weak against Ursa is not. It's not
just the
for
lane, right?
The lane, I would say, out of 100%, I think the laning phase is probably around 30 to 40%. But the bigger portion is just mid lane game. Ursa just always kills you because of furry swipes. He does not care about your auras. I think that is the bigger problem.
Is there ever so you're just kind of straight up playing into a counter? Would you say like so
Yes,
the Underlord's
it's bad.
not going to be able to play his usual game?
No, he can't. He has to buy use Gleipnir, Aghanim's. You can't really buy auras, you know. So, unfortunately for him, he has to figure out what to do. It's definitely not pleasant if you have to do this on Underlord. Underlord, you always feel the best if you can just build your pipe, your Crimson Guard, and then your axe after that, Shivas, whatever, you know. So we'll see what he does here. I think strategically, it's definitely a mistake to pick Underlord when your opponents can pick Ursa. It just poses a lot of problems. And right now, Liquid, they are kind of just going to need to round out their draft with some sort of mid hero that I think you want a least greedy hero, a hero that can play for the Bat and Ursa. Because Bat is going to take a lot of farm on the off lane, so I think economically they need a cheaper hero that will just rotate and play through the supports. Spirit heroes are nice. Ember Spirit's available, Storm Spirit's available, so those will be, I think, suitable with their lineup at the moment.
Okay. The Viper and Sniper bans are pretty telling. Liquid believe that if they win the mid lane, as long as Nisha isn't hard countered, they have the draft that is going to take them far and crush this game. I wonder what Pain Gaming are sort of vying for though, because if you ban the puck out on 18, I feel like you have to know the Ursa's gonna come out. So it doesn't feel like the supports really do much in terms of contributing to killing the Ursa. Maybe you catch him farming with a Nyx Vendetta, but even then, it's not like there's big burst damage on Pain Gaming. Out comes the Nisha Storm. What now?
And the best thing they can do is pick a lane counter, Corp. I think that would probably be one of the... Okay, that's not even a Corp. Corp is already banned, so... no more lane counters, no Corp, no Sniper, no Viper.
There's Ember.
No Huskar.
There's Void Spirit.
Yeah, there's Ember and Void Spirit. I mean, it's not a lane counter, you know. Storm does really well against Ember and Void Spirit in the lane. Ember counters Storm later, but you can always go the Garden Grace build on Storm Spirit. I think it's very, very nice against Ember. You should always consider doing that in this specific matchup. And I feel like Pain Gaming's composition is really, really hard to pull off. They need to somehow win the lanes. At least the Underlord is not going to win his lane, so they need to focus on winning the Weaver's lane and the Ember's lane. So I think they can try to maybe roam to the Weaver's lane. I feel like there's definitely a lot of kill potential there with the double melee and the Weaver bugs. And then at the same time, look to control runes from Dark Mago. I think these are the two biggest priorities they have in the early game. Whereas for Liquid, I don't exactly think they need to do anything special. They just have to make sure that the early game is stable. They can get some stacks for the Bat Rider, Ursa's farming with the Warlock healing him in the lane. And then they need to help the Storm secure the runes. I think if they can actually do all those things, even if they go 50-50 in the lane, say they don't win their lanes, they should be able to take the middle game pretty handily because they have the Warlock Rock, Bat Rider Lasso, and I think Storm is also going to have a pretty good start because of the lane matchup, and things are going to roll on really, really nicely for Liquid in the mid game.
Yeah, Liquid looks set up for success to play their usual game here. And the more I look at it, Winter, the more I'm seeing so many interesting parallels between these two teams, right? You talk about Liquid having that coach of Blitz for such a long time along with Jabs. You talk about Pain Gaming, the most veteran South America coach that exists in Vintage. You look at Nisha and Dark Mago. I think for a long time, Nisha always known for a signature hero. Same for Dark Mago, right? I think the joke in the past was always that Dark Mago, him and his 4-hero pool, Kanka, Bat Rider, and Tiny. That's it. And then he adapted Mars and Ember into it at some point. You look at the supports even. Elmisho and Schofield. These are two position 4 players. Elmisho had to switch from his main role to try and adapt into this team and play the position 5. And you can kind of see it, right? Clockwork and Nyx Assassin, you could argue that these are two position 4 heroes as well. So a lot of sort of mirrors happening in this matchup here. But what's not mirrored, unfortunately, is the scoreline, right? As we now know, Pain, standings-wise, they are already, unfortunately, knocked out. But they're playing for pride. I think I saw Vintage post this online. He said, like, I have a lot of words about the whole situation, but he's still grateful for everyone's support and they're still trying their damn best, right? I think a lot of the times when you get to this portion of the group stage, people might start to think, oh, you know, the teams don't care anymore because they're already out, so they're just going to play whatever. Just, you know, get on for the game, get done with it and move on. But at least on Vintage's word, they are still putting their A-star
30
effort in.
seconds
And
to battle.
hopefully we see a Pain Gaming that comes alive, because at least from the draft so far, I'm not really feeling that inspired, Winter.
Yeah, same. I think this is going to be an uphill climb from the early game. Laning wise, they are, I think on paper they will lose mid and they will lose their off lane. So 2 lanes are going to be bad for them from the get-go. They can kind of hope for, I think, winning the safe lane with the Weaver. I think the Nyx can also consider roaming there once he actually gets a couple of pulls for the Underlord. But aside from that, I think the early game is going to be pretty difficult. And Boxy steals a bounty rune here. Very nice, gets level 1 snowball to secure the rune. He's one of the few Tusk players to really likes getting snowball at level 1 to get runes.
Yeah. Not just that, but even in lanes where he's like pulling, I think you mentioned, he likes to get snowball just to avoid some of these crucial spells. Speaking of crucial spells, landing that impale, necessary for getting this kill, and looks like Boxy, as much as he'll waste some time, he will end up going down for first blood. Not much that
Oh my god, he tries to TP?
He's not gonna make it out.
He's definitely a little bit optimistic, too optimistic about that.
Well, sets the Weaver up for first blood, and this is very important for Pain Gaming because you already mentioned, Winter. It feels like their off lane and their mid lane is going to lose. You're really putting all your eggs in the Smiling Knight basket.
Yeah, he has to deliver this game. He has a very good matchup. I think Cloud, Weaver, you're going to have a really good start. And not to mention, because you already get the first blood onto Tusk. Tusk has no TP, so I expect Smiling Knight on this Weaver to be snowballing really hard. He has to snowball to help his team and to enable his Underlord. And it is very, very crucial, whatever he does in this game.
Is this a hard matchup for the Bat Rider? Because you were talking about how teams are looking into the Weaver as a counter to the Bat. How exactly does it counter the Bat?
You can never have kill pressure. I think Bat Rider is really, really strong on the off lane because you can kick the carry out of the lane because you can always threaten to kill the carry. But with Weaver, because of the move speed, with Shukuchi, you can... I want to say never, but sometimes it does happen.
Unlikely. It's unlikely.
You know, it's unlikely you can actually kill him. So when you eliminate the kill threat from the lane, Bat Rider loses a lot of his power in the laning phase.
I mean, I can see that. Although I feel like a lot of the times when we've seen Bat Rider, it's picked so early that teams end up getting counters to it in the lane anyway, right? Whether it's a more aggressive pause 1 or whether it is something like an Abaddon or some sort of dispel from their supports. And then I feel like a lot of the times I end up seeing this Bat Rider just default to farming, and even against counters, he still has good lanes, good farm, able to stack clear very easily and get towards those bongo boots and the auras. Does it matter so much for Ace to have a good game here? I mean, as long as he gets farm, he should be okay, right?
Yeah, I think it matters more for Storm to have a good game, because I think for Liquid, Nisha is going to be the main person creating plays through the map. So even if I feel like Ace is... Maybe he's slightly behind from the start because of the matchup, I think it's still acceptable, because as long as Storm is getting runes, he's rotating, the Bat will eventually get his space to farm on the map.
A lot of shenanigans being pulled off here by Schofield. Just... I know what you need to do as a Nyx assassin. I think yesterday we saw Aurora pair up their Nyx assassin with something like a Phoenix offlane, and it suddenly looked so terrifying.
Yeah,
this is more of the usual Nyx experience.
The Underlord, it's kind of hard this lane.
Bruh, Tofu is denying this Underlord under his own tier 2. That's cruel. Took away the flag bearer creep and everything. That's the bonus gold Schofield was waiting for.
Yeah, he last hits the banner on the Warlock as well. That is huge.
Nice.
Very, very huge. I mean, look at the CS. Frank has 7 CS. Minute 4, you know. This is why I feel like it's difficult to 16, 17 the Underlord without banning the Ursa, you know, in the second phase.
Yeah.
this hero is going to struggle a lot.
I think the interesting thing about Dota 2 drafting is there are so many of these like little deadlock situations in the draft where if you pick a certain hero at a certain position, you need to make sure that other heroes are banned out. Like I think the biggest one for you that you always like to mention is if you're looking at running a range carry, you need to make sure that that Mars cannot come out, right? Because that will either be a really good pick for the range carry to have on his team or against the range carry. It's just all these little dynamics coming into play here. Right now, it's just a lot of attempted creep pulls, supports hustling despite being low level. No one on the side lanes really wants to be there. Everyone's just dragging, pulling, running away, farming under tower. Kind of a mess.
Yeah, Dota is just so interesting nowadays. Like 5 years ago, 6 years ago, you would never imagine the laning phase be played like this, you know. And Frank?
Don, a dive onto Frank. He is in big trouble. Mickey, really, really nicely done there, using the creep aggro.
I'll start with boots and windlays. I mean, the Underlord only has boots, so he can never outrun the bear.
You also have the benefit of the Earth Shock, right? Helping you close in the distance and get the slow off. So really nicely done from Mickey. This is what you want to see when you pick a counter matchup. Able to actually squash the Underlord in lane, and he's sitting at 11 CS.
Yeah, I think this is a little bit too much though. I know the lane is hard for him, but I think his starting items and the way he's playing the lane, his skill build also maybe is not the most ideal. I don't think he's very comfortable in playing this specific matchup. I think some players are really good with the bad matchups, but some players aren't so good at it. You know, I think in this matchup sometimes you see players, you have a point in your pit very early on to help you survive against the Ursa when he's trying to dive you. And now we see bot lane, Weaver is pressuring Ace. Ace is
surviving. Ace very low. The last auto attack couldn't come through, but the Cogs clips him right on the end. Elmisho, really nicely done. Here's a rotation in from Schofield, ready for the impale. Tried for the snowball dodge, but Boxy again looking to be run down here. Another attempted TP out. Is he really gonna make it? No. Smiling Knight punishes again, a second time where Boxy falls in the midst of a snowball TP attempt. Good moves here from Pain to play on the advantageous lane.
Yeah, this is precisely what I said Pain needs to be doing. They have to play through the Weaver's lane, bully the Bat Rider and the Tusk, and it's paying dividends. They got a couple of kills in this lane. Boxy died twice, Bat Rider also died one time, so 3 kills in this lane so far. And now, Wisdom Shrine's coming up. Smiling Light is definitely going to want to contest this with Weaver. One of the benefits of having Weaver on your team. This hero is very good at stealing away Wisdom Shrines.
As tricky though, he's alone. Meanwhile, look at Liquid. They're making a concerted attempt up to the top side. Nisha and Tofu threw spells onto the Ember, so he has to reset, and he's a bit late to this fight. They can't save Frank, but maybe Nisha goes down. Big stick, it's not going to be enough. They catch the Storm Spirit off guard, and Tofu will fall as well. Pain show up in numbers for this defense of their Wisdom Shrine, and even though they lose their offlane, it is so worth it.
Yeah, this is a necessary move to keep the game going. If they lose the Underlord and they also lose the Shrine, yeah, game is going to be really difficult. So it's very important that they bring 5 heroes here to fight back. Liquid, they would have probably wished that they only lost the Warlock. But yeah, this is unfortunate. They lost the Storm as well. So overall, I think this is really good for Pain. Even though they brought 5 heroes, they were able to get 2 important kills and secure the Shrine. And Smiling Knight is just going to go back to the bot lane through the Twin Gate, so he doesn't really lose out on too much farm on the bot side.
Yeah. All Ace gets is like 1 wave of uninterrupted farm, and then the Weaver's back pressuring him again. Ace does have that level 6, didn't opt to go for the lasso, just fully focusing on farming. No real play for him to make anyway. And I think more importantly, Dark Mago also sort of getting his first few earn charges, so he can look for more action on the map, potentially on the 8-minute rune. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I feel like even though Pain Gaming, the scoreline isn't really ideal for them in this tournament, at least the games that we've watched on our stream, I feel like the way that they're connecting with each other, it really doesn't feel like they're in a stand-in situation. They've really come alive here. Schofield, he will get caught prowling about. This is a classic Schofield death there.
Oh, they missed the chains.
Ooh, but they snatched the rune. A Dark Mago threw a chains out, enough time to grab the invis, and now onto Tofu. Smiling Knight has shown up again. Dude, this Weaver is everywhere. He's on a killing spree.
Yeah, this is exactly what Smiling Knight has to do. He has to play with his team. Enable the Underlord, enable the Ember right now. He's really focusing on enabling the Ember. And Ursa is once again on the Underlord's ass.
Oh,
and Nick is gonna come in.
That's beautiful body blocks right there. Big booty on the Nyx Assassin. Mickey, he overplays his hand and he gets stunned under the tower. That is a Schofield classic.
Very
Random
nice.
death into the most goated play you've seen of Pulse4
Dire's
ever.
bottom tower is under attack.
He's level 5.5 right now on the
Yeah,
Nyx.
just from that kill, right?
This is huge.
I think he got
level
4 EXP for that, right? Because the clockwork left and the Underlord also backed up.
Is under attack.
Maybe he split it a bit with the clock.
Not sure. I think he split with the clock. I know the Underlord definitely didn't get XP for this kill.
Yeah, he was out of there. Okay, well, I mean, Frank is suffering, but if Schofield gets to an early level 6, he can make a lot of space on the map. You were talking about it yesterday. This is a hero that desperately needs Vendetta, but once he does have that available, that's where you really start to Nyx Assassin it up.
Yeah, he's already one more wave. He's level 6. You know, this is actually such a big deal for the game.
Yeah.
He's gonna just sap the XP here with Smiling Knight and yeah, run to gank. Like, who does he want to kill here? I think if he can get the bat, that would be really nice though, because he kind of knows that the bat might be going back to clear some stacks, so he might be able to catch him out there. Yes, Arcane Boost done, so it's time to move. 10-minute runes. Schofield is on the
getting the
prowl.
setup onto Tofu. Then looking towards the mid lane. Here comes Schofield looking at the Warlock. Can't find the last bit of damage. Will be able to Mind Flare him down. Schofield, he's in a rough spot though. No help on the horizon. The chains can't save him. Elmisha was busy running down Ace, and Ace is still able to fly away with his fresh new drums. Now they're looking at the clockwork. Nisha bone dry on mana though. One more bottle charge to work with just with the cogs. Elmisha should be able to escape. The shards off the mark there. Nice play. Oh, Smiling Knight, he's still going back in. Oh, damn! Using the slow from the rocket flare, they're gonna finish Ace off. Last few auto attacks, Ash Legion, shield. Oh, can't get it. It was the neutral item that saves the Bat Rider. That's huge.
This is why this is one of the best neutral items at level 1 at the moment. Everybody loves this item. Not even just supports, you know, even on cores. The
It's just
value.
120 extra HP, right? Realistically speaking. It's as good as a Brawny enchantment, and you put a Brawny enchantment on top of it, that's gonna be real nice.
Rock.
Rock in the top lane, commitment onto Frank. This should be a very dead Underlord. Meanwhile, there's a gang squad coming through from Pain in the bot side. They really want to get this Bat Rider after that failed attempt from the Weaver. Or maybe just use this catapult wave to pressure down the tier 1 tower.
Radiant are scanning.
You can find Boxy here.
Not
Nice
really
kill.
the Bat
Only
Rider,
level
but
4.
yeah. And Emma
Foxy's-
already has Spirit Vessel done. Damago is really starting to get this engine going.
Bottom tower is under attack.
This is the point where the Ember is very, very scary. Vessel, to control the runes, you have Slide and Chains. And this is the time where you can just bully as Ember Spirit.
Dire's bottom tower has
Tofu, he's using the Golem to farm up some of these ancient stacks though, getting himself quite a fair bit of net worth and levels. Of course, while all that action was being set up in the bot lane, they got the kill onto Frank and they also opened up the tower with the Golem and the Catapult Wave. So really nice movement there from Team Liquid using their ultimate. But because of that, they don't really have help for Nisha here in the mid. But for Vortex, has a fresh mech. Schofield will be able to just scuttle away.
Yeah, overall, Pain is doing a fantastic job. You know, despite the Underlord being so poor, but his teammates are having a good time. The supports are making a lot of rotations, I think it's including Smiling Knight. They're playing through the Weaver, Amber's getting the runes, he has Vestal. They are looking to take the mid tier 1 tower.
Nisha's level 6 poke shot is available. Set up onto
Snowball.
Nisha. Where's the follow-up? Into the cogs. They found the Storm Spirit in a rough spot. Nice fight, Carapace. Nisha's gone. Boxley tries to roll him in to save, but ends up sentencing him to death instead. And again, Smiling Knight from out of goddamn nowhere. A chains onto the bat. Who's holding on to who? Ace is not going to be able to Ash Legion shield out of this one. And they're still looking for more. They know that Tofu is such a free kill. They'll just swipe him down, dominating for Smiling Knight. Pain, everything is working out for them in this early game, and it's not by chance. I feel like they've set the map up in such a nice way for them to make these moves.
Dire's middle tower.
Yeah, Liquid they couldn't really take that fight, they didn't have Rock on the Warlock, so the moment they had to use Snowball defensively here, they are pretty much screwed, because he can only bring the Storm into a forward position, and they had no way out after that, so really, really nice play here for Pain Gaming, recognizing that they're way stronger right now without the Rock, and is taking full advantage of the situation.
Yeah. This is what you want to see if you're playing Weaver, right? Just kind of these dives that only the Weaver can pull off as a pause one. No other hero has this level of aggressive potential. The Max Shikuchi, such a low cooldown, just constantly chasing. You're never going to run away from him. Now, I will say that Pain, the one thing that they're missing out for me is contesting these Wisdom Shrines, right? Like you said, I think that the Weaver probably has a lot of potential there, but I also can understand why Pain are hesitant. I feel like so far they've made very reserved moves from when they know they're stronger. They don't want to run the risk of running in too deep into Liquid territory and fighting into a Rock lasso and feeding away this gold lead that they have, right?
I mean, they need to find a way to kill off this Ursa though. I feel like Mickey, despite dying one time earlier in the lane for overextended, he's still having a free game.
Protection slightly off the mark there. Schofield able to scurry away. So annoying. This is his signature style. They'll narrowly glimpse him, but he's able to hide, and now Nisha's on the run. Almisha with the chase. Have a hook shot available. Dharma goes there to meet him. Oh, Dharma Go cuts him off at the pass. A huge rock onto two, holding them back, and Dharma Go will go down instead. The Fatal Bonds saving Liquid from that sticky situation, as now Almisha will fall as well. This is what Pain Gaming were worried about, running into this counter initiation, and this time Tofu flattens them.
Yeah, that was actually a huge misplay there. I think after Dark Margot getting the slight chains initiation onto the Storm, I felt like there was actually no time for the Nyx to use his Vendetta bonus damage directly. He actually needed to probably just stun from a far range to secure the kill, But instead he tries to go in, and that's why he got interrupted by the Warlock Golem from Tofu there.
Is this a... Okay. Well, Nisha just shows up in the mid lane thinking he can farm. Smiling Knight say thank you for the Deso charges, brother. So generous of you.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
A little bit of Chinese New Year vibes here from Nisha, giving away kills.
Nisha is known to be a generous man. This Tofu baiting into the high ground. Dark Mago is the backup of Schofield though. 3-man stun. Dark Mago still in trouble. Snowball through, kill off the Ember. Looks like Schofield will drop as well.
How did that actually turn out so bad? It looked so good when they had the 3-man stun from the Nyx, but somehow they just didn't have damage with the Ember and Nyx to kill off the remaining heroes, and they just both died there. They got baited.
A lot of you're kind of missing Frank's presence in these fights, right? He doesn't have that Fiend's Gate available. It probably looked very different if he was able to connect, offer up the Firestorm and the Pit as well. It's kind of the worry actually, because now that you're looking at the way that Pain are executing these fights, the supports themselves don't really offer a whole lot of damage, right? You're relying on Smiling Knight to come in and Dark Mago. So if Pain start a fight off and they lose the Ember Spirit, it's gonna be a lot of heavy lifting needed from the Weaver, and I don't think he has enough damage at the moment to kill them all. Weaver, notorious for being a bit more single target focused. Even with his shard, he can only do so much with his Shikuchi, right?
Yeah, he's gonna need the Ember to help him set up for the kill, with the slight chains and then the Vessel with the damage on top of that. Like the Roshan is going to be the next real thing. The Ursa wants to get the Rosh before the Tormentor. Pain Gaming doesn't want to allow it. We saw Almisha just running over to scout the Rosh with his power cock, so they are fully aware that the Roshan could be a very, very important detail in the next couple of minutes for either side. Like you already mentioned the Desolator and the Weaver, so if they could actually just pick one hero off the map, maybe Pain Gaming can be the ones to go for it.
Storm Spotter in the bot lane. This is the pickoff that they wanted, but he had that Grease handy. Able to just slip out of the pit again. Schofield, despite some of the nicer plays he's made, he's trying to stick this Vendetta damage, but he has no business doing so.
I think he just totally didn't calculate the fact that the Storm had a Dispel to remove the root. So he actually did not have time to use his right click there.
Absolutely not, no. The pressure, nice Tofu. Nice hook shot. Tofu in a little bit of trouble. TPing in is Boxy. They're going to try and finish the kill off and get out. able to do so. Where's Magol's Remnant? Back out to safety. They have themselves a lasso. They can pull the Ember back in. Mickey is just a body on the front line baiting, and now Frey's joined into a fight. They have no chance of winning. King Gaming feeling the hurt here as they try and dive a support. It was supposed to be a clean hit and run, but they got caught in 4K.
Yeah, that is very, very, very bad for the state of the game right now for Pain Gaming. They need to involve Weaver on this sort of moves. You know, you already mentioned that without the Weaver, they don't exactly have the most amount of damage, so they have to combine those heroes whenever they're making an aggressive play. You see what happens when they are fighting and the Weaver can't really enter the fight. They're just diving. There's no way for Weaver to connect here because it's just too deep, and they just didn't really have enough damage. And Schofield felt like he had to stun the Ursa to protect the backlines, and he couldn't really save the Ember after that. Things are just falling apart for Pain Gaming right now. Another death onto the Clockwork. This time the Rocks used, but this is going to probably secure Liquid the Roshan here. They're moving towards the pit.
He got vision in the area, spotting out Smiling Knight.
Oh, he
Nice
can't die
burn,
here.
Smiling Knight, he can't die, but he doesn't have a time lapse. He'll go down. Nisha traded out though. Liquid, they are in a very commanding position, but they have their sights on Tofu. Boxy not a lot of mana to work with. Here comes Ace, ready for the lasso, but Mickey will be the one to clean up. Lasso to control, and Fury swipes down. Godlike for Mickey as this Ursa is on top, and now he's in the Roche pit.
Yeah, this game is going to be close to pretty difficult territory for Pain to come back in. They're going to lose the Roche. They're also going to lose the Tormentor. I mean, the Basher, you know, from Ursa, they're just making a huge
Hook
difference.
shot, trying to buy some time. Roche is going to move in 4 seconds, and it's only half HP. Maybe Pain Gaming have delayed enough, but they might have to pay for Elmisho's life for it. He's going to get run down as Mickey looks for more here. Links back over to the safety of his team as Roche is now on the move. Tricky situation for Pain.
Arcane
What do
Rune.
they want to do? They're looking at
Arcane
Ace
Rune.
in the mid lane. Arcane Rune for the... Okay, it's just Tusk who grabs it. Yeah, I thought they were going to try and get the kill onto Ace there in the mid lane, but getting distracted a little bit by the rune. Meanwhile, backline, Mickey jumps in again. Just picks off Scorpion. It's so easy for this Ursa to do just that.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so good of an Ursa game, you know, into the Underlord, and they don't really have very good ways of dealing with him through the Enrage. I mean, 13 and 1, you know, just speaks a lot about how free of an Ursa game that he's having.
Surprised that the teams didn't sort of follow the Roche over to the bot side, but I guess their read is that Pain Gaming have no chance of rushing this anyway. I'm a little bit worried for Liquid because I feel like if they try and commit for the Tormentor, Pain might try and trade them out on the Roche pit. So I guess you just go bot.
The Ursa. They only need the Ursa to do it alone, so they don't have to bring everyone here.
Okay.
They can
Liquid's
send
still
the other
smoking out,
heroes.
though.
They can send the other heroes bot. Okay, Pain is trying to do this Roche. Make is killing the Tormentor.
Yeah, it's not gonna work out. Liquid just a bit too strong at the moment, able to swipe down Elmisho with ease, and Smiling Knight can do
He's
nothing.
peeping over. He's here.
Mickey's coming back over, yeah. I have the full force of Liquid, yeah. There's no way you can fight into this. Margot, I mean, I know you have your Mage Slayer, but you have to be so careful. Pain's still trying to make this work. A big smoke wraparound. Liquid, have they misread the situation? Pain are just into the pit. You need to go and you need to go now, but they think Pain is still on the high ground. This Roche is gonna drop
Oh,
for
what a
free.
play.
Oh, Pain getting away with murder then. Bossy's a bit too late into the pit. Smiling Knight will be fine. Big Fatal Bonds onto 4 though. That's gonna make the damage stick, and Smiling Knight, he can't fight in this pit anymore. He's gonna get pulled back in. Even though they get the Aegis, they might not be able to get the Weaver out. Losing hero after hero. They might have just stolen away the Aegis, but it'll be their lives that get paid for it. And Smiling Knight, he's not running anywhere. Bash trap into Oblivion. That is a full team wipe and an Aegis for Liquid, and they'll keep steamrolling on forward.
That was a very, very nice and valiant attempt from Pain Gaming. I think it was a necessary risk. They're in a pretty shitty position, so they decided to just try going into the Roche pit right away. And it almost paid off, you know, they just didn't really have enough time to get out of there. But I respect their attempt. I think it was a good one. Just unfortunately, Pain Gaming, they're just too far behind, so they couldn't really finish it fast enough here.
And got so close, Boxy, he had his eye on it too, blinked in, but immediate stun there from Schofield. I think the big difference maker in this fight is that huge Fatal Bonds. The problem is it's bright as day, right? Tofu, as long as he sees one hero, he can probably connect at least 3 or 4, and that's exactly what happens. Too much damage for the Pain Gaming heroes to survive, and Smiling Knight, even with his Shikuchi, Nisha can chase him along with the Basher, makes it look like light work. And Liquid well and truly ahead at this point. 12k gold lead up.
Yeah, Mickey is just such a huge monster at the moment. Blink, BKB, Basher, Battle Fury almost has his shot as well. 23 minutes in. He's absolutely massive this game. There's nothing, I feel like there's nothing Pain can do to stop him at the moment, you know. They don't really have a lot of ways to deal with him. They have a Force on Nyx. They have a Use on the Clockwork. So those are two very, very important items to kite him. But I don't know if it's going to be enough at the moment, because the Storm is also a huge issue in the team fight. He has a gem, so he can always find the Nyx, he can always find the Weaver, so things are getting very, very hard for Pain Gaming in the next upcoming fight.
Yeah, the vision's gonna slowly get cleared out here. El Micho, cheeky D-ward, but you can see immediately the Liquid heroes right on him. You can't do that. You just can't do that. I don't blame El Micho, because you have to try and hang on to whatever vision you have, but at this point, this is where the Clockwork really starting to struggle, and maybe why we see the hero with such a low win rate. It can do a lot in the game, sure, but when you're behind, this hero just feels so awful to play. You can't farm, you can't really do anything safely, you're just cannon fodder.
A little bit similar to Disruptor. Whenever you're in a defensive position, the hero just feels so bad, you know. You have to run away, you can't really farm, there's nothing you can do on the map, you're just trying to break smokes, trying to protect your cause, but that is not the most optimal thing you can do on a Clockwork.
Absolutely not, no. And I don't even think this is necessarily El Micho's fault, right? It's just a matter of they lost 2 lanes, and even though Smiling Knight was making some really nice rotations, it felt like that one key move, the overdives in the top lane and the mid lane, that's what really cost Pain Gaming their advantage. They were doing a good job in the first 10. I feel like this Weaver was just about everywhere. But now that Liquid have their items, these kills are not coming quite as easy.
And they're also really, really strong when they're grouping up together. With the Warlock Rock, the Lasso, the Ursa jumping in. And now Ace is going to find
top lane,
the Weaver.
Found the Weaver, no time lapse for him. Way too much magic damage from Nisha. And the first real sort of mistake, I want to say, from Smiling Knight we've seen this game. Really, really difficult situation for him. Much as he had an advantageous lane position, as much as he did so much for his team in the early game, it is still a 9-pick Weaver, right? Like, you had enough tools, you knew what you were going up against, everybody sort of picked the heroes accordingly. Now Liquid. It looked like they are going to trounce together to a very easy Game 1 victory, unless there's some sort of miracle high ground attempt. You talk about the Clockwork and the Disruptor comparison. I don't know about you, Winter, but at this point, I'd rather have a Disruptor, because at least his Agonyms is gonna maybe turn the game around. I don't know what the hell you do on Clockwork to potentially turn this game around.
So he has a use to use the Ursa during Enrage, you know. I think that's pretty much it. He's gonna die.
On the high ground, El Micho not even gonna get the chance to do a thing. He'll have to use himself as he comes back down into the shards. Boxy's gotta watch himself though, dropping really low on the task, but has the defensive utility of the Glimmer Cape. And BKB actually popped from Mickey there, worried about the pit. So Liquid still looking a little bit conservative despite their gold lead, not wanting to risk anything here.
They don't have rock.
AD rune though.
Okay, they don't need rock for this.
Onto the Weaver, and they don't even need a rock, but they will still find the time lapse. Smiling Knight able to slide out of trouble for now. Scorpio just offering his body as a sacrifice. Please don't take my carry, take me instead.
Scorpio is the support player we all want, and we all strive to be, you know.
That's true.
Don't be that annoying ogre that buys Midas. Be Schofield. Die for the cause.
I see this works in competitive because we're like Schofield's goated, but if you do this in your pubs, you get reported, I think.
Well, why? I mean, why would your cause report you if you die for them?
Well, they don't see it as dying for them. They're saying you're feeding. The grass is always greener on the other side, right? I mean, Liquid, right now, they are looking to greener pastures on game number 2 because this is a really, really easy situation for them. They are just cruising casually up to the high ground. Ace not worried about a thing. Even with the 4-star off the mark, even with the Bat Rider dying, I don't think Liquid are concerned in the slightest. There just is nothing that Pain Gaming can do, and despite a really successful early game, they kind of fumble the bag in 1 or 2 situations, and that's enough for Liquid to claw back a big advantage.
Radiant structures are fortified.
It kind of looked like they had so much promise here in the beginning when the Ryu was doing so much. He was rotating around, he was helping his team. He was like 4 or 5-0 at some point. Ember had a really early Vessel with the rune control. They killed off Nisha once or twice in the early game. But just those few couple of overextensions, you know, just kind of ruining the whole momentum of the game. I mean, they just couldn't really keep the train going. They started well, but they couldn't keep the gas going. They just derailed. They got derailed, they got distracted by other things, and they just lost track of where they should be going in the game.
Yeah. I think at a certain point, Liquid just kind of realized that, hey, if we just all stand near our towers and make sure we can connect, these guys are just going to run and chain feed into us, and that's exactly what happened, right? Pain, maybe in their desperation to keep the momentum up, end up making a few moves that they just do not have the gas in the tank for. And a lot of it comes down to this build. I think you mention it very often with this whole Ember Storm matchup, Ember and Lash maybe, but the Greaves just changed the complexion of it entirely. And now they're the ones catching the Ember with the lasso instead. Really nothing that Dark Mago can do.
Yeah, this game is just over. There's nothing much Pain can do. They can only sit and just wait for Liquid to just end their misery. You know, Ursa is just gonna go in, destroy his favorite hero of the game, Underlord. How many times has he killed Underlord? I don't know, like 6 times, 5 or 6 times, all Ursa, you know, dying to Ursa. I just don't really like the way he just itemized on Underlord this game. You know, you can't build this sort of items against Ursa. Maybe just one out of the 2 auras pipe against the Bat, the Storm, the Warlock, but you can never go pipe and Crimson. You know, you need heals, you're gonna need 4-star, you're gonna need the axe, you know, to kite the Ursa around the pit.
Yeah. I think one of the criticisms of Frank, especially on the Peru Rejects lineup, was that he's very much an aura/blink initiator type guy, and there's not much like flexibility in that sense, right? Because even though he does play these heroes a lot, it feels like when he's dealt a bad matchup, you just never really see him back in the game. He ends up sort of not being a factor.
Yeah,
maybe that's something Liquid identify.
He doesn't change on the fly. You know, this is something that you have to be able to do.
Yeah, right now, I don't even think they can save Dark Mago. He'll be able to slide out, but at what cost? They'll lose Boxy first. This might end up looking okay for Pain Gaming if Liquid stick around. But I mean, again, Smiling Knight, if he's not in there, I don't know who's doing damage. They at least get 2 supports. Now they're looking towards Mickey. Doesn't have the enrage for 8 more seconds, but Pain also have run out of ways to keep the chase going. No vision in the area. Liquid's cores will get out. So Liquid kind of overstaying a little bit, not really respecting the full lineup of Pain. I thought they were down and out, but they're still kind of kicking here.
I mean, there's still 2 lanes of Rex down. So they have to... they need a couple more good fights like this. I don't know if Liquid's going to give them another one. They didn't have Rock there. They just kind of thought that they had the overwhelming advantage with their Matlup, and they just tried to take the fight, but they get punished by Pain. So now they have to go back, probably finish Roche, and end the game. Pain needs to find a way to go Roche. I think that's the only way. They need to try to sneak the Roche themselves.
Smiling Knight knows. He's on the prowl. Maybe he's just trying to connect with Schofield. Find a free pick off on the Boxy, perhaps. It's not like there's sentries here, but Boxy, his intuition is telling him something's not right. Mickey's finishing up the Tormentor for free. That's a shot for the Bat Rider. Really good on call Bat Rider.
Yeah, Ace also has Aghanims here, so he might be able to just end the fight with one good pull.
Yikes, yeah.
Whoa, what'd I miss?
It's the final fight. Boxy leading the charge. Knows that Pain Gaming are staking out in the area. Smoke's gonna break. High ground presence. Immediate blink up into the punch, into the death of El Nicho, and Schofield licking next to fall. They pulled in Smiling Knight. He's in trouble. He needs to be able to get a time lapse out. But the electric vortex oh, still manages to get out on the Weaver. Surviving and Pain Gaming now turning things around. They have to force stop the Ursa out of here. He doesn't have his BKB and Rage no longer. Coming off cooldown, back in onto Frank. Mickey has his claws out and he's ready to rumble. The momentary kite away was perfect, and Dark Mago, he can't finish things off. A hook shot just to keep Liquid at bay, but they're right on your heels. It's another team wipe, and it'll be a dieback for El Micho. And if the G's aren't dropped now, I don't know when they will be. Yeah, there you go. Dark Mago understands. They fought to the very last breath, but Pain Gaming, there's nothing more for them to give. As Liquid, they'll be able to hold Pain Gaming off despite the early advantage and pull off a pretty clean comeback.
Yeah, this game is just too easy because of the draft, I think Liquid just put themselves in a fantastic position after the Ursa counter pick against Underlord. I think the overall setup just made it very easy for them to play. They had a lot of room to make mistakes because they just have the better draft. They also have winning lanes, the Storm against the Ember, they had a good lane there. So by default, they're gonna be doing well in 2 lanes, and that just makes the game just so much easier for Liquid. And the moment they were able to control the runes and play through the Storm, and you have a very fat Ursa, everything just seems pretty straightforward for Liquid to move in the map.
Yeah, it's just weird, right? Because at the start of the draft, we were talking about how, apart from Team Liquid, it feels like sometimes Pain Gaming also have the issue of 2 pause, and you definitely saw it come into play this game. You kind of have 2 heroes, Clockwork and Nyx Assassin, that kind of serve the same function, right? Stepping up around the map, trying to find these kills and get information. But when that's happening, no one's farming, no one's scaling, no one's buying these team items, no one has the counter initiation, no one has the team fight. It's all just about playing for these pickoffs. And the second the people you're trying to pick off group up together, suddenly it's not looking quite as easy as Liquid. It looked easy for them though. It looked pretty straightforward. Even when they were sort of falling to Pain Gaming, it looked like all they needed was a big Fatal Bonds Warlock Rock fight and they'd come out on top. And right now, they're in the series 1-0 up against Pain. Let's see whether they can make it a 2-0 sweep or whether Pain Gaming can come back after a short break.
This is the story of a mortal man, an angry man driven by revenge. He struck a deal and became a tool for the unfortunate souls condemned to hell. This is the story of Razor, a story of hatred and anger. Find out how this came to be in Tales from the Lore Keeper, Episode 4, brought to you by DHL.
No one can do just how you do all that you do. No one can do it like no one can do just how you do all that you do. No one can do it like you do. From the A to the Z you do it, from the top to the end you do it. No one could ask for more. Ain't nobody does it better. From the A to the Z you do it, from the top to the end you do it. No one could ask for more. Ain't nobody does it better.
Back again for the last day of Dream League Season 28's group stage here with Permasneeze and Winter, and Liquid taking a pretty convincing win over Pain Gaming, but usually that would be true, although I feel like for the first 10 minutes, there were some moments where Pain Gaming kind of looked like they were playing that fast tempo that we saw them have on our stream. We watched them very easily dispatch OG. They look like a completely different team, and you can kind of see why, right? There are some components of that lineup that are gelling together, moving so smoothly, but still kind of making a few key mistakes that ended up giving Liquid too much ground, and that's kind of how they lost game number 1.
A huge Ursa problem last game. Can't have Underlord picked and Ursa being in the pool, you know. I think it doesn't matter how well you play, the Ursa is going to be like a big problem. Sure, you can go through the replays and, okay, we shouldn't do this, we should have done that. But the bigger problem was always going to come back to the lineup, right? 16-17, the Underlord, you didn't have Ursa banned in the previous phase. So that's going to come with a lot of risk, you know, against a team of Liquid's caliber. They're not going to let you get away with it.
I wonder what the intention was, because now we see Pain Gaming switch up, right? They're banning the puck first, compared to the first game where they waited on until a later phase to ban the puck. What do you think that's about? Because my read is maybe Pain Gaming never wanted to play against Nisha Puck anyway, but they were seeing whether they could get away with it. But I feel like, especially 17-18, you need to use those bans to protect the heroes you're picking.
Yeah, but unfortunately, you only had one because they were on the second pick side the last game. And
Right.
I get it, you know. Normally against the first pick side, you're worried about the 18 pick puck. I think Liquid has already shown time and time again how to abuse the 18 pick puck.
10 seconds
But
remaining.
if you wanted Underlord, then you can't ban the puck. So if they already wanted to ban the puck, so they can't pick Underlord. I think it's pretty straightforward that. And then it also doesn't make sense that they do that. Because if you want Underlord, Underlord is good against puck because you build auras and you have the root. So why are you doing that? You probably should have just banned the Ursa, picked the Underlord, and not having to worry about the puck. I think that would make a much more sounder strategy overall.
Yeah, and then on the flip side, if all along you didn't want to play against the puck even with Underlord, then maybe you should consider other strategies, right? Where you don't need to worry about this Ursa or your Underlord sort of completely exposed. I think Frank, I don't even know whether I can really blame him. I know it's a rough matchup, but I think we talked about this being a weakness of that particular player, right? He doesn't do well in the bad matchups. He kind of needs the lane to go okay, or for him to have a decent place in the game on his hero. So maybe that's something Pain Gaming want to focus a bit more on in this game number 2 draft.
Everything he did from the lane, from the skill build, starting items doesn't tell me that he was very experienced in this particular matchup. So I think I wouldn't recommend putting Frank on a matchup like this. So I think he needs to get some sort of priority, some sort of better laning, maybe a range hero with on a post 4 if he's playing Underlord, you know, and ideally with Ursa ban. I think the draft has to be a lot more solid for him to be able to shine, you know. So let's see if Pain Gaming can actually accomplish that this game. They are the ones on the first pick side here, so they do not have to worry about any 18 pick pucks. They are the ones who have the 18 pick, and let's see how they open their draft with. So what are the Imba heroes available at the moment? Core heroes, there's Razor, Viper. Support heroes, there's Jakiro, there's Shadow Demon. Oh no, actually there's no Shadow Demon.
There's Shadow Fiend.
Shadow Fiend. So they go with the Razor, and let's see what does Liquid do here. Do they respond with a Shadow Fiend or something else, you know? I think Shadow Fiend is like a pretty decent answer to Razor because you have Hurricane Pike in your build, and you can kind of also out damage him before he gets the drain on you. Requiem is very nice against Razor, so I think that could be a viable option against Razor.
There's a good chance it's going to be a Dark Mago hero, in my opinion, just because I'm not sure whether Smiling Knight plays it, and the previous times that Pain Gaming brought it out, it was mid. Of course, the only time it was on carry was back when Parker was still on the team in the first few days, so that didn't really work out for them. They already have a situation where Pain Gaming, they 8-pick the Razor, it's met by a SF, so hopefully they learned something from that previous experience. Is there some sort of adjustment you need to make now? Because I kind of feel like Razor, if you play him mid, the SF's going to follow him there. If you run him in the off lane, the SF's going to follow him there. Either way, it's kind of a rough matchup, right?
Yeah, the support pick are going to be very, very crucial here. You want melee heroes with both Razor and Shadowfiend. So Tusk is already banned. Clock is banned. So the ones remaining that are going to be good is Marcy. Marcy is very nice against Razor because you can remove not remove, but get out of the static link. So that will be a strong consideration right now for Liquid as a support, but they're going to go with the Bat. So Bat is also in the pool. So Liquid already snatched up two very, very imbalanced cores or strong cores in the current meta, Bat and Shadowfiend. I think Bat is also pretty good into the Razor lane. If the Razor's on the safe lane, you can always push him away with the Flame Break, so he can't really stick on you with the Drain, and then you slowly kite him with the Napalm and your damage over time. So Pain Gaming definitely have to find some solution, some dispels maybe against the Bat Rider.
We're gonna need to help this Razor get into the fight, that's for sure. Because right now, between the Requiem Fear, the Bat Rider Lasso, and the Flame Break, it's gonna be very annoying for him pre-BKB to get much done. And it also depends, right? Because I feel like... Oh, okay. I guess this Razor mid, right? Because I feel like you see Shaman Jakiro, that kind of suits Razor. I guess it still could be Razor offlane, right? Because
not necessarily. I think offlane may be a little bit less likely. They probably don't want the Razor into the Shadowfiend matchup. But on the safe lane, since they have Jakiro, so maybe you're going to be fine against the Bat Rider still. Because I think if you have plans to put the Razor offlane, in most cases you will have a melee position to kind of enable it. Because they have Shaman, so it leads me to think that the chances of Razor going to offlane is pretty small.
Tiny's still in the pool, but both teams not really looking at that hero right now.
Yeah. Liquid, they're going to need... I guess both their supports here, most likely. I think Marcy is, again, very, very nice. Marcy, Phoenix, those are, I think, still pretty good heroes here for Liquid. The Phoenix is nice because you have Bat Rider, like you Lasso, and you have Sunray to have some follow-up damage. You're very good with the SF as well because SF likes to stand and deliver, stand and right-click. So you have the Phoenix to kind of buff him with the Sunray. So those are definitely good options. If you don't want Phoenix but you want Marcy, then another range hero you could probably get is like maybe Moita. Moita is nice against Razor because you can always push him back when he's trying to drain damage on your core. It's also very nice against Shaman. You cancel the channeling shackle. So that could also be an option here. We don't see it a lot, but I think it maybe could work this game. What else? Obviously, there's also Hoodwing. Boxy likes to play Hoodwing, but I don't know if it's really good here. I'm not too sure.
Team Liquid's turn to pick.
Okay, they go for the Largo themselves. So it's what do they want with this Largo?
Could be a Pos 3 Largo, no?
Pos 3
Could be Pos 3 Largo.
Bat 4.
Yeah.
Want the Largo into
the
Jakiro's lane. Or they just run a Pos 4 Largo with the Bat, so the Largo is still in the Jakiro's lane.
Right, just to dispel all the liquid fire and all the dual breaths and everything, right? I mean the Froststorm stun is also really nice into Shaman.
Yeah, the Froststorm stun, nice to cancel it, and it's also nice against the Razor. You can lick to run away from the Razor, pull your teammate away, so it could come in handy this game. I wonder if it actually works with the Bat Rider. You blink in, you lasso someone, then you lick the Bat Rider.
Oh, like a pseudo force staff, right? Like a mini little...
Probably should work, right? Cause
Wait, that's kind of hype.
I don't think I've seen it, but I think based on my understanding, that should be how it works.
Yeah, I can see that. A Beastmaster's gonna come out here for Pain Gaming though. This could be the off lane, this could be the mid lane, this could be the safe lane, a lot of flexibility. But the one thing we know for sure is that this hero, regardless of what role he goes into, he's a bit on the greedier side.
He's a Roshan hero. Roshan hero is very, very important nowadays. You see a lot of teams, if you can get Rosh early enough before Tormentor between 15, 16, 17 minutes, it sets you up in a really, really good position. I think the hero is actually just pretty strong right now with the flexibility of the lanes and the speed of the game.
Yeah. And I think regardless of the game state, he can always farm, right? He can always power farm back up, clear those stacks, and get himself back into a position where you see Beastmasters with Blink, BKB, Refresher, Aghanim's rolling people down 100 to 0. I think we saw Yamson pilot it from GamerLegion just yesterday. It looked pretty solid on the safe lane.
10 seconds.
You have all that net worth. The Gyrocopter ban makes me feel like this might be a Beastmaster off lane though. That's kind of a tell.
Yeah, other than Beast, other than the Gyro, yeah, they banned Gyro and Bristol, so that probably gives away a lot that they want to move the Beast to the off lane. Is there any other hero that can kill the boar as the carry?
Kez? EA?
Cass is okay. Yeah, I don't think like the Shadow Fiend would be too bad, but it's just the lane that I'm worried about. If you are going to run Dargo with Bat or Hood with, then the lane, if you have the lane of Shadow Fiend and Hoodwing, I kind of don't really like that so much. So I feel like there's also a pretty big chance that SF is just going to go mid. So you don't want I think you don't want Beast mid against SF mid. I think the lane is quite hard for Beastmaster if I'm not mistaken. So I think they're gonna pick a new mid hero, but what can they pick against SF here? There's still Sniper if they want to win the lane. If they don't want that, there's like the Ember Spirit is like, I guess, but that doesn't really do very well in the lane, but it does help your lineup shine. I think whenever you have Jakiro and Shaman, Ember is always a nice hero to pair those supports with.
Run it back, right? Dark Mago, second round.
If you want a better laner, I think that's probably only Quap.
Blind pick Quap is pretty scary though.
Now, you don't really have many bad matchups though, as Quap. I think with Huskar, it's only Huskar, I think. Viper's not in the pool, but yeah, I think it's only Huskar if you're doing that.
I guess we're assuming that that the Largo is for sure a core, or are we not sure yet?
I'm not sure yet, but I'm leaning more to a support. So they pick Abaddon. Abaddon, again, very good against Bear Rider. You have a Dispel. So I think their lineup makes a lot of sense right now for Pain Gaming. Very solid. Razor mid, Beast off lane. So you have a Helm into Aghanim's timing. Abaddon kind of nullifies the Bad Rider's presence in the team fight. I think a pretty solid lineup for Pain Gaming. And Liquid, they're going to go with a mid Tiny. So SF is going to be laning. I mean, I kind of like Laga War with him because you
Carry
want
Tiny, brother. It's Carry Tiny.
What? Carry Tiny? So why? So I guess it's the lane against Beast. They are just looking for a hero that can kill the ball in the lane.
Yeah, when I saw that Tiny came out, I kind of had a feeling because something about Insurmountable just feels like it makes a lot of sense,
He's
right?
not
Beastmaster.
even picking that faster. He's picking Crash Landing.
Oh, is he actually? He might switch it up at the last moment. Let's see. We do know Nisha likes to play fast, so perhaps he doesn't want to sort of scale into that late game. What do you think the idea is here? He's going to be paired up with, I assume, the Largo in pause 5 for Tofu?
I feel like they're going to run...
low-key a kill lane.
I feel like they're going to run melee range. So Bat is going to be with Largo and Hoodwing is going to be with Tiny.
Okay, so even though Tofu is picking the Largo, he's going to go run to Ace and Boxy's going to be with Mickey. That's what you are guessing.
Yeah, most likely. I think the lane of the two pairings are better. The top and bot lane will be better with this sort of setup.
Okay. So Carry Tiny going for now the Insurmountable faster. He's just switched it up. What's the idea here with Team Liquid going for this Tiny carry pick?
I think it's mostly for the lane against Beast. You can kill the ball. Later in the game, you're kind of tanky. I think frontline heroes are always nice to have when you have Shadow Fiend as your mid. You kind of need people to go in for you. And I think Tiny carry is actually really good with Largo. So the thing with Largo, when you have Largo in the game, you want somebody that can go in front and stand and do damage. Because Largo wants to buff, heal, make them go faster, and just keep the fights long, you know. So I think on paper, it works really well with a carry Tiny. I've never seen it, but I think on paper, it looks good.
It did suggest that maybe Liquid would bring out some new heroes, try some new things out as solutions. And this last pick, Tiny Carry, not something that we've seen a lot in DreamLeague overall, and it honestly in the top sort of tier scene as well. Overall, we've been seeing Tinys go to that mid lane, go to that pause 4, and the success has been limited, right? I think at Blast Slam, they were talking a lot about how this tiny hero, the win rate is just so atrocious. Teams keep trying to make it work, it's not happening, but maybe the carry is where it belongs. We'll see here whether Team Liquid can take this series 2-0 up against Pain Gaming. Again, folks, in case you're just joining us, Pain Gaming is already mathematically eliminated, but it still matters for them for a couple of reasons. First things first, obviously, pride. You want to have that sort of post-breakup glow up. Like, okay, you know, even though we have this situation, we're still a respectable team. We still got what it takes to bring it to the big dogs. And of course, the second part, very, very important, the EPT points, right? Because if you finish bottom of your group, you get like 48. That's nothing. You maybe make it to 5th, 6th. Suddenly you're looking at the 200s, 400s. Suddenly you're looking at a reality where Pain Gaming might be able to make a run to Riyadh in the summer. That's a really big deal. I think for Liquid especially, this time round, it seems like they've been able to beat their DreamLeague group stage curse. They're doing a lot better, currently 3rd in the group. But for them, they're currently sitting at very, very low EPT points as well. And Liquid, I think, especially for them as an overall organization in the grand scheme of esports as a whole, the EWC participation is going to be so bloody important. But of course, we're far from that. Still looking at the rune fights early on. Going to be a 3-for-1 exchange as Ace able to just grab that away from under Pain Gaming's nose.
Yeah, last game, they also kind of, I remember Liquid also got 3 runes to start the game with, you know, so again, replicating that success from the previous game, just outfoxing Pain, you know, in the early stages of the game. So lane setup wise, it is indeed going to be the range melee setup that I figured they would do. Tiny is going to be with Hoodwing, Bat is going to be with Largo. They're going to have a 3-man here, trying to get a first blood. Very common nowadays. Lick, Dispel, but they have the Blood Grenade still, so probably going to run. Oh my god, he could have hit
Wait,
him.
they gave up? They gave up? What? Why did they just let him walk away? Okay, hold on.
That was very strange.
Actually, wait. I have a big brain suggestion here. I actually think that might be better. Because right now, the Largo's basically out of the lane for an extended duration while he waits for cooldowns.
Yeah, but
and you still got 2 supports chase. I get it.
If it's the core, I totally understand, you know, I think that's good, you know. But
okay.
The support, trading that away for first blood, doesn't really matter
right now,
much.
I don't know who's the support, who's the core. Ace is the one sort of forced away out of the lane right now. This is tough.
Yeah, and in the meantime, Frank is playing top alone since his team has decided to be 3-man bottom for an extended time, you know. It's 1.5 minutes, they still have 3 heroes bottom.
Now they get the kill. Easy.
Finally. The kill that got away, you know, Mike. They were supposed to get this kill previously.
Trying to put pressure on, but El Misho has now shown up to the lane. And Shakiro Beastmaster is pretty strong into Tiny Hoodwink. I mean, I guess both sides have a lot of damage resistance, right? The Beastmaster, rugged, innate, along with the Tiny, insurmountable, going to be reducing a lot of that auto attack damage, but I don't really expect any kills here unless one of them really step out of line.
Tiny is not exactly a hero that wants to kill, you know, as a carry. He's just want to sit back, hit creeps, max your tree grab, and just clear stacks here. So, yeah, I think you're kind of on point on that. We are probably not going to see too much happen on this lane. Bot lane is where the action is going to happen. You know, it's Abaddon, Shadow Shaman, Bat Rider plus Largo. This is where the kills are going to happen.
Not the easiest. There's the constant dispel coming out on both sides, right? Like, you try and get sticky napalm out. There's a photic shield. You try and, like, I don't know, literally do anything to the Liquid lineup, and there's a catchy lick. Tofu trying to put the body in the way of the camp there will actually unsuccessfully stop it from spawning. So Scofield will have that camp to play off of.
The little channel time with the Shackle there, just stopping him from getting to the camp. And top lane, we have a trade here. Frag is going to be the big victor here, getting 2 kills, killing off the Tiny carrier. I think this is also one of the reasons why we don't see the hero as much on carry role, because the laning phase is relatively weak. You're very susceptible to physical damage because you start with 0 armor on the hero. Especially against
So
a hero like
easy.
Beastmaster with the balls actually hurt like hell.
Yeah. And Frank sort of going for that more typical Beastmaster offlane facet with the Wild Hunt. Mid lane, Nisha forced the TP out. Still level 2 on the Jakiro, so no Ice Path to throw out to cancel. But still, forcing the TP out, pretty good stuff. A 4-minute Water Rune still will go one apiece though. They're not able to force Nisha out of this location.
Yeah, meanwhile Ace is just, once again, is trying to pull creeps, avoid playing the lane as bad in the early stages. I mean, also because he's up against a Abaddon, you can't really pressure them with the shield. So this is the best thing you can do, just try to secure, pull the waves, stack the waves together, clear them out.
Using those chicken fingers, Scorfield no mana, but we'll pop that big wand, try and look around the tree line. Smiling Knight! Okay. Maybe he just thought, okay, Scorfield, you got the kill, I want to go back to farming creeps. I'm losing way too much under the tower. And I kind of agree with Smiling Knight, right? You, as much as you want to help your support here, you don't want to be wasting too much time where you're not farming.
I mean, at the same time, you kind of also have to strike a balance when the enemy is keeping the creeps behind in the middle of the tier 1 and tier 2. You have to choose the right timing to get over there and kick them out, kill them preferably. You kind of also have to sacrifice some creeps to do that, So if you choose to just sit back and farm in the lane, it means you're just getting a trade against the offlaner. So I like that he actually came over to punish, even though he has to sacrifice a couple of creeps in the lane.
Yeah. I think it's fair to say between the both of us, we've been very impressed with Smiling Knight and what he's brought to Pain so far. Playing a very active style, enabling his team. I mean, his involvement in the last game with the Weaver, he felt like he was everywhere in the first 10-15 minutes. Hoping to see him connect in that same fashion because the Abaddon showing up to these early skirmishes, the Photic Shield can go a long way. Not much of a skirmish in this top lane because Mickey's just being run down. Boxy there with a nice bushwhack, but still the boss punching into the Tiny. Maybe try and get a return kill, Frank. Still de-aggroing successfully. The last hit won't come through and they can just back up and regen. They had to waste quite a bit of resources for that though. Frank's basically on 100 HP, Elmisho's on nothing.
Yeah, I mean, Tiny is not really having a good start this game, already 2 deaths on the lane. I mean, in terms of CS, he's still doing fine, but the deaths are definitely, hurting him. 6-minute runes gonna get denied by Dark Margot previously, so no runes for either mid laners. They're just gonna go back and pick up some bounty runes to refill the bottle. So things are gonna be a lot quieter without the power runes here. Both sides are going to just secure their wisdom shrines. I think nobody's going to be able to steal without a power rune.
I think Knight might try though because Ace has the Tranquil Boots working. He only has around 20 seconds to get that HP regen up before the Abaddon maybe starts pushing in. Putting on some pressure of the Catapult Wave. Yeah, look at how aggressive Smiling Knight is playing. He knows he can exert this advantage. 2 supports from Pain are coming through the Twin Gates as well. Smiling Knight's gonna stand his ground. Start the fight into Ace, into the Frog Stomp. Backup is there from Elmisho. Scorfield's connecting in as well. SF finally TPing in. The Razor's connecting, and the Razor gets the first 2 kills. No one's on the shrine at the moment. The SF doesn't manage to get into the range. And Nisha winds up the Requiem, but he's already lost the EXP. He's lost his life. And Pain Gaming again striking first, getting the connection on the Wisdom Shrine.
I mean, just very well done by Pain. They brought so many heroes, and because SF, he didn't have TP. It was coming in the career, so he actually couldn't TP earlier. When he came over, the fight was kind of already very difficult because Pain Gaming, they were already establishing their position on the shrine. They were already ready, well set up, so it was difficult for Liquid to kind of fight there. So well done, by Pain Gaming, just taking full advantage of that situation. I did not expect them to have the firepower to fight at the shrine without the power rune, but yeah. I guess with the Abaddon, with Jakiro, those heroes are just really, really strong at fighting at the shrine.
It didn't look like they'd make it in time, but Pain Gaming had that down to a T. And now the power rune for Dark Mago after a free boxy kill perhaps. Ice Path gets the connection, but a bit too far away. And now Nisha around the tree line, winding up the Razors. Dark Mago, he's played a bit too far forward. Gets punished, and now Schofield might be next. A toss-up, a rotation in Mickey. He will refuse to be outdone here. He says, you want to play an active carry? I can do that just fine. That's how I won this damn TI. Comes to the mid lane as the Tiny puts that avalanche toss combo to full use.
Yeah, that was a big moment there for Liquid. Oh, nice ice pop. Frank is coming over. He should be able to land the roar here. Tiny is slowed down.
Okay, he needs that help. Might not even need to use the roar. We'll just throw it out just to secure things. They don't know where the Liquid supports are, but Frank dominating in this game. And this is what we talked about, Winter. Put Frank on the matchup that he can actually succeed in. This Beastmaster, they banned out all the counters to it in the lane. All Liquid had left was a Tiny, and we're seeing the effects of that. Frank is very near the top of the CS. Helm Dom complete already. Looking very, very nice this game.
He's in a very, very good position. Him and the Baron, both these two side lane cores are doing a very, very good job in the early laning phase. They had a couple of kills to their name. They had a lot of farm. So the momentum is going to be on their side now. All they have to do is keep the advantage, secure map control. As long as they are able to secure the runes, it means that Liquid doesn't really have any means of fighting back with this mid SF, right? So the runes are going to be very, very crucial here in the next couple of runes, right? The 10-minute rune and the 12-minute rune.
And Liquid, even if they tie this series, it might put them in a bit of a sticky situation against Bet Boom, against Paravision as well. They win, maybe they can just pull one out over Paravision in terms of getting second place in Group A. They need to focus up here. Pain Gaming, they brought their A game into this game number 2. 5 members into the mid. One thing we didn't really mention just yet about Pain Gaming is how good their lineup is at taking objectives. You got Shadow Shaman, Jakiro support, and the Beastmaster, and a Abaddon.
Yeah, Smiling Knight once again showing up, to all these small little engagements in the early game just to secure the tower. So he's really, really trying to very, very hard to enable his team. I really like his play here. Even as a stand-in, he is, I think, playing like he is one with his team, Their movements are kind of very, very nice to watch, from an outside perspective.
It's really cool to see. He's not the stand-in, he's the player who stood up, absolutely. Right in the middle of the team when they needed him the most. Out of nowhere, a savior from Eastern Europe. Sounds random, but he seems like just the perfect fit. It's just the way that he wants to play seems to gel with this team so nicely. Finding a lot more success here. Now on to the third tier 1. They've just swept this all up in the early stage of the game. Nothing Liquid can do to mount a defense. Ooh, cute little deny though. Nice play from Boxy. Bushwhack to keep them at bay. Timed it perfectly with a Liquid fire.
Yeah, Liquid this time they just have a slower lineup with a mid SF and you have Tiny carry. Wait, the Tiny is going what? Phylactery? Carry Tiny? Okay, that is not something I expected. Phylactery into Dagger.
We were talking about the insurmountable so much, but we didn't notice he changed it back to crash landing at the very last moment. So he's still playing off of that tempo. So the Phylactery build makes sense when he's going sort of crash landing, but being wound up. Gonna fight for this arcane rune.
The Raw on the
SF coming in to grab it. They'll get not even denied. And the Raw, Frank, from out of nowhere gets the wrap around. It looks so easy for Pain Gaming. Every time it's a team fight in the early stage of the game, it feels like the South Americans just materialize out of nowhere.
Yeah, Mike. Oh my god.
Huge.
Boxy.
There's also a
Boxy kill. Thank you very much.
Oh, that's a nice sharpshooter down to the low ground, but they're looking to try and dive. Dark Mago could be a little bit too deep though. The TPs are coming in Liquid. They want to defend their position 4. You don't really have the damage to finish the job. Nice ice path at the very last moment. El Misho will keep them at bay, and that will actually allow Smiling Knight to walk this one off. Huge patience there, but maybe still the overextension from Pain going to make them hurt for it. Supports being picked off, Smiling Knight being looked at. The move speed there from the hot beat hustle. They have the chase down potential. All they need is a lick into a lasso. Ace doesn't have it leveled. He's forcing out the ultimate. They're surrounding him now, and Mago can do nothing to help him. You can see Smiling Knight a little bit frustrated by that. They didn't need to chase that far for the boxy kill, but looking like shades of last game. Pain Gaming in such control in the early game, and then 1 or 2 dives into a tier 2 for no damn reason. Suddenly Liquid are less than 1k gold back.
Yeah, they kind of got baited when the Shaman shackled the hoodwink, you know. They were in the middle of clearing the stacks, and I guess Schofield felt like he could get a +1 easily. You can see it right here. They're doing the stacks after killing off the SF. Schofield goes to the side, finds the hoodwink, and very, very nice disengage with the sharpshooter. I think after that sharpshooter, you just gotta let him
just
go,
give it up. You
have to just accept that he's out. Nice ice path.
Mickey caught on the tail end of that will just get hounded by the whole side of Frank's army, and even Nisha's presence will not scare them away.
Helm of Overlord, 14 minutes in, 7.8k net worth. This man is on a roll.
Maybe Frank's hero is not this typical aura buyer. Maybe Frank needs to play with summons, because just yesterday he had an insane game on the Enigma as well. Some really clutch black holes. I mean, at this point, just put him on these heroes. He's looking fantastic.
He's a zoo specialist, yeah?
Perhaps, yeah.
Is under attack.
But I also feel like the zoo players, they kind of also excel usually with the aura heroes.
Yeah.
Like it's like a little bit of overlap in terms of playstyle with the zoo and the aura heroes.
Yeah, that makes sense. He's going for the pipe. So recognizing how valuable it's going to be for the team, a lot of the damage coming out from Liquid, actually all of the damage coming out from Liquid, because no one's building right click at the moment. It's just going to be magical and blocked away.
Yeah, who's the right click? Who's the core?
I guess it's meant to be Bat Rider to help them take objectives later down the line, because he has the Arsonist, right? So I can kind of understand. And maybe they feel like they just need a bit more skirmishing and tempo, and it makes sense with the way that Pain are playing. Right now, it feels like Liquid don't really have any options to stand up to them.
Yeah, the problem with what they're doing right now is the moment Frank gets a pipe up, I think that's gonna cause a lot of issues with Liquid trying to kill anyone. I don't know if they're gonna have damage to kill heroes after the pipe comes out.
Rosh time. You talked about this. Beastmaster, one of his greatest strengths is getting the Roshan. You got yourself a Chikiro, you got yourself a Shadow Shaman. You're gonna make quick work of this poor guy in the pit. I mean, even if you run over here as Liquid, like, I don't think you have the tools to contest. You don't have like a Mars Blink Arena or some sort of big team fight ultimate.
Not with their heroes. Bad off lane, SF mid, tiny carry just doesn't really... You don't really interact with each other the first 20 minutes, I feel, with your heroes. You're playing for, I don't know, like your BKB on SF at some point. I don't really fully understand this tiny carry build. When is he supposed to be strong? Then you have the Bat Rider offlane, which also kind of needs a long time to get online. He's working on his Lotus Swap. Yeah, I don't know. All the items that they're buying doesn't really tell me that they're gonna be ready to fight soon, you know?
Yeah, I know what you mean. I think maybe Liquid picked this Tiny for sort of more niche reasons, like the lane matchup. Maybe Mickey thought that he'd be able to get the better of Frank, because you think about maybe this Tiny with Crash Landing, right? If you summon boss in the lane, realistically speaking, level 2 toss onto boss, you clear them out. But that's not really how the lane went. Pain were just able to run them over in the early stage. And Frank, he's had himself a monstrous game on this Beastmaster. Top of the net worth, like you were saying, once he gets this pipe, the whole complexion of the game for Liquid is going to start to pale. It almost feels like they need to try and make a move earlier than that. Quick burst down. Mickey doesn't even need the sharpshooter to take down the Jakiro, and we need to see a few more moves like that from Liquid to keep them in the game.
They are taking our advice, making a quick smoke after picking up El Mishra. And it's right around the time of Tormentor, you know, if they can maybe kill off another hero, take a tower, maybe they can control Tormentor.
And the second one, Scorpio's gonna get tossed back in. Acid's not gonna save him. And even though Pain are the ones with the Aegis, they picked it up really early and they all started to split up to farm. Liquid take that opportunity to strike. So really good recognition from them, understanding that Pain, they've gotten most of the objectives that they want. Right now, 18-minute rune will be in the bot lane. So both teams sort of sizing each other up across the river for no real reason. Boxy is just going to deny that. Gets there first with the scurry.
In pipe, it's done on Frank. They have the pipe on Beast. They have the Greaves on Dark Margos, so they should be, I feel like, at least, try to group up a little bit more, and you can't really give away kills like this, on the map against the Tiny and against the Bat Rider, against the whole wing. They have a lot of pick-off potential, so you ought to be closer to each other to prevent that from happening.
Yeah, what do you think of this item build here? Because I understand that most Razors have been going for that Crimson Guard. It's not dispellable, it's really nice, but I just feel like, is there really Crimson Guard value this game? You're not really dealing with
not a lot,
because
not yet, at least.
Yeah, I just kind of feel like maybe in this game where the net worth is so tight, you spend like 3k gold on the Crimson Guard. I'm not sure whether it's going to sort of pay you off. Quick blink in. Mickey tossing back Darmago. Instant grease. Bushwhack is there though, but they always have the power of the Photic Shield to back him up. Enabling Darmago in this situation, but things are looking a little hairy for Pain Gaming. They don't have a creep wave and they're tanking a lot of damage from this Tiny and the constant tossers. They are in fact getting spammed down. The Bushwhacks, the tossers, and now Ace thinking about an opportunity in for the lasso, but can't find the angle for it without a blink.
Oh, nice Hex.
It's not over.
Nice
the
reaction.
Hex now onto Mickey. They pull him out with the tongue lick though. Really nicely done. That's the benefit of the Largo right there. And again, a lot of poking and prodding here from Pain, but they're not really finding any purchase.
Both teams having Observer Ward in the exact same area now.
Toss back, Mago. This time round, he's not going to get out. The Abaddon wasn't in position to Photic Shield him. But the tier 2 tower will still go down. So they trade out the Aegis for a tier 2. And I don't know if that was worth it.
If they get the Tormentor, I think it will be okay.
Okay.
They should be able to get it. I mean, Liquid still doing a fantastic job somehow keeping the game alive, despite not clearly having any item timings at the moment. So this is really good, what they're actually exchanging, getting the equal exchanges for, and maybe they can at least get a tower here. And Nisha is trying to shove the tower, but at the same time, Dark Morgan is making sure that he's there to ensure that the tower doesn't just go down without a fight. So Liquid chooses to back off. They need to farm more, they need to scale, they need more items. And Tiny is queuing up a 4-star. Our carry Tiny is queuing 4-star. What on earth? Phylactery, Dagger, and 4-star. He is no longer the carry, I'm afraid.
I don't think he's been the carry since he locked in that crash landing, to be completely frank with you. Schofield getting interrupted now by the Frog Stomp. You can't really get a shackle off while that's still available. Nice play there from Tofu to cover the retreat, and Mickey will help him out with an avalanche as well.
Yeah, SF is the true carry. SF and Bat. I think SF probably.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And this is a very, very, I feel like, strange lineup for Liquid. So they kind of have 3 heroes that do only magic damage because the SF has the Shadow Manifested. You still can do right clicks, but just not as much. Now with the pipe timing coming into play with the Beast, it just definitely feels like Liquid in a 5 against 5 setup, like head on. Like if nobody is getting surprised, nobody's dying first, I do feel like they have a very, very huge disadvantage in terms of dealing damage against Pain. Pain can do damage through the Radiance. There's some physical damage from the Razor and the Beastmaster and the Creeps. It's pretty all-rounded, from the Pain Gaming side.
Yeah. On the flip side, we're starting to see a few of the limitations from the Liquid lineup. I kind of understand why they went for this Tiny last pick, because if you look at the way Liquid are approaching the fights, they don't have a clear way of starting it. They picked this Tiny so that someone could actually blink in and toss back, and they hope to start the fights that way, because in this early game, before the Bat Rider gets his eventual Blink Dagger, you don't have a reliable initiation. Even if the Bat Rider does blink in, there's a Photic Shield ready to cancel the Blink Lasso. So Ace finally just picked up his Blink. Maybe we'll see that come into play, but it's like what I said, as long as Smiling Knight sort of has his eyes on his teammates and his Photic Shield ready to go, I don't know whether that initiation's ever going to work out for you.
I think they should lasso him. You combine that with the break from the Hoodwing, maybe you can just burst him, before he clicks his ultimate.
But then you got to be careful about being rawed in place so you can't even lasso him back to your team. And Dark Magode come in with Greaves and the Crimson. Yeah, the Crimson.
I feel like it's possible, you know, if you get the toss back into the SF, he winds up the Requiem, and you combine that with the break from the Holdwing. I think there are chances that you just burst the Abaddon without him being able to react. There's some chances. Sure. It's not easy, but there's a chance.
Gonna get himself the Manta now for the basic Dispel, so if you don't get the full control on him, even if you break him, he'll be able to just shrug that one off. Probably pop the ultimate himself.
Yeah, if you break him and he's not silenced, just stunned, he can just pop the ultimate. So you have to be very, very careful about how you decide to all in the Abaddon. You gotta make sure you get him with the Requiem at the same time with the Fear, so he can't react.
Things slowing down a little bit here. Pain Gaming, they had their foot on the gas for the first 10.5 minutes, playing off of Frank's huge timing. He's now gone back in for the Aghanim Scepter because I think he understands he's having such a spectacular game here. But the BKBs are coming up. Nisha's closing in on finishing his. And the Bat Rider, Blink Dagger, like we already mentioned, looking at the BKB next. As the next item on the menu will be the Roche. Guaranteed to respawn in around 50 seconds. Both teams positioning near the bot lane for it. Be able to find a pick.
38 seconds, so it is going to be at top when it spawns.
That's kind of an annoying timing.
That's probably better for Pain Gaming. It's easier for them to fight at that top section of the map. And they're preparing for it. Frank is shuffling the top lane, so I think they're gonna be in a good position if the top lane's pushed out. Now the bot lane's pushed out and they shove the mid with Dark Marlow. They should be in position to fight for the top Roshan though. Very, very crucial time for Liquid to stand and fight in this location. They have BKB up on SF, so they should not give up this objective without contesting.
Yeah. Nice little blink away there from Schofield post the ward. Just vying for vision control in this area, but this is not the part of the map that you want to play anymore. The Roche is in the top side. And he's back alive. So easy, like we already saw, for Pain to just grab that objective for themselves. All it takes is for Liquid to be slightly out of position or maybe lose a hero or two. But I guess you could say the same about Pain, right? If they, for example, get caught out on Frank or Dark Magode. Lasso, catching the hero in the bot lane, that's a pick off. 35 seconds, not the longest death timer though. But yeah, like I was saying, I feel like Liquid, it might not be enough for them to get a support. They need a call, and now they have their eyes on Frank. Being surrounded, Mickey, he's caught the Beastmaster, but Schofield there to back up his buddy. Raw onto Nisha, Nisha's in trouble. He needs to get the Requiem off the force off the BKB, and he manages to let it rip. But Frank there with a Yules, I'm not sure whose Yules that was. Like, managing to get himself out there, and now they're tossing Nisha away just to try and save him. Yeah, Tiny, a little bit of a... I don't know if that was intentional, because I feel like the Requiem might have stopped Frank.
He got a little bit greedy there. He didn't BKB Requiem when they tossed the Beastmaster towards the SF there, kind of regretting his decision after that, you know. Nice play from Schofield, just stopping the Requiem from coming up with the Hex and just making sure that Frank is alive, you know. He would have been such a huge kill there.
Yeah, Frank going down would have changed everything here for Liquid, right? They'd be able to get themselves the Roche, turn the tide of the game, but with the Beastmaster still present, exerting his pressure on the map, you just can't really come into this area. Roche is gonna roar though. Liquid still in the area, ready to contest, but the problem is you don't have BKB Requiem. Nisha, you've got to get over here and do the damage. The poking and the prodding. Liquid are back at it again. Frog stomps in, flame breaks, everything, just to try and mess with Pain Gaming. Try and catch them slipping. Here comes Boxy giving the vision. Who's gonna go in first though? You need to jump on Mickey. Has to be a blink in, but Boxy, he gets caught out on the low ground. It's Smiling Knight on the front lines with Magode. They're pushing the side of Liquid away, and the Age is easily grabbed. And now with the chase out, Schofield being tossed back. Caught out in the trees, the Schofield Shadow Shaman will get dropped. Nothing else to be found there. So really, Pain Gaming just sacrificed a Shadow Shaman for the Roche. Very, very much worth it.
Hashtag worth for sure. I mean, now Pain Gaming, they're gonna enter the phase of the game with another Aegis. They're gonna have Dagger or BKB on Beast, one or the other. He's gonna choose one. BKB is probably the safer option, but I think with the Dagger, it would allow him to snowball. Like in the team fights, he needs to be able to land the raw on the Shadow Fiend. I think that is his biggest target in the fight. If he doesn't have a dagger, he just has a BKB. I'm not sure if it's going to be reliable for him to raw Nisha every time.
Sure. We are seeing the defensive play start to come out for Liquid every time the Shadow Fiend's in trouble. 4 stars on 4 stars. PK of 4 stars, you need a bongo boot. He didn't manage to get any Lotus all out. Ace gets completely caught, but still, the move speed now might just be able to bail him out. Smiling Knight in a little bit of trouble. Nisha's been caught. Action happening on both sides of the map as Smiling Knight, he should be able to disengage. Avalanche Cross will catch him. Mickey finds his mark. Oh, Liquid. They might have lost their offlaner in the bot side, but Pain lose their carry, and that hurts a lot more. The mass TP is coming in. Frank's Golem still trying to scout. The hot foot hustle, again, the move speed from the Largo. So strong in these situations where you're trying to give chase.
Yeah, Liquid just managed to use the leverage of the ward, the vision on the top side. They scout out Smiling Knight, he was alone, he was farming the jungle, and he was TPing to join his team on the other side, and Make waited to the last moment to cancel his TP, giving his teammates more time to connect to the area, forcing Pain Gaming to fight very split up there, and ultimately benefiting Liquid a lot more.
Down we go, starting to scale up as well, hitting into the Manta. I'm interested to see what else he goes for now. Maybe scale into some damage, perhaps a refresher, BKB, something like that.
Refresher, AC, those items look kind of enticing for the Razor this game.
You want to sort of scale into right click maybe, or do you not need it with your sort of abilities available?
Right, he just needs to be tanky. With Abaddon, Razor, Beastmaster, I think the damage department is split evenly among the 3 cores. Schofield is going to jump in. Does not get the lockdown there. Very good for stuff. Saving the Bat Rider there.
Now Liquid are on the chase. Don't want to lasso Schofield, but will have to do so to get the kill. They'll even Requiem and BKB for it. I guess the total tally is Schofield again and another Ancient Creep, which is a decent amount of gold, but if they can get Frank, that'll be a lot bigger. Still holding on to his BKB, turn around, the raw reflected! Lotus is there, Ace! That was so clutch from him, and Frank, you're not TPing out of this one. A fumble and a half from Frank.
God, that was such a huge play from Ace. Holy shit. Lotus plus Lincoln's. That was his first death of the game.
Big goal. The streak going Boxy's way. I mean, they're not going to complain that a core didn't get it. They're just happy that they finally took down the big bad Beastmaster. And now Pain scrambling all over the map to try and fix out the lanes.
The same ward again.
It's just giving them vision. Mickey's going to find him. And at that point, Pain, you have to know that they spot you out somewhere here because they've traced your movements twice now. But that doesn't solve the problem that you're currently in. Even with this Aegis, even with that team fight around the Roach Pit going your way, you've now sacrificed the Shadow Shaman multiple times. Frank has dropped as well. Pain haven't really been able to progress the game in their favor. They haven't gotten any objectives. They didn't get any useful core kills. It's Liquid who are swarming the map and getting things done.
They're just outplaying them on the map. The way they're moving through the twin gates, the way they're using the wards, mainly the wards. Pain Gaming, they have to get a gem, you know. This is why it's always so important when you're in control of the game, you're in control of the map. You want to get a gem so you can actually remove all their wards on the map. So they can't really get all these comeback kills. Like all the wards, you know, they have wards on all 3 lanes. Like one just expired thought. But Liquid just have perfect vision about what Pain is doing, you know. Again, you know, they're going to have a ward that sees the Shaman. They're going to see the Razor as well. And this is just amazing, you know, for Liquid. They're moving based on the information they're getting perfectly every time. And they see the Shaman leaving the area, so they know the Jakira is alone. Like, again, you know, that ward there. Easy pick off for them.
Starting to see the value of the tiny pick here, allowing them to make these pick-off plays on the map. That's something that the Liquid lineup was missing prior to this last pick tiny. And Mickey, he will do whatever it takes for the team to win. We've seen this time and time again. Whether it's being sacrificed, whether it's stepping up and putting the big boy pants on his Nature's Prophet. This time round, the team needed him on someone who could find these pickoffs and tag team up with Boxy, tag team up with the Bat Rider and Largo. He is delivering on the tiny. Doesn't really matter at this point that they don't have a right clicker. They've got more than enough damage to burst through the side of Pain Gaming.
Also the break, you know, he has Kanda. Another break for the Abaddon.
Yikes. Not one you can dispel at that.
Oh, Smiling Knight, he is moving into enemy territory. He's alone.
Got target though. Schofield around the corner, just ready to blink Hex and give his life up as he has so many times before. You kind of get the feeling that Pain Gaming, this one's starting to slip out of their control a little bit. For the first time this game, the SF on the top of the net worth. Sure, the Pain Gaming cores are all still doing well, but it begs the question, what do you do now? Right, like you're not strong enough to push these tier 2s. You're not really comfortable enough to take a 5-on-5 team fight. So do you just give map space to Liquid? Right now they have so much control and vision set up on the map.
Okay, Tiny gets the toss into the Requiem. That is the problem, right? They are just getting like shoved out in the lanes too quickly, and Liquid is always faster than them. So once the lanes are shoved out, they're setting up the ganks. So without a gem, without the vision, you're always going to get caught, you know, you're always slower than your opponents. I feel like if they just keep dodging, they just keep trying to play the map, they're going to lose out. You know, you're against Tiny and Bat Rider. They have better catch on the map than you know. Your lineup is more about balling together with the Beast and his auras. And Ace, once again, he's going to go in. They need the Hex and break. They get the break.
Got it. Still managing to pop the ultimate, though. Smiling Knight able to walk this one off.
Did they mess
still
up the
using
start?
the ult for no reason.
Wait, how did he get the ult off?
I will have to see a replay of that. I'm not too sure either.
Dire's bottom tower.
I thought he was. I guess he maybe they layered the stuns incorrectly. You know, that's why he was able to get his ultimate off. Somehow, Smiling Knight survives. He lives to tell another. He lives for another day here. Hey, wait, is this the?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's this one. So they blink. They get the lasso. Wait, what? Oh, I guess the Hex just ended? Okay. I thought they messed up some of their disables. The Hex just ended. They didn't have enough burst during the Hex duration. They needed to Hex, get the break at the same time, and burst him during the Hex.
Smoke spotted out by another nice ward from Liquid. They are so prepared for this to happen. Pain, thinking about it, they've already popped the Razor ultimate, but Liquid, again, it's so easy for them to just kite and slowly make their choice. Schofield tossed into the Requiem. Shadow Shaman doesn't stand a chance, and Nisha on the front lines beating into Frank. The Beastmaster's in trouble. Down the goal. He couldn't save his offlaner. And now they don't even need to use the lasso. They'll find out Misho on the sidelines, but they want to lasso the bigger kill. It's Dagmago in big trouble. Tossing in the Jakiro. What was that about? Just for an ice path? More like a second kill. The Jakiro will die as well. And now Smiling Knight, the last one standing. He might have an ultimate, but it's not going to matter. He'll get to pop it. They surround him on all sides, bouncing back. He'll be able to blink back into the fountain. But Liquid, this is absolute carnage in their department.
Yeah, once again, Liquid just outclassing Pain when it matters the most, you know, during the game. When they are forced to move around the map, when they are not really able to group up together, Liquid just showing us why they are a top team at the moment. They are just much better at utilizing the information, using the gates to move around, shopping the lanes quicker than their opponents, and just arriving to the destination a little bit faster than Pain every time and getting the initiation.
You don't really need a Nyx or a Clockwork if you have just the most excellent warding scheme on the map,
and
right?
Wave shove. Wave shove,
exactly.
You know, Mike. You need to have the right amount of wave shove so you can actually get the kills.
Easy kill onto Misho, Nisha, and Ace just blinking in and blowing him up. Really nothing that he can do here as Pain Gaming continue to scramble to put together any sort of a staunch defense. Like, it's kind of looking flimsy right now. Just all of a sudden, Pain Gaming, it felt like they were in the driver's seat for a little part of it, but they never really gathered themselves a gold lead, and suddenly, out of nowhere, Liquid win 1 or 2 fights. Good pickoffs from Mickey all around the map, and 13k in Liquid's favor.
Yeah, this is just way more efficient movement from Liquid. The way they're shuffling the waves, the way they are not wasting anything on the map. Pain Gaming just couldn't really keep up with them. I think there's still like a chance for them to win in the team fights if they get the right initiation with the Raw. You find SF, I mean, it's going to be hard now. He has the Lincolns and Lotus, and now he's going to have an Aegis.
Spotting Mickey out, start the fight onto him. Nullifier, got him in place, but I don't know whether they have the damage. Mickey is still being saved up here, using himself while Nisha decimates the back line. They're really trying to focus this Tiny down, and they should be able to get the kill. But Nisha, like I said, he's already cleaning up. BKB on ace, hyping up to the high ground, just keeping vision. A nice flame break onto 3. Here's Nisha with the blink and the damage. They're turning around to the SF. The SF's in a little bit of trouble. Bushwhack trying to bail him out. It's a triple kill for Nisha. He's life stealing up. He's out fighting Frank. No one can take down the Shadow Fiend. It looked hairy for him for a moment, but the rest of Liquid ready to back him up. Oh, that was so close. I thought Pain had him there.
Just the Largo, just keeping him alive, you know, with the Rhapsody, the Amphibian Rhapsody, with the heals and everything, with the Greaves, with the auras, the leaks. They just couldn't really take Nisha down, you know. Even if they took him down the first time, he still had an Aegis, you know, and BKB and cheese.
Yeah.
So good luck with that.
I didn't even see that Satanic complete. That's crazy. He is so farm. I mean, Pain Gaming, I think they do a good job focusing Mickey down here, but he's such a difficult kill with Tofu just strumming away. No one's really controlling this Largo, and he's getting strum after strum after strum and keeping this fight going for a lot longer than Pain can really afford. By the time they turn towards ace, he's able to kite up to the high ground, nice flame break back, and look at Nisha just blinking into position. Tofu there with the backup as well, and the surprise Satanic. They thought they could corner him and kill him, but he's just way too rich for them. Big plays here from Nisha. Makes sense that Mickey went for this Tiny at this point if Nisha's gonna play like this.
Nice, nice power.
Bit of a setup. Pain Gaming trying to play for the Beastmaster respawn, and Liquid trying to bail out. They'll turn around, kill off Scorpio, and now Nisha looking at Smiling Knight, forced to pop that ultimate. Nisha still has that second life available and not threatened in the slightest. It's Ace from the backline being chopped down, so they start with the easier target first. The Bad Rider's out of the picture, and now Nisha might just be left all alone. His backup's on his way though. First life gone, buyback there from Scorpio. Liquid, they're dropping low on the mana on the Largo. How much can they get done? Nisha getting forced up in the wrong direction, now nullified up. Where's the save? They get tossed in, Nisha. He will go down at the very end, and this might be the turnaround that Pain Gaming were waiting for. Swiping down onto Mickey. They'll get the Tiny as well, nullified up. Still a toss up. Last bits of damage. Frank's gonna come in with the axes and chop through the stone slowly but surely. He's still getting out with the avalanche, the blink. Are you serious? He's gonna TP away in the tree, and the sharpshooter to stop Frank from blinking on after him. Somehow Mickey survives. A really expensive defense there from Pain Gaming, but they pull it off and they kill Nisha.
I think Mickey actually killed Nisha, not Pain. He forced off him in the wrong direction after he responded from the Aegis, so he got pushed into the enemy team. So it was kind of Mickey that actually killed him, you know. Otherwise, I felt like there was no chance of SF dying there. If he just got forced up behind and he got out of that dangerous area, he should have been able to use his BKB and survive, you know. But yeah, Mickey just messing up.
A little bit of a fumble, yeah.
Yeah, a little bit of a mess up there. So now the game goes on.
I don't know how much longer it'll be going on for though. Do you think there's a chance that Pain Gaming are able to come back? Because the way that it looks right now, even with those kills, it takes them so much to even take down Nisha. And like you mentioned, it wasn't even really them, right? Half of it was an assist from Mickey.
And if they want to kill him, they're gonna need to somehow break the Linken's land the door. Have Shaman follow up with the Hex and Shackle. It's a tall order for sure. It's not easy. I think it's possible, but it's unlikely.
I will say Smiling Knight and Frank still doing a great job keeping up in terms of net worth. They never really sort of fell off in terms of gold lead. Still keeping the farm up. Bloodthorn, Nullifier. We're seeing the damage from the Abaddon start to stack up, and it's that scary level 25 talent, Winter. This is what transforms Abaddon into a monster in the late game. Speaking of though, Nisha also has his 25 talent. And for the Shadow Rays applies attack damage actually. Now that he's gone full sort of right click.
Nisha is the true boss of the late game. I think nobody can actually outfight him right now with his build.
Even the Abaddon?
No, Abaddon can't really fight him. Like through the Satanic, the BKB, Abaddon is not the best hero like late game, you know. Like he's like a hero that kind of wants to finish the game at this point, and the fact that the game is going on means that he's losing a lot of his power. Like you can't really man up against SF. He also has
some sort of solution out. They're pinging onto Smiling Knight. He might be in trouble. Edge out onto the bed and caught out and broken. Smiling Knight sticking around a bit too long. We were complimenting this stand-in for how much he's done for the team so far, but in this particular case, a mistake there from him might just cost Pain Gaming this game. Ball catch onto the high ground. Mickey, he just can't stop finding them. And toss into Lasso. Pull him back into the SF. They got all the setup in the world for Nisha to wreak havoc. It's looking...
Mickey is just doing so much on this Tiny.
He is, yeah. And the laning stage didn't really go well for him. We were all doubting, but he knew exactly what he was doing.
But after watching how the game played out, like I really understand why he wanted to play Tiny here.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Right back here from Frank. King gonna try and mount a final defense, but again, Scorpio being tossed out and eliminated. Doesn't even get the passive off. Dark Mago doesn't even get anything off. At Pain Gaming, they bought back on the Beastmaster, but he's nowhere to be seen. More catch. Mickey, he just can't stop looking for these kills. He's playing so well on the carry Tiny. Quote unquote carry Tiny. Hey, he's not going to carry build, but he's absolutely carrying this game. Now into the Fountain Liquid. They are feeling good. Bring Frank out. We want to punish him. GG is called. It's a full team wipe as Liquid will be able to 2-0 Pain Gaming and keep their standings very much safe, at least for now.
Yeah, just showcasing another way of playing the game. Yeah, that's like a replacement hero to that like stunning carry DK Dagger that you can move around and play for the team, because you have a SF and you have a Bat Rider. Those two heroes on the other two cores are going to take up a lot of space on the map. So Mickey had to try to play something that would be more of a supportive role in this game, and he played it out brilliantly. I personally doubted the build. He went for he went for a phylactery first into Dagger, into force stuff into heals, which kind of felt wonky, but after looking at the whole game and understanding how the plays and the momentum of the game, I kind of feel like this is something that might be good in games where you have a very greedy mid, especially like an SF mid, and you have a greedy offlaner. So Mickey once again showing us another way of playing Dota.
As he has time and time again, a player who continues to innovate on his role, just finding avenues for success. It's amazing how regardless of what he plays, he can somehow transform into the win condition. And in this particular game, the win condition looked like a stone giant with a phylactery coming out of the safe lane. He didn't really have the best time against the Beastmaster, but still managing to stand up tall at the very end and set up for his team. And with that win, Team Liquid, like I said, very much pulling ahead of the rest. Bet Boom and OG Esports, right now it's on them to try and claw for that final spot, because I don't think Team Liquid are going to be shaken here from this point.
Yeah, very important game, for both sides. It's going to determine whether we're going to go to a tiebreak or OG is just going to get eliminated, in the next series. So a lot on the line for them, and hopefully we get to see a lot more interesting Dota, exciting Dota. We just saw a carry Tiny, which I would have never thought been possible again, but Liquid is showing us anything is possible if you have the right idea, the right composition. I don't know if it's going to be a staple, but I think in the right game it can work. We're gonna have to see a lot more games on this carry Tiny to know its full potential, but I like the overall idea of why it's picked in this particular game.
Absolutely. Liquid, they are absolutely full of ideas, and right now in this DreamLeague, looking full of confidence as they will storm on to the next stage with ease. But unfortunately for Pain Gaming, we already knew it at the start, but they were eliminated. I will still say, putting up a really good fight. You can see the foundations of the team starting to be rebuilt from the ashes, right? Like the early game, clearly there's something there. If they can just hone it and reduce the sort of mid-game slip-ups, maybe they can steamroll their way in a future tournament. Who knows? ESL 1 Birmingham might see them pop off again. But at least for now, this will be the last we see of them. And it is a sad goodbye for the South America Dota fans. But it is not a goodbye for the Dota 2 today, because we have another series coming right up. It's going to be so much fun. So you want to stick around for it. We'll catch you after this.
Reggaeton.
Just let the music take control. Just let the music do its thing.
Give me some of that. Give me some of that. Give me some of that good stuff. Give me some of that fancy pants. Give me some of that high life. I want something that will make me dance. Give me some of that good stuff. Give me some of that fancy pants. Give me some of that high life. I want something that will make me dance. Give me some of that good stuff. Give me some of that fancy pants. Give me some of that high life. I want something that will make me dance. Give me some of that good stuff. Give me some of that fancy pants. Give me some of that high life. I want something that will make me dance.
Yes, 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 yes. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Right where I wanna be. Yeah. Let's go, let's go. Shades on, I'm deep in my zone. Spread love, yo, we making it known. I'm really feeling that we go together, cause it's all good times, yeah, now forever. In the booth or in the club, wherever I go, I turn the music up. Whatever the day, I make waves, make dreams, make moves, make love. Step to the left, yeah, move for the flow. Good times roll, yeah, we letting it show. Hands to the sky, yeah, feeling so free. Love in the air, yeah, I'm right where I wanna be. Cause I'm right where I wanna be. Yeah, I'm right where I wanna be. Cause I'm right where I wanna be. Yeah, I'm right where I wanna be. Cool breeze, I feel real nice. Star shine, yo, we light up the night. Good vibes, and I'm rolling like dice. And I'm cool like ice, ice. Baby, when you look at me, it's a magic what you see. Tell me it's a love or just fantasy. Am I dreaming? Step to the left, yeah, move with the flow. Good times roll, yeah, we letting it show. Hands to the sky, yeah, feeling so free. Love in the air, yeah, I'm right where I wanna be. Cause I'm right where I wanna be. Yeah, I'm right where I wanna be. Cause I'm right where I wanna be. Yeah, I'm right where I wanna be. Yes, yes, yes. Right where I wanna be. Yo, let's get it. Let's go, let's go. Let's go, let's go. Cause I'm right where I wanna be. Yeah, I'm right where I wanna be. Cause I'm right where I wanna be.
reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. You're giving me, but it's not enough. I want you to open up your heart some more. You're giving me, but it's not enough. I want you to open up your heart some more. I'm a big-hearted woman with a big appetite. A double dose of love is what will get me right. I'm a big-hearted woman with a big appetite. A double dose of love is what will get me through the night. Look at me in my eyes. I wanna see my own reflection, knowing I'm all you see. When I'm speaking to you, I want your body and your soul and mind to pay attention. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love so emotional that I keep on reaching for the sky. I weigh my love on high. 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 I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love so emotional that I keep on reaching for the sky. I keep my love emotional.
Dream League Season 28 is brought to you by DHL and Chex.
One important game into the next year on our last day of the Dream League Season 28 group stages, Permasneeze and Winter taking you through the matches on the Storm stream. And coming up, we have Team Spirit against GamerLegion, another situation where a team that really needs this win in terms of Team Spirit are up against GamerLegion, who are already unfortunately mathematically out of this group. They will not be making it further. So a bit of a disappointing showing, I want to say here, for the NA upstarts. I feel like after their showing at Dream League Season 27, kind of placing very near the bottom, I think the vibe is, okay, let's try and improve, let's try and pick up from here, but unable to do so. But maybe they can show us something special, show us a little bit of passion, show us a little bit of heat. Because I feel like most of the times in their games, it's very hit or miss, right? Kind of similar to the way Team Spirit are right now. They've been dealing with a lot of troubles lately. The S in Spirit seems to stand for struggle, because I feel like I have not seen this team look this weak in a very long time.
Yeah, they're not really looking at their best shape for sure, you know. I think especially in the games, even in the games that they're winning, they sort of feel like they could also lose those games, you know. It's not like they could gather an advantage. They hold on to their advantage, they build on their advantage like the old Spirit. They control the map and eventually they win, right? There's a lot of mistakes here and there. the coordination is not as good among the players. I mean, I understand that they have a stand-in. Like Mirel is a new player to this team, but still, you know, this is like a far cry from what we've seen Spirit is capable of.
Absolutely. And of course, when you make such changes like Miposhka going out in silent, sort of leaving the team as well, there are big shoes to be filled, and Collapse is more to tell us about that.
It's a kind of test for us because we kicked our coach, and also we had Laro on the break. He needs a break because he didn't get a break last year when me and Yatro were on the vacation, and for now he took it. And so we're like testing.
On the Panto, Ice Path down, still in trouble and eventually dead. Now the silence out. Do they have anything at all? Death Seeker trying to escape. He's stunned. Get some separation. Reaper, the edge isn't enough. Yes, they didn't have.
For me, it's a goal to like get better and just show the good performance for me. For other, maybe it's like to win, but for me especially, it's just to show the great performance of our team. I don't think we're like too good right now or just in form. I think it's just 5 out of 10, and I hope we'll get better on the DreamLeague because it's a long tournament. Don't hate us. We're gonna test some things.
Yeah, well, you heard it here from Collapse first, folks, that turns out it was a Miposhka taking a break, of course, and going inactive, but the silent move was a kick. So maybe some sort of disagreements with the way that the team wanted to approach Dota 2. I thought for sure that maybe after they kicked silent, they'd immediately replace him with another coach, kind of like Paravision with Astini, bring in Puppy immediately. I don't know, maybe there's just no one available that fits what they want to achieve. And it makes a lot of sense, right? Because the leadership in the team has completely changed reins, went from the old Miposhka silent connection to now mostly being Panto, kind of seemingly being the one mostly involved in drafts, making the calls. They're trying a lot of new stuff, but none of it is really working out right now. And I think as a long-time Team Spirit fan, you probably feel a bit sour about that.
Yeah, only time will tell. They're gonna have this important game that they need to 2-0. They have to win all their games to still have a chance to proceed in the tournament. So maybe there's still time for them to fix the issues. I think a lot of the problems that they have right now is just the instability. They make a lot of mistakes. I think, like you said, the leadership in the game, the leadership in the draft, something is off at the moment. It doesn't feel like they are connecting as a team as cleanly, and they're making a lot of mistakes. You know, they have to find a solution. Maybe you make a draft where you keep things relatively simple. You try not to overcomplicate things and make sure that the draft and the plan is pretty straightforward, so you don't have too much room to make errors.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, keeping a draft straightforward and clear-cut can be to your benefit, but then we've seen some teams go for what seems like a very linear strategy only to get punished by better opposition. Now, the thing, though, is that for GamerLegion, they haven't really looked like that better opposition, right? They've struggled a lot. They haven't really shown us, I want to say, their best Dota so far, but maybe they can do so here as we have a draft for you available. Team Spirit and GamerLegion, I think, have their fair share of interesting hero picks. I'd say GamerLegion, the big man on your screen right now, Mr. Fade, he's the one with sort of the more unique off-lane pool, right? And then you compare that to Spirit, I think the wild card for them is, again, I love the camera work here, whoever's controlling those, because these are exactly the two players I wanted to mention. It's Mirel coming in as a stand-in. They tried to sort of give him that semi-carry in the mid lane, didn't work. Give him the counter matchup in the mid lane, he would lose that matchup. Give him the Ember Spirit tempo control, Storm Spirit tempo control, he wouldn't be able to do it. So what piece is Mirel most comfortable in feeling right now? We still haven't figured it out.
Probably the Spirit heroes. I don't think he's really good at the laning phase. It's not his strong suit. I think he plays really well when he's on the rotating heroes. Ember, Storm. I think the best games that I seen him play is on Ember Spirit. I think those are probably the heroes I would keep him on. probably not like lane dominating heroes or any like greedier scaling heroes. I think on the DK, I've seen some games that he handled the hero, but it wasn't as impressive as his spirit heroes. So I would probably just stick to the spirit heroes if I were Team Spirit here. So we'll see. They have first pick. They could get something imbalanced, something broken, something nice here. Usually when you're first pick, Viper's available, Razor's available, Shadow Fiend is available. Jakiro is available, Shadow Demon's available. A lot of things are available. It's a buffet right now. You can choose what you want. I kind of like the bans targeting Fate. I mean, he's also an offlaner that I think we talked about a lot. Like during the games, we were casting GamerLegion. Like he's a player that you need to give him the zoo heroes, the greedier heroes. He does not excel at the initiating heroes like Mars, Stada. I think those are not heroes that I would put him on right now. So Team Spirit clearly have watched most of their games, and they also identify that he is strong on the zoo heroes.
Yeah, especially makes sense if you want to pick a Shadow Fiend in the safe lane, right? Very susceptible to being run down in the lane. You basically need a bodyguard in the clockwork, and if you don't manage to get the clockwork in the second phase, then they enigma you, you get rolled over, you get your tier 1 tower gone, you don't have space to farm, it's miserable. I think interesting to note that what Team Spirit have banned out are also 2 BKB piercing stuns, right? Specifically the offlaners that are not only Zoo, but have that capacity. So maybe they have something in mind here for what they're going for. Shadow Demon comes out. Big save, big stacks. Big Num hero.
Very nice. Good job, Mike. Like he's been very, very, I think, good at this hero. This is probably his best hero. If I have to choose one, this is the hero.
I don't like his Dark Willow.
I think SD he plays it stronger. I think SD has more impact. Maybe that has something to do with the hero rather than his play on the hero. But either way, I like him on the SD. So GamerLegion usually has a setup where they have 2 range supports with like a spirit mid, and this is something that I think that has brought them the most success. Like some of the games they have RCY play something like a Razor or Viper. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not too impressed by games where he's playing Viper or Razor. I think he needs to be on Puck, Storm, Ember Spirit, rotating heroes or the Spirit heroes. Not because of his pull necessarily, but because they always have double range on their supports.
Yeah, true. They haven't really deviated from that setup just yet. Actually, I wonder what their plan is, because this double range support situation kind of leaves their offlaner and safe laner in a weird spot where they always kind of have to play for helping the support. It's very rarely the support that kind of helps the core in a weird turnaround manner.
Yeah, that's kind of the dynamic when you have double range. I think in most cases, I can agree to that. In GamerLegion, they are going to have to figure out which melee hero to ban. They choose to ban the Tusk. I've always said this, I think Clockwork is the best with SF. Even Tusk, I think it's a far cry, from Clock. Clock is just much more stronger in the lane. It's easier to set up for kills. It's better to protect the SF, all sort of things. Yeah, let's see. They have to decide which core they have to pick here after the SD. They just pick both supports right away. I would say I'm generally not a fan of opening 2 heroes as your support duo right away at 9 and 13. I think it's very easily abusable. I think Clockwork is like a pretty obvious pick here. It's very good against Warlock. It's very good with the Shadow Fiend. And you could potentially also pick, I think, an offlaner into Warlock. I think there are a couple of really nice options here. Either you pick 2 subs or you pick an offlane with one of the subs. They are going to go for Largo because it's Warlock. So immediately they have a Dispel for the Warlock. The Largo can be a 4, can be a 3 for them. But I'm expecting it more to be a 4 on Spirit. Probably on Rue, most likely. And they're going to pick their 5 here. So Pento, he probably has his eyes on either Clockwork or something else. There's also Jakiro. There's also
still the Razor, still the Viper if they want to go back and grab it. But maybe Razor doesn't feel quite as good into Shadow Demon.
I don't know if I like this. I think this is not a very good pick for the composition. They have
I think it's
three
an offlane, isn't it? Like there's the potential of a Largo
Phoenix
5,
offlane.
right?
Yeah.
No, I was thinking
but
Largo 5.
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, it's not that great with the SF. I don't really think that it's a very strong lane. You're into Shadow Demon, so there's not exactly a reason to put Largo as 5 against that. You don't really dispel the poison. You don't really do well against the SD in lane. I don't know. And now GamerLegion, they have Centaur with SD. This is one of the better combinations at punishing SF, you know. And SF is with Phoenix if he's going to be on the safe lane. This is a lane where I don't see how the Phoenix can protect him against the SD and Centaur. The moment you get level 2, Disrupt, Disseminate, Stun Double Edge, you're gonna feed on the SF, you know. I think...
Yeah, big amount of jump coming out from RCY on his signature Storm Spirit as well.
After the first two, I mean the first 4 heroes, I feel like GamerLegion has a huge advantage. I don't know if the 18 pick on Spirit here is going to be able to change much of the complexion of the draft. You know, I don't know. I don't see like a good pick here to save things. Maybe like an underlord, they need some tanky boy to protect the SF in the game, because the Phoenix and Largo, I don't think they're sufficient.
Just feel a bit flimsy right now for Spirit. Whatever it is they are trying to cook up here, I don't know if I'm a fan. And now they need to try and find an answer for the Storm Spirit.
Maybe they should
SF
put
mid?
SF mid and pick something like Ursa. So the whole lineup is not about the SF, it's about something else. Maybe it'll be better for them to head in that direction. Because right now it's tough to decide. It doesn't look good if you want to put the SF on a carry. But it still has its drawbacks. If you put Ursa on carry with the Phoenix, it's amazing in the lane against Centaur, but later in the game, SD totally ruins you in the team fight with the Purge. I mean, if you don't do that, there is always Cass against Centaur, but yeah, I'm not sure if the Cass and SF would work very well together. It'll be good in the lane. But okay, so Spirit goes for more team fight with Tide, so not really revealing where the SF is gonna go yet, but they're gonna have to decide anyway since they're picking another hero next at 23. I mean, there's this massive team fight with Ravage, Phoenix, SF, but it just feels like it's so greedy. They have a lot of very long cooldowns, and you cannot really guarantee the Tide is going to have a good lane, because Tide is laning with, I presume, Ralgo here, double melee into Warlock plus a potential Ursa coming in, you know, so they ban out the Ursa first. So other than that, there's still a Cass, which could be good against the Tide. There's also Gyro. I think Gyro could also be good for GamerLegion. There's a lot of heroes that could punish the Tide here though, so I don't think it's looking too good, you know, for Spirit here with the draft. I mean, the shot on the Tide is nice against Storm. I think that's about it at the moment.
Yeah, I'm just really concerned because you talk about this massive team fight from Spirit. I kind of feel like the Centaur Stampede just counters them entirely, right? Even if you Ravage, you have maybe like a good 1 or 2 seconds to run away with the Stampede, and Team Spirit don't have a way of really stopping you unless the SF blinks Requiems and BKBs.
Yeah,
so
they need a
GamerLegion
stun.
gonna have a lot smoother of a time setting up whatever fight they want.
Spirit needs some stuns. They need a carry like Elk, Sven, something with a stun. Or even tiny carry, I don't know. Something that can stun and hold people down, because right now they don't really have a lot of catch, or don't have anything at all. They actually don't have anything at all outside Ravage and the shard from the Tide Hunter. So this is getting very worrisome. This last pick has to save so many holes in the draft.
The problem is if you put the SF mid for the positive matchup into the Storm, then you need to pick a carry that can fill all those gaps, which feels rather impossible unless your name is Mickey and you last pick Tiny Carry with Electri again.
Yeah, the thing with the melee heroes with stuns, right, they all don't match up well against Shadow Demon. That is why it's a headache, you know, to pick this hero right now. But I think they should still do it, because their draft lacks catch and they need a catch so that they can play the game. Somebody's got to take an L somewhere, and I think it's probably going to be the carry. Oh my god, Queen of Pain mid into Storm to counter the lane, and then they have Corp, SF, and Tide. And this is just an all lane or nothing draft, you know. If they don't do well in the lanes, this draft is so slow. They can't do anything outside of having team fights with the Egg, the Tide, the SF ult, the Corp. They are very, very strong in the team fight, but they have nothing else outside of the team fight. So they're going to be very reliant on doing well in the lanes to win.
Okay, though, but to be fair, I'm looking at GamerLegion's draft now, and even though the Warlock Shadow Demon, it looks a lot more useful to me, I will say that Storm is the only one that they can play through, right? So if the Queen of Pain actually manages to have a...
They have one more pick,
but
Mike.
I'm just saying at the present
Gyro,
moment...
No, they just need to pick a carry that they can also play through, something like a Gyro to enable the game. Because the Storm is going to get pressure, like you were about to say, against the Corp. So you need to make sure you have another option, a backup, you know? Okay, Weaver is kind of like a backup. I don't think it's as good as the Gyro, but I can see why. He's a good egg killer with your Gemini. It's very good in the lane against Tide. And again, you know, I mentioned about the lack of stuns on Spirit side, so the Weaver is going to be a very elusive hero. How are you going to kill the Weaver, you know? So I can see the logic here why Yamsum decides to pick the Weaver here. You have some sustain with the Warlock in the lane. Weaver always lacks sustain, so he loves laning with a support that can actually heal. So they have that. I think overall the setup, I still think just based on draft, GamerLegion has the upper hand here. They're going to struggle a little bit, especially in the mid lane with the Corp against Storm matchup, but I don't think it's a problem where they cannot overcome. I think based on side lanes, they have pretty nice side lanes with Warlock, Weaver, and SD and Centaur, and as long as they can stabilize the side lanes, if they don't lose the side lanes and they just lose the mid, they should be still able to play the game because the Storm can actually receive help from the supports if they don't need to help the side lanes.
Is the Weaver considered a good matchup into Tide? Because I can understand Shikuchi being annoying in the bugs as well.
It's very good because the Tide has very low attack speed, so it takes a long time for him to remove the bug when the bug's latching on him and you're losing armor. So the Weaver can actually deal a lot of damage to you. And also because the slow damage, it's magic damage, right? Tide doesn't like to play into a lot of magic damage. So you can use your Shikuchi to push him out of the lane. So a lot of things are gonna be in favor of the Weaver in this Tide Weaver matchup. And also the Tide, he has a melee hero with him. He has a Largo, you know. So not going to be pressuring the Weaver too much. But on the other hand, he can dispel the Warlock spells, you know. The heal, the Fatal Bond. So he's gonna be able to do that at least in the lane.
Okay, Spirit putting all their hope in Mirel to take things from the mid lane, get that positive advantage and play through there. But it's like what you said, Team Spirit, if they don't win these lanes, it's going to be very difficult for them to really get much done. Very greedy heroes, and GamerLegion, they seem to have answered what they saw in the draft on the side lanes. I mean, RCY might have to suffer for it. He's been the shining boy for them the entire time, but this will be a test for the GamerLegion side lanes, whether they can pull their weight and bring things back. Let RCY have a road to recovery in this presumably tough matchup. We'll see.
Yeah, Spirit needs to win the lanes. They have to. If they don't win the lanes, their lineup is just going to be so slow. You know, it's very, very difficult to play the mid game. So now both teams, they're going to be trying to get an advantage right away, smoking at around the same time.
30 seconds to battle.
Based on heroes, I think GamerLegion has a stronger level 1. Shadow Demon Disrupt into Centaur Storm with Fatal Bonds. Spirit, kind of, I don't really know how you initiate. I guess it's just a gush. If you see someone, you can try and gush. They don't exactly have a stun. So yeah, I guess it'll be hard for them to actually go on someone unless GamerLegion dive them and they could react to the aggressive play.
Remember how at the end of that draft when we saw the first 4 heroes, we were saying, oh, Spirit need to pick a stun, and then they pick a hero with no stun at all. That was crazy when they did that.
Yeah, I think just based on draft, out of 10 games, I would rather be the left draft. The GamerLegion draft, I think at least 8 or 9 times over.
All I'm saying is that if Miposhka or Sino were here, this shit would never happen. You know what I'm saying? Like, you never see Spirit sort of fall into these traps.
Yeah, maybe Kuro is the new coach, you know, no stun.
he's had enough of Nigma Galaxy not qualifying to events. He's like, all right, Spirit.
Yeah, I gotta keep the meme going, you know, the no stun draft. You don't need stuns.
But it's only funny if people actually know that Kuro is the coach, because then he's living up to his legacy. But now it just kind of looks like Spirit, they are definitely experimenting. It's spicy. I don't think it's a game-losing draft, though. I don't think it's so bad that Team Spirit have just outright put themselves in an awful spot. I think Yatoro, Panto, they still should have a decent time here. It just matters that Yatoro stays safely positioned. So it's up to Panto how much he can do to try and trade versus them. I think one thing you always like to talk about is maybe giving the support like a Phoenix or an Ogre an early sort of EXP advantage, and then maybe the Phoenix can 1v2. But in this particular case, he wants to hit those creeps.
No, not with an SF. You can't do it with SF. You can do it if you have a more self-sustained carry. Like you have a very strong level 1 spell. You can go somewhere and do something and trade, but not with SF.
And perhaps a gyro.
Yeah, perhaps a gyro, perhaps like a Wind Ranger, you can definitely consider doing that. But with SF, you just need the support to stay with you in the lane to bodyguard you. That's why I wasn't really expecting a Phoenix to come out, you know. I mean, I get the reason. It's very strong in the team fight. SF, you're sieging, you're hitting the tower, Sunray behind you, healing you, backing you up, but it's going to take a long time to get there, you know. And they're going to be really relying on this Corp against Storm matchup to go very, very well for Miriel.
It's going okay at the moment. I think the real struggle starts to come in near the... I think for RCY at least, near the minute...
Level 3.
Sort of 4, minute 5, right?
Level 3, usually the pressure starts to mount with the second point in Shadow Strike.
Oh, that early?
Okay. Yeah, and on bot lane, just normal Warlock things, you know, people drafting melee supports against Warlock and then just running around pulling the wave. It's nothing new. And you've seen a lot of like Warlock players adjusting to this, you know. I don't know if you actually seen a lot of players buy boots at level 1, but today I've seen already 2 players do this, you know. They buy boots because they know the pause 4 is just going to drag waves and run around. So as a Warlock, you just need to get a boost to follow the other guy.
Yeah, yeah. In the previous game, it was Tofu just sort of chasing behind to the tier 1, I think, and getting it done.
It's
a little bit annoying there.
Fun to see Dota evolving, you know, at the same event, how players are adjusting to what their opponents are doing, even within a series.
This isn't even sort of the end just yet, right? We got a group stage 2 coming up. Yatoro being focused down as you were suspecting, but able to turn around the razors and create the distance. It's now Big Num in trouble as Panto taking him down. You got a bit of damage. Blood Grenade, the Fairy Fire at the last moment. Panto might have just been baited in. You got one raise, second raise, bait. There's the stomp, and I think he's dead.
He got him. I think he got him. Big Num is coming in with the Blood Grenade. That was very nice play there. Clutch. I think the pause is viable. It doesn't change a thing. He's dead.
Hey, Toro is his ass is cooked.
He's
Big Num is 1 HP, happy. By the way.
Yeah, but double H doesn't kill you.
As I'm saying, Big Num is 1 HP and he's got to die to the creeps.
Sorry. Good trade then. For sure, he's happy to die there. He gives Centaur the solo XP. Did he get the solo XP? No.
No,
he took the XP before he died.
Yeah. It's a little bit of tax, you know. He came in for that Blood Grenade play. It was a good one. You know, he needs a little bit of something in return. This is a business after all that they're running. This is no fun in games. It's EPT we're talking about.
Everything is a transaction, yeah. It's all a transactional basis. And here comes Speed. He's here to claim his tax. Coming through the gate, waiting for an opportunity. This is like the risk of having an SF and Phoenix as your duo. Like when a gate gank comes like this, you don't really do anything, you know. But Speed, he's gonna TP to the mid lane actually to help the Storm. Just to pick up the rune. Okay, he's walking back top. Interesting. So he feels like he doesn't need to help.
Cosplay right there.
He doesn't need to help the Weaver at the bottom lane, just electing to choose to pressure the other lanes. Oh, the tide is getting a lot, you know, because he left the lane. So I don't know if this is working out too well for GamerLegion.
Is it that important to shut down the tide? Like, if the tide gets like levels and farm, is it going to be a big problem for GamerLegion?
Yeah.
Can they still execute their lineup?
Tide is very similar to Underlord. He's one of those off-lane heroes, aura bots, where if you give him a timing and good lane, he's going to do a lot. Disrupt.
Still got to dive away. The Fatal Bonds might just pick Panto down. Double edge, big one on the creep wave. That will slice down the Phoenix, even though he managed to escape. Really, really nicely done from GamerLegion. And very importantly, a charge on the Black Grimoire. So every single one of those kills that Speed gets involved in, that will just help him get an earlier golem to potentially pressure a tier 1 tower with.
Yeah, I also want to highlight that the Centaur has a Tranquil Boots. He's abusing the Tranquil Boots and he has Counter Strike as well. This is not something we see a lot on the faster choice, you know. A bit surprised, but I can
Talk to me about
why.
how this... Can you explain how this works? What exactly is the abuse here? Because as far as I can see, he's not assembling it, but he gets like less regen, right?
Yeah, he assembled it just now when he feels like he's not going to be fighting, and now he disassembles it and he goes in to fight, so he just can always do it, rinse, repeat.
So it's kind of like tread swapping, but even more high effort.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
A lot higher effort, a lot more clicking.
I thought people were sort of doing the whole Tranquil Boots, and then you just kind of keep it in your inventory, but I guess you lose a bit too much regen with that.
Right, power runes. Here comes the Quap. She brings in, they get a disrupt. Speed is running away because he has boots. So RCO is like, thank you for the distraction, guys. I'm gonna pick up the rune.
Yeah. I think it's particularly interesting that Mirel chose to try and walk back over to mid even though the Storm already had the better position. Because if Queen of Pain actually committed into the triangle there, I think they killed the Warlock.
But then again, is the Warlock kill what you want? I think the rune is more important than the Warlock kill, though. I felt like he should have just stayed mid to fight for the rune.
No, but the thing is, he guessed top, right? Like, that's why he was going top. He wasn't going top for the Warlock kill. The Warlock just happened to be there.
Yeah, but
so I'm like,
he shouldn't even be going top, you know. I think the two supports went top, so you have two heroes top, and you need to go bot as the top, because if the Storm comes bottom alone to 1v1 you, you're gonna win that fight.
Yeah,
so,
the problem is he didn't see the Lago, right? So he was worried it might be a 2v1.
I don't know. I think the move was not correct, no matter what, because he needed to prioritize the rune over the kill there. The rune matters a lot more. Now the Storm, because he picks up the rune, he actually feels so good. He is happy. He has his clarity running, he's jungling, he has a haste to react to the side lanes. So GamerLegion definitely feel like they got the upper hand here after that trade. 3 heroes top again. Bignam looking for an opening with the disrupt. Now he has his face boots on the Centaur.
There you go. Panto.
Fake the bonds? Yeah, he's dead.
Yeah, double edge. He's got it. Really nicely done. Kind of an untimely creep wave there. That was a bit rough. But Fate getting away with a lot here on this Centaur off lane. Kind of what we expected already. We wanted to see something like a clockwork for the SF. But instead, Yotaro relegated to the jungle really early on, and it is struggle city here for Spirit on these lanes.
I mean, this is what I expected, right? When you have a Phoenix and SF on the same lane, they're getting abused. Speed is doing a pretty good job pressuring that lane, leaving Yamsam onto his own self, you know, to just play the lane. He knows that the Weaver can survive, but the trade-off is Tide is also getting quite a bit, you know, on this bot lane, because he's not really getting pressure a lot. Weaver is still getting more, but I think overall the exchange, this is good for GamerLegion because the SF is forced out of the lane. And here comes Yamsam to open up the top tower. They have 4 heroes here.
Alright, easy setup onto Panto again. Yeah, Panto just really continuing to stick around to try and snap the EXP. I don't even think that's a wrong play. It's just, yeah, easy kill, Grimoire charge like you mentioned.
No, he did not get a charge. What the hell?
Was he too far away maybe?
He had 3 and he didn't get 4, but he had the heal. That was very...
Is it like a distance thing, you think?
I don't think so.
The sort of charges with like this and the slug permanent agi gain, like all these little things, sometimes they just kind of mess up. I don't really know why.
So
Game's still better, so no complaining.
That's a maximum distance to that?
Bro, I don't know. The mysteries of Dota 2. I mean, I've seen a Pudge literally hook and kill and then not get a flash heat. So I don't know what the deal is. Maybe it registers like on the hook kill, maybe it registers like the body as being too far away.
Oh, so the moment you die, right? Where you're dying.
I think so. That's my guess for Pudge hook. I don't know about specifically with that Warlock interaction, because I agree with you. I feel like the Fatal Bonds being an assisting factor there should have netted him a Grimoire charge. Regardless of the Grimoire, he pops it though. Very close to level 6 now, just needs a bit more EXP. Meanwhile, Yamsun trying to pressure the bot lane. Itoro's TPing in, but not a lot of mana to work with. So really just kind of assuming positions of these lanes here.
There's no way they kill the Weaver. Nice disrupt. They catch him mid-dive. He's dead.
Panto continuing to get found out and killed here. Spirit just not really having the most success with this Pulse 5 Phoenix right now.
5 deaths at 10 minutes, you know. I always tell you about the supports that need to be enabled. I always mention Phoenix is one of them. You want to lane with a Jara, you want to lane with a Sven, something with a stun, or even a DK, you know? Not like SF. SF is difficult to make work as Phoenix. And Speed just casually drops the rock. I love this to steal the stack. I love it. I absolutely love it. He got some of it, but actually he's
losing the golem.
He lost the golem. Okay, that didn't really work out as well as I thought it would.
I mean, on the bright side, he didn't feed the golem gold over to Team Spirit. Like, I think it was a neutral creep that actually ended up getting the last hit.
Yeah,
and a lot of the recovery gold for Team Spirit now no longer an option.
I don't think he took away too many, you know? He got the small creeps. Maybe like 300 gold, 200-300 gold, so I feel like that wasn't like a disaster for Team Spirit. And right now, because they're behind 3k, and now that you know that Golem's used, you're just going to safely farm for another 2 minutes. So I don't think it's particularly upsetting for Spirit.
Still going to the mid lane, Mirel taking a lot of damage but had a big one. Thinking about the Sonic Wave, gets it in the right direction. RCY now in a bit of trouble, but still mana to work with. Stampede to bail him out as Collapse TP's in looking for an angle, eats a disruption instead. And RCY will get his items delivered to him, and a cheeky little escape there for the Storm Spirit. Very well done.
This is why I mentioned that this is not his type of hero, you know, for Mirel. He's better at the Spirit heroes. Like when you see Storm ahead of Quab, like he just killed the Quab at 10 minutes. I mean, you know something has gone wrong for the Quab. Like you pick the Quab into the Storm to slow him down so the Storm could not pick up runes and he could not impact the side lanes, you know. Not what's happening right now. This is going really poorly for Spirit. 5k down, 12 minutes in. It's a long way back from here, you know. And Collapse is on a tide. It's not a hero that can be active really early like a Mars or Primal. He also needs to farm on this hero.
He's not even farming to sort of scale for himself, right? He's getting that ever important pipe for the team. Maybe that will be a timing that Spirit can take advantage of. But Winter, it's kind of like what you said about Mirel. Like even some early sort of minor decision-making things like choosing to run over to the top lane instead of going for the bot rune, right? Like these small little priorities, that's kind of what maybe you would imagine is setting him apart or behind here, because he got this Queen of Pain picked into a supposed winning matchup and he's 1k behind. You could argue, say, maybe GamerLegion supports were more present in the mid lane, whatever. Maybe the Largo didn't rotate as much as he should have. But then you kind of got to ask yourself, like, if you're picking a Queen of Pain winning matchup but your supports don't back up the Queen of Pain well, then what's the point?
And there's definitely a good amount of argument can be made because of the Phoenix and the Largo not really working with the Quad. I can definitely also agree to that. You know, that's why I felt like they needed the Ember Spirit to enable the Phoenix and Largo when they were going to pick their mid hero. I felt like Quad it's good for the matchup, but just for the lane matchup. But if you pick the Quad and it's bad with your support duo, and then you don't win the mid matchup, what are you meant to do in the game? I think now Spirit has,
I think it's like one of those things that we talk about this a lot, Winter. It doesn't really matter if you like counter a support in the lane. With the right pairing, if the cores enable the supports and the supports enable the cores, it goes both ways, right? But you think about a Phoenix, you think about a Largo, Collapse trying to steal away a Wisdom Shrine. He's not going to survive this one. A slow but steady burn down. RCY losing quite a bit of HP, but the disruption will keep him at bay. But yeah, I mean, I think the Largo helped Collapse survive the early laning stage, but I don't know whether it really made a difference. RCY will get that Pavis to help him out. Good try there from Collapse. Using the Ravage because he knows Spirit are in no position to fight for the next 2.5 minutes anyway.
Next 2.5 minutes, next 5 minutes, man. I don't know if they're ever
maybe.
gonna. Yeah, I don't even know if they can actually fight at the Tormentor, you know, unless some miracle play happens where they kill someone of value, you know, like the Storm or the Weaver. But as of right now, I just find it very difficult to see how Spirit can actually run up and kill any of the heroes because they don't have an actual catch with their lineup.
Yeah. The last
Sure,
pick
if
pot
you want-
decision not working out for them at all.
Sure, if you want to count the Ravage, you know, but yeah, it's a 2-minute cooldown.
Yeah, they just use their only catch then. That's not looking too good. Itoro being spotted out. Where's the backup? Where's the lick? It's not there. Ru was busy throwing out his buddies to play a tune on the low ground. And an easy escape. RCY just able to walk this one off. Sonic Wave to protect the egg. They will still be able to focus it down. Stampede comes out a little bit later. GamerLegion, they trade one support for one support, but they get the Yatoro kill, and that's big.
Very big, and they got some of the stack goal as well, you know, so this has got a sting, you know, for Yatoro. His second death of the game and losing a couple of creeps to that gank again, you know. Rough, you know, very, very rough. I mean, just Team Spirit not being able to do anything. It's all about GamerLegion making moves because they have this Spirit hero that's controlling runes. They are the ones in position to make moves and try to force Spirit's hand to react, you know. So doing a really good job in that regard. Just trading a support for the SF. Very nice there from GamerLegion. And now the Weaver is here to play. He's in the team fight. He has a Maelstrom and he's ready to rumble.
Look at Ru. This is not really the jam sesh that he wanted. He gets his head jammed into his own guitar. That's rough. Ru not standing a chance
Collapse. I see Collapse in the lane. He's, I think, intentionally trying to bait here because he knows he's pretty tanky. He has the pipe done.
There. 4 enemy heroes wrapping around him. This could be an overdive situation. GamerLegion, they have to watch themselves. There's no way the Tidehunter is the target. You look for the bigger one on the back line. Found Mirel, the Queen of Pain, in trouble. And you might have a pipe, but you can't reach over to where she is to save her. A Collapse is nothing but a big meat shield. And now we'll get torn away at. Where is the rest of Spirit? They've left him out to dry. And this is not the pipe reveal that you wanted. Spirit not able to fight at all. And I mean, Collapse already said it. Maybe the rest of the teams are hoping to win in this tournament, but for Team Spirit, it's just about trying to put up a good showing. We're not really getting much of it right now.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And they just look so lost as a team, like in terms of the strategy, in terms of how they're coordinating. They don't really know what they have to do at the moment. Everyone seems to just be playing their own hero. The drafts doesn't really make sense together. It's just people asking for heroes, and right now Spirit, you can see they can't really function as a team because the heroes don't work well together, and the lane's also not going well because they're supposed to win this co-op Storm lane to actually have at least something to play for, and now they have nothing.
Yeah. You didn't pick a stun, you didn't pick a catch, you're just kind of running around looking at heroes hoping they walk into your hands and give you a kill for free. Fortunately, GamerLegion, they might be out of the tournament right now, but they're still playing their hearts out. Bringing the heat to Team Spirit here, and it's kind of similar for them and Pain, right? Because even though these two teams, they're no longer part of DreamLeague Season 28, they both did qualify for Birmingham coming up in just a few weeks' time. And all this practice against their opponents later then, it's going to matter a whole lot. This will be a big confidence builder for GamerLegion if they can close this one out. Maybe start to write the recipe for success for them. As Fade walks in alone, really ballsy here. A stomp out initially, Stampede over, RCY will follow up. Still, fighting into Ru with the heal zone, that is not really viable. And now that the Team Spirit ball has formed up, it's not something that GamerLegion can crack. They're going to back up.
Yeah, good decision there. You're not fighting into the egg, Ravage, Sonic Wave, Raccoon there. That was a very wise retreat by GamerLegion. You need to finish your BKBs on the Weaver, finish the BKB on Storm at some point before you can actually take all this 5v5 team fight. They're just trying to poke with the Stampede. But 2 wards, they're gonna scout Yatoro. They know he's in the area.
Uh-oh.
Has been killed.
Yatoro,
can he get through the defender's gate? He will be able to make it through. Ru ready with a lick if needed. Oh, the disruption, who have they found? It's Panto with the dive away. Any follow-up disable? Doesn't look like it, as Collapse rotating over now. But they don't have the vision for the Weaver as he's able to just Shikuchi away. That's the problem with no stuns.
Yeah, the tower is going to be forfeited, so I think the Tormentor is probably going to be the same right now for Spirit. don't know if they're going to be able to at least find a trade on Roshan because they do have the SF and Tide, some minus armor for Roche. Maybe that would be the best thing to do. But look at what
GamerLegion are doing the Roche, bro.
They are doing the Roche first instead of setting up for Tormentor. This is really smart too.
That's the Weaver and the Shadow Demon special. Really, really nicely done. They are not giving Spirit a thing. And now Collapse being poked there will reveal that he has that shot. Here comes RCY looking for the backline. Panto caught in the mid dive, not going to have the chance to pop the egg. He will just drop to the deck again. 1-7-1 on this position 5 Phoenix. Not the performance you want from your captain.
And there's just nothing much they can do at the moment. Their heroes are just so defensive and so reactive by nature. They can only push out waves, wait for their lineups, their heroes to ball up, and then they can play, you know. But GamerLegion, they are not giving any opportunities. They're gonna find another pick-off. And this is the thing, right? They have a ball lineup, but they can't fight, so their supports have to result into doing a lot of like all these random small little things on the lane, you know? And you're doing it against a Storm. So it means that you're always going to risk getting killed solo by a Storm.
Not just that, but I feel like typically these two supports, Shadow Demon and Warlock, not known for being able to move around the map in such a quick fashion. But once you factor in the Stampede, they are able to connect almost instantaneously faster than you expect. Here's RCY trying to contest for the Wisdom Shrine. Will get pushed away by Collapse though. Again,
that was a nice try by Collapse.
It's just a prod.
You saw what he did there? He tried to stand on the anchor so the Storm cannot click the anchor, you know, that was a nice attempt.
Yeah, he's kind of smart and he's trying to be a little cheeky with it, but RCY, he's got that zoomer reflexes. He knows how to get an anchor off him.
Yeah, GamerLegion, they're definitely in full control of this game, but Team Spirit by no means out because they do have very good high ground, very good team fight, very good late game scaling. If they can get there with the SF, Tide, Phoenix. But the downside is because they don't have the stun, GamerLegion can basically play anywhere and just run away and kite. Nice dodge. Dodges the anchor. And here comes Fade. 2-man stun.
Egg looking for the Ravage, but they can just soft commit, forcing out their ultimate and backing off. GamerLegion doing an excellent job just poking and prodding, testing the front lines. Good vision because it's daytime and Big Num looking for an angle in on the disruption. Won't really find a viable target. The thing is they can't make it past Collapse, and I think Collapse is doing a great job using his body as a shield. Because if they overcommit past Collapse a bit too much, that's his time to Ravage. So as long as he kind of puts himself in the middle of GamerLegion and the rest of his team, GamerLegion can't actually pick them apart. They're relying on the ball being broken up, not by pure force, but by just kind of disconnection from Spirit's side.
But GamerLegion don't have to force things, they can just farm the map. They don't really have to just run into this ball. Like the moment Spirit is forced to group up, you just go back and farm. Just like what they're doing right now. They are pushing out the top wave, they're farming the Ancients. Like where are the Ancients being farmed for Spirit? Spirit is not getting any Ancient camps. This is going to be really detrimental for the economy for Spirit in the long run.
I love what RCY is doing. Just cutting creeps with the Aegis and zipping on over. Try and hunt down Mirel. He gets spotted out.
The Largo.
They heard the song. Froststorm coming down, stopping the Vortex. Still shouldn't be enough to save Rue in this situation. Has the backup of Big Num and another freebie.
15 Galvanized stacks on the Storm Spirit.
Eesh.
Arcane Rune.
What are your thoughts on this Yamson Weaver build? I feel like most of the time we see the Weaver maybe go for something like a Desto, but he's gone a bit more hybrid, some stats in there as well. Hang on, Panto, that's going to be his 8th death of the game. Okay. Not done just yet, now looking towards Collapse, trying to force a Ravage, trying to force a reaction. Mirel thinking about the Sonic Wave coming in now, Yatoro as well, but they just can't save their Tide. And now Yatoro's being run at, there's a rock onto Mirel. Sonic Wave onto some illusions, a whole lot of nothing is what Spirit have to offer in this game number 1. A Requiem just to say goodbye, maybe to their chances. And Rue, for sure, that's not going to be the song he wants to sing. GamerLegion, they are looking on top.
Just nothing Spirit can do, yeah, with their heroes at the moment. The SF can't really stand and hit. He still needs BKB. Like the fight was just so difficult for Spirit. We're gonna see it again here, you know. They're standing right behind the tower. the Tide is in front using his body to kind of like block them from getting close to the team, and Quap just blinks it for some reason, and I don't know, then the Tide just dies and everything became so awkward. He drops the Sonic Wave, I'm pretty sure into almost nothing there.
He did not hit a single thing. The Sonic Wave did not connect on anything. He would have connected on Yamsun if Yamsun stood still for 3 seconds. And just really, really confusing decision making here from Spirit. I mean, you lost Panto and Rue for free. Surely you're not trying to stand at your tier 2 without your support. Now they'll group up again. Big disruption. Big Num might be in some trouble. Collapse with additional move speed, hidden under the Glimmer, but they see him with the Sentry. Nicely done. Set up the vision here. Not the easiest place to fight. As they'll zip past Collapse, go for the backline instead. RCY has his eyes on the prize, wants the Frog, and the Frog will get chopped down. Big Bad Battle Axe does the job. And this time round, they just ignore the Tide. It has to be so frustrating for Collapse. He's telling his team, just get behind me, but if you're too far behind, that's also a problem.
Yeah, I mean, I think the main issue is they just don't have a stun to stop whatever GamerLegion is doing outside of the Ravage. Like, you have that Watermelon just using his body, but because you don't have a stun, so they just ignore you and run past you, and there's nothing you can do to the other heroes. You're basically playing on the Ravage and just hoping that GamerLegion would overextend so you get a Ravage with the Requiem off. That is your hope, if you're Spirit.
This win really important for them to keep their chances alive, Team Spirit, of moving on to that second group stage, but it's not looking fruity for them at the moment. 18k gold lead, 21-2, but almost at that magic number. Big team fight about to break up. Blink forward first, fades in, get the connection again. Collapse still holding on to that Ravage, while Fade doing a much better job tanking the front line. There's the Ravage onto RCY Requiem, but he's able to dodge away. That's what happens when you use your only stun and you got nothing else to follow up. Stampede on forward, looking for the kill. The big rock dropped on Yatoro as he's just going to get chased down by Yamsun. He's the bigger Y in this one. GamerLegion crushing Spirit underfoot. And there is nothing that Collapse can do other than call GG. It's 27 minutes before they finally tap out, but in reality, it feels like it's been 10 and a half that they've been out of this one already. The lane's not going their way in the slightest. The mid game just a complete mess. None of the team fights, and I mean none of the team fights, hand out anywhere how Spirit were hoping.
I think the game was just over, right at the draft. The draft was just such a out draft, for Team Spirit. They just didn't really have a lot of tools in this game. Way too greedy, no stuns. They pick Quap to win the lane. He doesn't win the lane. You have this Phoenix and Largo support. Dude, I don't know, man.
What the hell is that?
It just looks so ugly already on paper. No stuns, no catch, nothing. You're completely reliant on the core, and then you don't save the draft by picking an Ember or something, that has a stun at the last pick. You pick a Quap, and you don't win your lane, and it's just over, right at that point. I think after 5-6 minutes, at 6 minutes after the Storm picks up the first power rune, I think the game was literally just down the drain for Spirit.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's a tough game to watch, like for a Spirit fan, this is difficult.
I'm not gonna lie, you tell me your 3, 4, and 5 is a watermelon, a bird, and a frog. I think you're talking about Conservatory. I don't think you're talking about Team Spirit trying to win a game of Dota. 26-2. It did not look like there were any signs of life at all. There was not. I feel like sometimes when a team loses, they at least kick back a little bit, or there's some sort of an attempt of a play. There was nothing of that sort here in this game number 1. And honestly, like you said, I think a lot of the current Dota 2 audience, I think, would consider themselves Spirit fans. They've been such an impeccable team for many years now. Even in their downtimes, it always just kind of felt like, okay, Spirit are off form, but they're gonna come back. Once it's TI season, once it's EWC season, that's when they're gonna lock in and get it done. But this is the least spirited Team Spirit I've seen in a very long while. And maybe it's what Collapse said. Maybe they're trying new things, but you try new things, it blows up in your face. I can't imagine that feels too good, but I know GamerLegion will be feeling excellent about that game number 1. Let's see whether they can carry the momentum into game number 2 after a short break.
This is the story of a mortal man, an angry man driven by revenge. He struck a deal and became a tool for the unfortunate souls condemned to hell. This is the story of Razor, a story of hatred and anger. Find out how this came to be in Tales from the Lore Keeper, Episode 4, brought to you by DHL.
The week was murder. I'm gonna get rid of the stress. I'm feeling
your skin. Times, timelines, and indulgence when palm trees, warm breeze, really massage your bones. Hot nights, moonlight, wish you could take them
Sip sweet, dip deep, repeat. When you stand on the sand and it warms your feet. In this heat you deserve a treat, so take it nice and slow. Carefree in a fantasy, you'll forget your stress for a week or 3. Trust me, when you're in the sea, there's nowhere else to go.
Everybody needs some time away and some time to play. I think you better take that holiday, holiday. Everybody needs some time away and some time to play. I think you better take that holiday, holiday. get connected. Let's stay connected. Come on. Let's get connected. I can feel us getting closer. Let's get connected. Let's stay connected. Let's get connected. I can feel us getting closer. Nothing gonna stop us if we unify. This is what they're gonna mark the future by. Everybody got to get together and do this right. Nothing gonna let nothing get in our way. Wanna change the world and start today. Everybody get together, let's get it right. Let's get connected.
You reminded me of that this morning. My father, he looked on by. He passed on to the next life. Oh, we all have to face it someday. Better if we're ready, we pray. Lord, I'm one with
Coming into this series, it was a must-win affair for Spirit if they wanted any chances of keeping their Dream League Season 28 hopes alive. But unfortunately, with losing this first game, I believe they are mathematically out. There is no chance for them, especially if how the other series are progressing. And this will be the last that we see from Spirit before Birmingham kicks off. So probably want to go out with a bit of a bang, I want to say, but I guess you could also say the same for GamerLegion, who definitely showed us a big bang in game number 1. Like, what a performance from them. To some aspects, you could say, and this is what we were discussing during the break as well, Winter, that we think most of it is like Spirit kind of shooting themselves in the foot with their draft. But at the same time, you kind of got to give props to GamerLegion. I think they did very well in that game.
Yeah, of course, they even did the Counter-Strike facet, right, on Centaur. You don't really see a lot of those nowadays. I think it's a very interesting choice, given that he is in a lane where he has to absolutely try to kill the SF. So the facet makes a lot of sense, and he was also abusing the Tranquil Boots, disassembling, assembling it for a region to abuse the region. So he could actually just rush a phase boots without buying any ring or any regen item. So that was, I think, pretty smart. I would like to see more players actually abuse that, on Centaur.
You know what's the funny thing? In the pre-game lobby chat, Fate was typing to Collapse in Russian. And of course, I didn't really understand it. I saw a bit of Russian typed out from Fate, but then I saw Counter-Strike, right? And I thought, oh, maybe they're friends. Maybe he's making a joke about playing CS.
You actually...
Maybe he was asking about... No, I don't know, but maybe he was asking Collapse about the Centaur facet or talking about it. Because it's literally also named Counter-Strike. So I don't know. Maybe Faye did the big brain play of saying like, hey, what do you think of this facet? And Collapse goes like, yeah, it's not very good. I don't know. I'll never do it. And then he picks it up in the game, crushes Collapse with it. That's mental damage and a half right there. That's crazy shit. I mean, there also could be the off chance that they're literally talking about Counter-Strike as in the FPS game, but yeah. And now that you talk about the facet again, it reminded me and I was just like, damn, this Fade guy, he's kind of playing 4D chess right now. GamerLegion gotta get their hands on the Bat Rider now that the Shadow Fiend and Shadow Demon are taken out of the pool by Spirit themselves. Razor, Viper, a lot of options available for Team Spirit, whatever they want to go for.
Warlock is in the first phase ban. Warlock is in first phase ban, by the way. Yeah, you can definitely go Jack Hero, you can go Largo. Something to dispel it. The Weaver that was shown a couple of times against Bat Rider, they go for Abaddon.
Do we like it? Oh, you're right. Yo, Winter, you're right there, bro. Did the Abaddon miss get? Is he okay? Can someone check his phone?
Okay.
Check his... Oh my goodness.
Relax, I'm okay.
Wait, why did they play? I love the sound effects from our production team, bro. They be cooking. But yeah, Abaddon, back to the question, Winter. Do we like it or not?
I mean, I don't know if I like it, but I think it makes sense against Bat Rider. I kind of theory crafted this as a possible respawn. Didn't I tell you this like 1 or 2 days ago when somebody was like opening with Bat Rider? I casually suggested maybe Abaddon could be an answer. We saw Aurora do this in Division 2. They pick Abaddon every time somebody picks a Bat Rider opening. I mean, Abaddon is not exactly a very strong hero right now. He's, I think, considered average or at least below average hero on the carry.
Yeah. That's kind of where I'm getting at though. Like, I worry that kind of responding to a Bat Rider this early on, we've seen what happens, right? Bat Rider just goes and farms anyway and gets his items, and then the counter feels a bit moved.
He's like Viper, you know, the Bat Rider. You pick him to win the lane, but if enemy picks a sniper, you just max your Nether Toxin and you farm, so you don't exactly get pressured. A little bit similar to Bat, you know, you get in a lane where you can't really win. You just go and farm stacks, you skill your Firefly and whatever, you know. But even, I think in some games that I've seen, but this is pub, right? I've seen Bat Rider, even when you get level 4 and 5, against a Abaddon, the shield cooldown cannot reliably save you every time. There are going to be opportunities that if somebody rotates to the lane, you could still kill the Abaddon. So I don't think it's like a completely zero chance kill lane, you know, for Bat in this situation.
What's going on here? Disruptor coming out? What do Spirit have planned?
It's a Bat Rider counter in a way. You pull him back. Bat Rider kind of hates playing to Disruptor because you want to chase and you want to run around in the team fight, and against Disruptor you can't really do that because of Glimpse, because of the kinetic field. I think in the lane with Abaddon, this is a much nicer pairing compared to what we've seen in the first game. Shadow Pin Phoenix. That is, I don't know, that was, in my book, a very, very bad duo. Too weak.
Yeah.
Both heroes are too weak together.
Two little frail children holding each other's hands, crying under the bridge, asking for a mother that will never come back.
Yeah, GamerLegion just wants to storm this lane. They go with the Tusk. There is only one reason you pick the Tusk here, is you want to destroy the lane with Bat Rider. And Disruptor kinda... Yeah, you hate playing the Tusk. Yeah, this is not an easy matchup. You have your... what's it called? The innate to run away. I always forget the name.
The electromagnetic pulse?
Yeah, to run away when he's sticking on you with the tag team, but outside of that, the Tusk is always going to bully you in the lane. And they're going to follow that up with a Largo. I wonder if the Largo is actually going to be the one with the bat, because you can dispel the Thunder Strike. So this is a definitely interesting combination, Largo and Tusk. Double melee supports. But in terms of what they're doing in the game, Largo is usually just buffing your teammates if you're playing him as a support, pushing out lanes. And Tusk is kind of the one that's moving around to set up kills. So I think they kind of have different roles in the game, which is nice.
A quick unrelated question to the draft right now, but I'm just curious from your own professional experience. How much of a difference does it make for playing these online tournaments from each of your respective homes versus everyone being in the same boot camp? Because obviously we can see from the camps right now, GamerLegion, they had to arrange a boot camp in Europe for these tournaments. They are clearly all in the same place. They seem to be in a very good mood, like laughing with their coach, chilling, you know, hands behind their chairs. Meanwhile, Spirit, you know, each of them in their own sort of homes, presumably, all kind of look a bit down. Do you think the atmosphere matters, or do you think if you're a good enough team, it literally doesn't matter at all?
You know, of course it matters. You know, playing in the same place, you kind of gotta have better synergy and everything else. But there's also like this discussion about the players are gonna be too tired out, right? If you're always constantly boot camping together, if you're seeing each other every day, so you need time away from each other. You need time to rest, so that some wounds would heal. People are not going to be so mad at each other, you know?
Sure. Well, I mean, GamerLegion, they are perhaps one of the longest standing NA rosters that we've seen in recent history. So, one thing's for sure.
Time they made a roster change, yeah. Must have been a while.
I think, who was their mid laner before this? Because I feel like RCY's been in there for... Was it back when they were still wildcard with K1?
I think it was a while.
Like Yamson 5, and then yeah. Because Speed was helping them as a coach for a while, I think. Like, along with Blink and Speed, like Speed was their analyst. And then I think he got to the point where he was analyzing so much, he's like, hang on, let me just hop in here and own. And he absolutely did. And then Blink retired. Now they have Mangusu. And not to take anything away from Blink and Speed, but obviously Mangusu, a lot of experience working with Heroic, a lot of experience seeing that team sort of grow from where they were in the start to now. So bringing a lot of those ideas here, and GamerLegion, even though they haven't really evolved to be a top tier contending team, they are building up, right? You can see that there are signs of growth here and there, small little like moments where you think, okay, you know, maybe give this team a little bit more time. Team Spirit, though, it's going to be a pretty long period for them with this whole Mirel stand-in situation while Lao's on his break, so they also need to try and figure something out. When we're talking about all of that, we've breezed past some of the picks here. The Largo pick coming out for GamerLegion, and then the Puck quickly for Spirit, along with a Tiny. So you're probably missing your last pick offlane, I want to say, for Collapse.
Yeah, most likely. They are probably going to want something more active because Puck takes a lot of farm. So Centaur was I think it was a good ban. They're gonna ban out the Enigma as well, so maybe that's hinting that they're gonna pick some carry that can't really deal with the summons here for Yamsum. It has to be a range hero because they have Tusk and Largo as their supports. I think they need another range hero here.
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, Gyro would be nice. Something. Actually, no. If they wanted Gyro, they wouldn't have picked Enigma. They wouldn't have banned Enigma.
What's scared of Enigma and Centaur?
I don't know. My brain is not tracking one specific hero. After looking,
I was thinking maybe like a Wind Ranger, but not really because it's banned out. And also, I feel like Wind Ranger will be fine into Enigma. Ban out DK and Omni Knight. Pretty interesting. Just these beefcakes.
The bans seem like they want a range hero. And then Spirit is banning melee carries.
True, yeah. So GamerLegion, throughout their recent history, they have employed this Viper on the first pick very often as a countermeasure and a flex, right? They always kind of leave it, dangle it, the option for RCY or maybe even Fate to play it only for Yamsun to pick it up in the end on the carry. This time around, it makes a decent amount of sense, right? You have a lot of magic damage on Team Spirit, and the Abaddon himself can't actually contest you because if you walk up too close to the Viper, you're gonna get broken and you might just get killed. So pretty scary. They now have a reliable break into silence combo once the Void Spirit has his Aghanim Scepter. You combo that in with a lasso, no save available on Spirit. Maybe something they want to invest into with this last pick for Collapse. But what kind of offlaner can save at this point, right? You don't have the Black Hole, you don't have the Workhorse. Vengeful Spirit, pause 3, thinking.
I don't think there's actually any more saves here on the offlane. I think they're probably gonna just pick like an Aura hero. I'm not sure. There's Underlord. The root could be nice, but you can't play the lane against Viper. You have to suffer a little bit in the lane. It's tough, yeah. If they want to play the lane, they need a range hero with the Tiny. So the only range hero...
Is Timbersaw too insane?
Timber is... I think it's difficult against the Viper. I don't know. I think it's also really greedy when you have Timber, Abaddon, and Puck. Triple core. I guess this is much more of like a... I think a balance in between. He's like a team.
Okay.
You buy Aura. Although he's also considered a greedy hero, but I feel like he enables the Tiny in the lane. Iron Shell, the vacuum later with the stun from Tiny. And then you have the combination with the Disruptor as well. You vacuum into the Static Storm, Kinetic Field combination. So I can see it working here. And you don't really play the lane against Viper because you just cut the wave. You Iron Shell, you clear the wave behind. But the downside is, wouldn't they just put the Largo on the safe lane and just dispel you? Isn't that gonna be annoying?
Well, they're kind of switching it up at the moment. It seems like Fade will still be playing that pause 3 Largo, so they are moving away from the Bat Rider core. Mostly because they see, okay, you know, Yatoro and Panto, they dedicated their hero picks to making sure the Bat Rider is countered. We don't want to play that matchup. We're gonna let Fate just have a chill time, farm up his Aghanims, and then we hit this crazy timing. The Largo's also going to be excellent in enabling RCY, right? I think Void Spirit is a hero we always talk about. Coming in from that mid lane, you want some damage amp, you want some backup, whether it's an AA, a Skywrath Mage, or in this case, a Largo Croak of Genius, that is going to go a long way in taking down some of these tankier heroes on Team Spirit. I can't lie, I think the GamerLegion draft is pretty solid, but I will say that Team Spirit are looking a lot more versatile in this game number 2 with their heroes. I have a lot more confidence in this than I did with the no stun lineup, that's for sure.
Yeah, +1, same. I think this is a much better lineup, much better overall composition for Spirit. A lot more balance. There's some team fight, they have some good lanes, they have some catch. I think they are going to have a much better chance in this game. GamerLegion, on the other hand, with the switch up that he did in the last moment, moving the bat to a support with the Viper carry, not very sure if I like this a lot, but the Largo should be able to play the bottom side pretty well against the Disruptor and the Abaddon, because you can always dispel the Thunder Strike. So maybe the plan here is you put Fate in his lane, he can 1v2, so that Bignum can just roam and kill on the other lanes with the Tusk. I think this is something that you really always want to do as Tusk. You get level 2, then you run around, you just set up kills. You don't want to be sitting with your offlaner too long.
I mean, realistically speaking, they could also do it the other way, right? If they're feeling comfortable with Yamsun alone in the lane, they could also just rotate the Bat Rider, both supports on the GamerLegion side. Really nice gankers. Oh, we got a nice little tune. You see that? We got a nice little tune with the Largo. What's not to love? Nice little vibe to end off our Dream League here, Winter. To be honest, I'm gonna be real with you. I think the Dota games have been fun. It's been nice to see some of these teams like purely outclass the other. But I just feel like we haven't had a tight game or like a back and forth one, you know? We've had some games that have gone a little bit in one team's favor in the early game and then not at all after the 10-15 minute mark. Some of it have featured this bad boy right here.
Greedy as always, Mike. You want different heroes, you want interesting heroes, you want close games, you want everything. You want a 70-minute game, you want a game with Largo carry. Today you already got a tiny carry, man.
Did you just say I want a game with Largo carry? You might be pushing it a bit too far, brother.
Yeah, I'm just trying to illustrate that you always want to see something interesting, you know? And Largo carry was the first thing that came to mind.
Who doesn't? Who doesn't? Can you blame me? As in, again, I'm not saying that the games that we've had so far are bad by any stretch of the imagination. I think it has been really nice to see, especially teams like Pain, GamerLegion in certain cases show their stuff. It's just, you know, it kind of feels like a big tease, you know what I mean? Like, we see GamerLegion, these glimpses from Pain, them, and then we watch on the other streams OG popping the hell off, and then they come to this stream and then we're like, what the hell are we seeing here? You know what I'm saying? It's we don't get the OG that's on fire. We get the OG that gets 2-0 in short notice by Aurora. Which,
don't worry,
to be fair to OG,
they just 2-0 bad boom to force tiebreaks. You're gonna see more of them.
The battle begins.
Wonderful. Shout out to all the OG fans. All a bajillion of you. Do you think OG has the biggest fan base in all of Dota 2? Or do you think that's still Nigma? Because I feel like the Miracle fanboys are never going to stop bat chesting, but OG's got to be pretty close. I learned recently, because obviously at TI, OG have like these big community events and whatnot. I learned while I was there that apparently there are a lot of people who are OG Dota fans, but they are not even Dota 2 fans. So they just like OG Dota 2 specifically, but they don't actually give a shit about the rest of Dota 2 teams or Dota 2 as a whole. So if there's an event that OG is not playing in, they could not care less.
I'm sorry, they almost killed the Abaddon at level 1. Tag team and the league.
Winter, always focused on the game as usual. Largo's a really strong laner if you pair him with the right hero. I think this is what we always talk about, the core and the support lineup, right?
Yeah, it's actually pretty good. Yeah, you run in, then you use the leg to pull them back. You actually do so much damage. It forces the Disruptor to get glimpse at level 1. I guess he also wanted to get glimpse because of the catchy leg.
Yeah.
He's in trouble. No glimpse now. They're gonna bully him. Oh boy. He's tanking his lucky stars. He has an Abaddon on his lane.
Yeah, if not, he's dead like 2 times over. Actually, if it's anyone other than Abaddon, you get the sort of feeling that they might just be dead. Both of them. I don't know what other hero would sort of bail you out of that situation. Mirel playing on a very fine line here against RCY. I guess you could say the same about this Void Spirit. Tight mid lane matchup.
This is a very skill-based matchup, Void against Puck. I would say that Void Spirit usually in the laning phase will come out slightly on top with the CS, because you can blast it better with your animation. But Rue is there to spoil the party.
What the hell is Rue doing over here? When the hell did this Tiny get to the mid lane? This gets first blood. That was so random. I did not even see Rue coming. That's crazy.
Because he abandoned the bot lane. They can't play the bot lane. It's a Viper.
Wait, what? So you're telling me you picked this Darkseer just to AFK jungle while... Collapse! Yeah, a little bit tight there, a little bit close.
Because they didn't get the pull of the creeps, because Bignum started bottom before he head to top, so he kind of foiled their plans initially. And I think right now Darkseer felt like, because they didn't get to do what they wanted to do at level 1, so he can't really play the lane anymore, so he has to jungle.
That's rough. Yeah, Viper, turns out you put him in the mid lane, he dominates. You put him in the bot lane, he dominates as well, regardless of where he goes. A lane bully through and through. You can change where he's going to go, but you can't change who he is inside. A piece of shit who likes to spit on others.
Huskar is the same type of hero. You put him mid, he wins the lane. You put him on a safe lane, he wins the lane.
Yeah, and the only way to deal with him is to chain gank him with 3 heroes at least twice.
Yeah, and GamerLegion, they are doing the right thing here because the Darkseer abandoned the lane. They're bringing all their heroes top. Because they don't need to be in the lane with the Viper now. 3 versus 3, what?
The Viper's having a real nice time versus creeps.
Tiny is leaving. I don't want to have anything to do with this tri-lane.
What is happening with Yamson? Is he sort of last hit simulatoring right now? Bro has 22 denies 22 last hits. He's the king of demo mode. He's the king of last hit trainer on the arcade.
And doesn't even have a skill point add up, just 1 point in poison attack. No heroes in the lane. You don't need to.
Bro has a null talisman just for the vibes. He doesn't even need to use any mana. That's crazy. Top lane Yatoro being focused down, speed. That's a good glimpse, but still managing to get the flame break. The last shield won't be enough, and Panto can do nothing to help his carry out.
Yeah, this is really so smart what GamerLegion is doing. They're completely crushing top and bottom because of this type of exchange.
What's the option here for Team Spirit? Like, because obviously GamerLegion, they bring 3 heroes to the top lane. Do you just need to try and make a play bot or run mid? Because this running with your Abaddon disrupting thing is not really working out.
They can't even make a play top. They're gonna try. They're gonna try on the back rider. They can't gank bot, so they have to stay here. Okay, they can't save him with a snowball. TP out. Oh, that was close. Because the Darkseer is always so low when he's jungling like this, so it doesn't even make sense for the Spirit supposed to rotate to the bot lane to try and touch the Viper. The Viper is full HP, full mana. There's no way they can come down here, so they can only stay top or gank mid.
And Collapse is in a bit of a prickly situation. I feel like most of the time with an offlaner like this, you want to maybe go behind the tier 1, drag the creep wave over to a neutral camp and try and farm it. The issue is that if he does that, he runs the risk of maybe the Tiny just TPing in. Oh, sorry, not the Tiny, but any one of the GamerLegion supports TPing in, pressing 1 spell. Because he's so low, he just dies.
Mid lane. Here comes through
another avalanche. Toss off the mark there though, and RCY still an Astral Step to play with, while Mirel didn't manage to crack that level 6 until now. So even though Rue managed to get the first blood onto RCY, really nice stuff, it kind of is awkward now because the puck has to go and reset. They missed them out with the shards though, and that's going to limit the amount of pressure they can have. And would you look at that? Nice move there from Panto, denying away the regen rune. That is a very, very big deal.
Yeah, that kind of softens the blow onto Mira that he has to go back to base. Now he's going to come back with a full bottle, so he's going to be really, really happy about that. I mean, so far, I think apart from the Viper just getting a free farm, I think the other lanes are going still alright for Spirit. Abaddon, despite dying, he still has pretty good net worth, 2.6k net worth, 6 minutes. And now the shrines are gonna come. So can Spirit at least secure one side of the shrine here? This is gonna be a very important thing to do. The Viper is humongous. They are bringing in numbers here. They have to kill Yamsam. Yes, back up. They get a glimpse. Abaddon's keeping in. The whole team's
trying to pull him back into the tower. Yamson's still very tanky in his Nether Toxin. They're buying him the time, trying to get in the snowball, but the Dream Core and the Silence will deny it. And GamerLegion, they got a little bit distracted trying to save their Viper. They went away from the Wisdom Shrine, and Panto able to stand his ground and assert dominance, get the EXP, and probably find the kill onto Speed as well. End up losing 3 for 1, and a deny there for to the neutrals from Speed, which is, again, a little bit better than the otherwise disastrous situation where they just lost 3.
Yeah, they had no choice but to bring 5 heroes here to get the shrine. If they don't get the shrine there, game is going to be really hard. So Spirit salvages the game, kills the Viper, secures the shrine. So now they are in a much, much better situation compared to a minute ago. I mean, if they can somehow kill Yamsam again, because Yamsam just TPs down in the lane. So if they kill him again, this is huge. He's in trouble. He needs backup fast.
He can't afford to die a second time, and this time round, GamerLegion, they bring in the numbers. They know they can't afford to let this Viper die. Nice little Frog Storm, cancel the TP, Rue will drop, but nothing else to be found. And this time, GamerLegions are the one flailing around in the bot lane to hang on to this current game state that they've gotten for themselves.
Yeah, that was really crucial that they saved Yamsan there. If he dies there, that would have been such a disaster. And now top lane, RCY is TPing in. They're rotating behind with the Tusk. DD on RCY.
He's rotating on who though? RCY with the DD, like you mentioned, chopping through Yatoro. That Abaddon did not stand a chance. Didn't have the level 6 in the borrowed time to work with, and now Panto will get looked at as well. Disruptor not long for this world, chased down, and they will give the last hit over to RCY, as all things should be. Even with a coil used, I thought that Team Spirit were the ones getting the rap on GamerLegion, but it was all just the bait to set up for the Void Spirit for cleaning up.
I'm kind of surprised that actually went so bad for Spirit. They had a ward on the gate. They saw a Fade and Bignum coming through the gate, so they knew exactly what was happening there, but just somehow it just turned out so bad for them. I guess it's mainly because of the damage rune on RCY just making a huge difference there. Because they were very, very clear about how many heroes were in the area. But they still took the fight. Right, Panto, nice snowball. Blocks the glimpse, or disrupts the glimpse.
Gonna get caught here. Yatoro's trying to do what he can to save his support. And maybe under this tier 1 tower that they've yet to claim, it's a bit too deep of a dive. GamerLegion showing some restraint there, but you can kind of get the feeling that the early momentum that they had is being slowed down a little bit by Spirit. Just about the runes, RCY unfortunately will miss out on the haste in the bot lane.
Mira has recovered.
Immediate TP top. They're fighting still onto Yatoro, the glimpse onto the Viper. He came through not with a TP though. He came through just walking, and now they're looking at Yatoro. Finally, the borrowed time pops. Pretty nice. Speed able to clean up Panto on the back line. A coil now onto Yamsun. Fade trying to finish off Yatoro, but they don't have the damage through the shield. Yamsun's trying to fight into the park, but now he has the backup of Rue and Collapse. A toss over and an orb down. RCY trying to get the chop down on the park, but Mirel, oh, that last bit of damage. Managing to finish off the kill. Oh, really, really nicely done there.
Oh, that was very, very important. They finish off the puck. Otherwise, the death on the Viper would have been for nothing there.
Yeah.
Just barely.
I think
finishing.
it was the last tick of the urn, by the way.
Yeah.
It wasn't even the astral step.
It was definitely the urn. This puck unlucky not to survive, and now I feel like GamerLegion is kind of maybe a little bit more happy with the exchange at top. even though the Viper died back-to-back times at the moment. So his game kind of got stunted. He's still pretty farm on the Viper, but 2 deaths, he could have been, I'd say like 5.5, like 5.3k, 5.2k net worth right now.
Yeah. This is kind of one of the things that we had complaints about of GamerLegion, right? A lot of the times in games where even in an even game state, somehow it feels like Yamson is very prone to being caught out. But at least this game, he had a good enough pedestal to stand on from the early game. Had a completely free time into Darkseer, who deserted the lane. So his farm's still looking good, going for that Manta build. Is that kind of what you prefer in this situation, the right-clicking type Viper, compared to, let's say, the Aghanims, BKB, Bloodstone, all that sort of more sustained focused Viper that we've been seeing a lot more?
He needs to be tanky this game. The Manta is going to help him survive. You can dispel the Gleam, you can dodge the Glimpse, you can dispel the Silence from Park, which could be annoying. So there's a lot of things you can do. I think as long as he's a front line, you have Largo to buff you, I think that would be the best case scenario. You don't really need to just straight up build damage. I think he just needs to build items to allow him to survive in the front line.
Aghanim's probably going to be something on the menu though, right? Because, I mean, you talk about surviving, I feel like this Viper Aura build is probably your best bet compared to like what he's queuing up, which is Hurricane Pike. I guess Hurricane Pike is okay.
Yeah, this game Largo is going to be the Aura guy, you know, with the ultimate, with the strumming, you know. So you just want to be able to kill heroes. I don't think you should double down on too many defensive items.
Yeah, that's fair. I can respect that. GamerLegion looking towards top lane to try and take down this tier 1 finally. In the meanwhile, looks like the Tusk got picked off in the mid, trying to stab some EXP. TP's coming in though, RCY looking to defend. Oh, the Glimpse, can he dodge it? Nice to simulate, yeah. He'll just struck that one off. Sorry, that was a bit of an LD wow moment there. It was not hard at all for him to dodge that.
Bro, I didn't want to call you out. You know? I'm like, okay.
Yeah, my bad. Oh, RCY, you got the choreo though. Wow. That's the full Witchblade. It's kind of a big deal though.
Yeah, that is indeed a big deal. 14 minutes.
Would you say wow in this situation, Winter?
No, 14 minutes. They're just going to go back to farming. Much more quieter game after the laning phase. A lot of kills happening because of the tri-lane, but after that kind of died down, now both teams are back to just securing their farm. Darkseer wants to finish his aura items. I think whereas on your GamerLegion side, because of the nature of the lineup, whenever you have a Largo as your off lane, you are going to need to farm a lot before you come online. You know, this hero has always a 3-item timing. Your Aghanims, your Kaya Sage, and then your BKB. Or your Shivas, you know, depending on what's your 3rd item. And you need a lot of time to come online.
Do you think the option should be this game? Probably BKB for the static storm and everything?
Yeah, I think probably BKB.
The coil, right?
Most likely. I mean, I've seen some players go, like, I don't know if I like this, like the Shroud. I don't know if you've seen people do that. Some games maybe it's kind of okay, because you need mana and you have magic resist. Because you have mana problems on
it just feels a little bit greedy for me.
Yeah, it could be an option. But probably not going to see it. Because like you said, it takes a long time for you to finally get all your items and your kit.
Comparatively, we see the pipe complete there for Collapse. So despite the early laning stage not going ideally, he still managed to keep up in terms of farm. That's kind of one of the powers of the Darkseer. They're very much, you know, amass net worth as long as he's left alone. Bit of a wraparound play though. GamerLegion looking for a target. It's RCY with an Invis rune. They don't have a sentry spotting him out or anything. This will be the reveal of the Yule Scepter. There's the sentry in the lane as Collapse zips back out to safety. Dodging a very crucial gank there. Get fed in the top lane instead. Frog in trouble. Cooked up in the soup. Caught out by the coil and the snowball a little bit too late. Big Num now might get run down himself. Toss up to slow him and the glimpse is there. Just like that, Team Spirit able to secure 2 for free.
That was a very weird attempt there to try and go up and stay. It seems like the Largo was dead for sure, and they didn't really need to give up another hero there. Now Spirit, they kind of have some nice kills. They can move onto the map to finish the farm, push out the lane. So they're definitely really happy with the space they've gotten the last few minutes. Pipe's done on collapse, so they are ready to fight with the pipe. Puck also has dagger coming in the career, so they are hitting some nice timings here for the Spirit side.
Big stack though. GamerLegion getting the Largo Aghanims in order. RCY being dived in the mid lane. This would be a big kill to lose, and again the snowball save a bit too late. GamerLegion just kind of feels like they're not prepared for what Spirit are doing in this game number 2. The glimpse back. Spirit, they might not have been ahead in the early stage, but now they're using the Disruptor to perfection, running down GamerLegion and catching them with their guard down.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, this is a very big exchange here for Spirit, killing 2 heroes, killing the tower. They got 2 supports in the previous exchange at top, and now 4 kills unanswered, you know, for Spirit, and getting a tower on top of that. This is really going well. They're also going to be able to invade the jungle of GamerLegion side, take away the farm, keep scaling, and now your Tiny has dagger after that little move in the mid lane. So this is going perfectly for Team Spirit, and another pick off onto speed. Yeah, it seems like they are just lost, you know, the last 2 minutes. They're not really sure what they need to do, because you have a Largo which only wants to farm. Viper also kind of wants to farm. They can only go with RCY though. I don't think they should be playing anywhere on the side lanes at the moment. They should just follow the Void Spirit. Wherever he wants to go, the supports have to follow him. I mean, they also have a dagger.
And you got to keep in mind that this was, the bad dagger is a great shout, and now they're going to lose this Viper as well if he's not careful. Still holding on to the Manta to the very last moment. Yamston, they had the vacuum ready for him. They stuck up him and his illusions. But yeah, you were saying that was the bad blink reveal. That was also the Void Spirit's first few engagements with his freshly picked up Yules. Nothing to be found from it. So this build is gonna start causing the Void Spirit to slip in terms of net worth. You're already seeing it reflected in the chart here, as RCY, despite having a decent early start now, unless he's able to find any action, he might start to fall behind in a big way. Can't even get the Arcane Rune for himself. Mirel will be able to claim that. Spirit, they've got to be really happy about this situation.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, they're preparing to Tormentor now. Panther is going to TP top. They're going to try to bail Yatora out first, but they're getting their heroes in position. I mean, if Spirit can somehow get Tormentor, this is going to pile on a lot of pressure onto the GamerLegion side. They have the Aghanims done onto Fade, so I feel like they are not actually that weak, you know. They should try to look to maybe take some small fights with the dagger on Bad Rider, get a kill, and then maybe see if they can get Tormentor.
Player collapse here on the low ground. In comes Fade. Collapse.
That's the big kill.
Lassoed up, and this is more like it. GamerLegion, this is what they wanted.
Yeah, it took too long for them to realize that, you know. Now they're 3k behind, but this should mean that they can actually safely get the Tormentor. 4 points tag team with the Largo strumming along with the Lotus. It should be able to secure this. I don't really know if Spirit can actually contest this. The Baron has no TP, your Darkseer is dead. You're probably gonna just have to give this up.
They might give it a try because the Puck has an Arcane Rune running. Maybe just go in there, throw a Dream Coil, see what happens.
They just don't have the numbers right now. I mean, they're gonna still smoke though. It's a very late smoke from Panto. Puck has Haste and Arcane Rune. Double trouble right now maybe for GamerLegion. If they get into a coil. RCY is gonna TP out. Yamsam is the only one in the coil here. Does not have a TP scroll, so no way out for him.
Left behind on the carry. How often have we seen this happening? 4th death for this Viper at this point.
It took too long for him to realize that he needed to escape as well, you know, because nobody was showing on the map. And I think in most cases, after you claim Tormentor, your heroes are low, you don't have mana, so you have to kind of vacate the vicinity. And he just did it too slow. Very, very costly death on Yamsam. I think the first couple of deaths were understandable in the team fights, but this was a bad death.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They get a glimpse.
Catch on the Fate. Where's the follow-up though? The puck and the tiny a little bit far away. Rue's gonna start things out with an avalanche. There's Mirel in. This time round, the snowball save comes out. It's a nice one. But Mirel's just gonna walk back into the static storm, putting them in a rough spot. Vacuum back in. They just can't escape these silencers as Fade will strum his last song. As Spirit looking very much more alive in this game number 2, playing with pace, playing together. It's still not the cleanest Dota 2 we've seen from them in a long time, but this is at least something that is a marked improvement from game number 1.
Yeah, this time it feels like GamerLegion, they're not really playing their heroes well, you know. It seems like they're not really coordinating as a team. They're gonna get caught once more. I don't even feel like they need to be farming and just avoiding so much, you know, even though they're up against a pipe, you know. I think the Largo is actually pretty strong. They kind of have to just find a way to use the lasso and to pick heroes off on the map, you know. I think there are going to be opportunities like this. Like the Darkseer is going to be playing on the side lanes quite a bit. And maybe even the Puck or the Tiny showing to clear waves. They should definitely try to kill those heroes on the side, you know. But nothing is happening right now, so Yamsam doesn't feel like he has a lot of space to farm on the map. Like he's just really scared all the time, taking the safest farm.
Kind of understand it, right? Because even when he thinks he's safe, he suddenly gets ganked by 3 or 4 heroes, caught up by a disruptor. He has not had a good carry performance this game. And you think about his first 5 minutes, he was left completely free, but I guess that's like the downside of the Viper, right? When you go this sort of right-clicky build, you're not really utilizing the strengths of the hero to its fullest. I feel like without the Aghanims, the Viper has shown himself to be rather susceptible, especially to physical damage. I think we've seen a couple of times GamerLegion running this carry Viper or even mid Viper, and then a team ends up picking overwhelming physical damage. They just cut through the Viper, just not a hero with a lot of armor to work with. GamerLegion, they're gonna take advantage of their item timings, head into the pit. Snuck out here with a smoke, not something that Spirit are expecting. They don't see anyone defending the towers, they don't see anyone dealing with the shove lane, so I feel like they've got to know that this is being attempted.
Uh-oh, there's gonna be
Comes
close.
the vision, really close. Fade snatching away the Aegis, but already bodies dropping. Big Num dead, they're trying to look for a target. It's a big static storm in the middle of everybody. Yamson trying to TP out but gets glimpsed back in. That is rough. Fate loses his first life, might lose the second. Gonna try and bull belly blitz, a hot foot hustle on out of here. But the problem is you're running against the disruptor. That is never going to work out. RCY, the last astral step, he's on out of there. Maybe Fate has the move speed just to escape. Meanwhile, gonna turn back around. Found RCY. That'll be a good kill, and now the Glimpse pulls back in the Frog as well. That is close to 1,000 gold for everybody. And what a setup there from Spirit. Coming in, smashing their heads, and Rue had to sacrifice his life for it, but more than worthwhile.
And it just took too long, you know. It was a nice idea, but it just took them too long to kill off Roshan, yeah. That's rather unfortunate. The Bat also couldn't really break the smoke. I think he was standing on the cliff here. He completely missed the smoke coming out from the top angle. He gets the lasso on the Tiny, but Tiny already blinking and threw his spells, you know. I think at this point, there's no point in lassoing the Tiny anymore. They get the kill, but the fight was already over.
Seems a lot easier right now for Spirit to connect on these moves.
Yeah, when you have stuns and when you have combinations with your heroes interact with each other, things become way easier.
Yeah. The Darkseer wasn't ever meant to be picked as a lane counter to the Viper, I guess. It was just meant to enable them in this game, right? The Vacuum and the Static Storm, how could we forget that iconic combo? The Vacuum and toss out of Dreamcoil as well. Overall, they've drafted a lineup, Spirit, that they don't even really need to fully rely on your Toro to be this be-all end-all carry.
Nice jump.
Oh, this Static Storm off of the ward, man. They know there's vision there, but at this point, they can do nothing about it. Maybe Fate can escape. Trying to strum his way back out to safety. The chase is on and they got him on the high ground. Oh, that's tough. Lasso trying to put the Tiny in the same spot. He gets blown up, and that's RCY returning a lot of the damage, but your Toro on the front lines means that you can't fight. They burn up speed on that high ground, and RCY will be the only survivor. You bought back on Big Nam trying to do something, maybe save Yamson. But he's being run down. Yatoro still has that borrowed time to work with, and they can't even get the snowball thanks to the silence. This puck has ruined Big Num completely. Come through with the snowball, but the AWP bounced back. Really, really nicely done. And the tip comes through. Mirel, he's feeling himself in this second game.
What a stark difference from the first game. Mirel just completely struggling with the Queen of Pain this game. He looks more like himself. He's playing a much more comfortable hero. The laning phase went didn't really go too well, but he was able to get a lot of kills with his team, come back into the game. And Tusk, Bad Rider, they're not the best supports, to catch a puck. Having a hard time finding Mirel in the team fights.
Hey, you need these Aghanims from RCY that's still so far away. Back to life. Looks like Mirel's caught RCY again. Hey, you see a recap of that fight? It's so tricky for GamerLegion to even do enough damage, and the Void Spirit just gets instantly eliminated. You're so close to that Aghanims, and with that death, he's lost it for at least another 10 seconds. And if they could kill the courier coming out to try and get him his eggs, that would be huge, but I think a bit cautious with it.
I really don't like the use. He's done this again, The game yesterday, he's also done this against puck. Like he likes the use to be used defensively when he gets caught by the puck, But I don't know, like it just affects your Aghanims timing so much if the game just suddenly doesn't go your way and you fall off so hard. It doesn't really help you farm. You don't really have the ability to catch the puck, and it's just something that I don't know. When you do it and the game doesn't go well, you're gonna lose so much momentum.
Absolutely. Yule's not quite the item that it used to be at this point. Team Spirit now on the high ground. They still have to be cautious. Decent high ground defense between the lasso and the snowball and all the Tusk spells. You run into the Yamson and his Nether Toxin, going to be a sticky situation regardless. Finally, the Aghanims is up. Maybe GamerLegion can try and look for a play, jump into backline, burst the support, silence them all up. It could be worth something. Team Spirit gonna play it safe. Big smoke out though. GamerLegion on the prowl. They are in a direct collision course towards collapse. This Darkseer is gonna be a big kill if they can find him. As a Grief surging out, trying to juke, but that's where the Yules comes into play. The rest of Spirit trying to connect over, but this Darkseer, not long for the world. The chain stuns more than enough. That's an unstoppable kill streak going down, but Spirit still sticking around looking for a fight potentially. The two heroes coming over, looks like there's a coil over onto RCY, and again the Void Spirit just caught out, coil broken forcefully by the toss, and they will just eliminate him. Meanwhile, trying to find Fate, TPing out, he will be able to escape, but Big Num not so lucky.
The game is just spiraled out of control. They don't really have enough damage to kill off a Darkseer quickly enough. They took a long time to kill him, supports came, the backup came, and they just got punished. And when this call with the tiny tossback breaking the call, every time just netting them kill after kill after kill with just a simple combination.
Yeah, Rue and Mirel have just been on an absolute death prowl. Everywhere they go, bodies follow. A GamerLegion. It feels like the past few, maybe 5 to 10 minutes, all they've done is run away from Spirit. And when you're playing against a Disruptor and you're running away, you are in for a bad time.
Yeah, there's no running away from the Disruptor at this point. You have a puck to continuously give vision. You have a Tiny as well chasing you. And they need to be able to fight back as a team. Like they're gonna... I don't think they can wait for any more items. They have to group up, choose the location, put a ward, and defend that area. And the BKB on the Largo is just going to take too long at this point.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And Yatoro is on the high ground. He's not going to even bother to go for any kills. He just wants to force them back to the base.
Yeah. Honestly, what can they do, right? They kind of need to lasso silence and...
Yeah, no one's
taking the position.
What the hell?
No one's stopping him. Viper saved by the Glimmer Cape for now. Static Storm. That's a little bit of an awkward placement, but the Vacuum will salvage it. Nice catchy lick to pull Yamson out of trouble. RCY will be able to survive as well, but Yamson glimpsed back in. Brutal for the Viper. hates repositioning more than anything. Now we'll buy back, but this is the last defense here for GamerLegion, gone completely wrong. They will kill off Rue, looking towards Yatoro as well. Maybe they can find this Abaddon. Haven't popped his borrowed time just yet. Now will be forced to throw it out. Turn around for the silence. Yatoro now has to be careful. Yules will buy him some time. It's from RCY just to kite out, but the rest of the team's still there to help. Manta available. Shield is there. Flame Break bounce back. Do they have the damage? The snowball, the last hit. They find Yatoro, but the buyback's coming through from Spirit. They want to put an end to this game, but they still have to respect the damage coming out. Yamson able to deliver and gets himself a double kill. GamerLegion not out of this one just yet, and they're looking for more. Bat Rider chasing on. Lasso was already used earlier on, but he can keep this hunt going. Rue just bought back into this game and might just get caught a second time. Thinking about Panto, toss back over to Mirel though. Uh-oh, the puck. He can offer more than enough damage for that Bat Rider to go down, and with that dive in, RCY caught out by the coil again. The Tiny, he's level 19 at this point, and he is bloody tanky. Come back in for a toss. Beautiful stuff from Rue as Spirit are just playing around with their food. Fate's gonna try and strum his way out of this one. The chase is on though. Orb is there, and Mirel, much like you said, looking way more comfortable and like himself on the puck.
Yeah, the fight just gone on for way too long, you know. I think after they killed the Darkseer, they killed the Abaddon, that was it, you know. But I guess GamerLegion, they were kind of like, we already used 3 buybacks, so we have to just try to get as much as we can. And it just pays a huge price for over-chasing there. It's losing the Largo, losing the Void Spirit. And this was like the initial fight we're going to see here. I think they get a pretty good glimpse onto the Viper to starting off. Like, it seems like Yamsam is going to be surviving, but he gets pulled back, he's dead. And then they commit with the buybacks to defend the tower. I think Largo's going to die first, and then they use double buybacks on the Viper and the Largo to fight. But it was just like, they didn't really get enough, you know, and ultimately over-chasing and just paying the price, you know.
This replay goes on for another like 1 minute, I think, because that's how long the chase went. Starts at the tier 4 towers all the way to the tier 2, tier 1 of Spirit in the mid lane. I mean, it's a nice clutch vacuum from Collapse just to try and turn things around, but at that point, Yatoro, he'd taken too much damage, and we talk about the Disruptor being good at chasing. I mean, the Largo with the additional move speed as well is excellent.
I mean, this Tiny actually has the most kills in the game. 12, 4, and 19.
Yeah. Yeah, Rue is bossing up this game. This has been a performance for him for sure.
That's the PKB.
Yeah. Why not? Just wants to get off spell after spell. Yes, the toss requires no target, so now he can forcefully break the coil or forcefully put you inside the static storm against your will, even if there are no units there. Tormentor being snuck away by GamerLegion. They will get a shot for speed. Really, really rough. Hang on, Yamson's just dead. Okay.
That was his dieback.
Okay, cool. I thought GamerLegion was just gonna, you know, maybe get the Tormentor, come back for a final hurrah, 5v5, but they are just not going to have their Viper. So that's something. As Spirit, they're just mowing through these racks with ease. There's not much of a challenge here. I don't know. I wonder where this team spirit was in game number 1, to be honest with you.
You can't exactly play like this if you don't have the right draft, you know? Like,
that's true. It really is a drafting problem. Then hopefully they use these 2 games as an example for what they should be picking for themselves here. Quick Static Storm blink in. Panto trying to make a play, finds the tail end of RCY's stick instead. Looking to try and take down this support. Punch and Snowball are there. Panto needs some help. Nice lasso now, pulling back the Tiny, the biggest target available for Spirit, but a coil onto the back line. Now things are troublesome. You're still fighting without your Viper, and now you're fighting into all your own teammates' illusions as well. It's an easy setup as RCY getting pulled and chopped down. GG is called as, honestly, Spirit, Didn't really expect them to be able to pull this one off after what they showed us in game number 1, but it really does go to show that the draft, it can really impact so many things in the game. And Spirit, you can tell just from the expression on their faces, they're not entirely happy with how things went. Of course, I'm sure they aren't too pleased to be eliminated at this juncture of the tournament. For them, they were basically second place at DreamLeague the previous season, and then now they're not even in top 8. So this has been a big fall from grace for both them and Yandex, and a lost opportunity to find more EPT points for both organizations that they'll hopefully try to recoup once Birmingham comes along. But that's not for another few weeks. For now, despite what this scoreboard says, Winter, we're bidding goodbye to both of these teams, so it's just a sad moment overall.
Yeah, time to just go back to the drawing board to figure out how they can improve. You know, it's not the end. You have to kind of always be ready to solve problems. Problems are quite common for teams. Sometimes you play a really solid event, but the following week something goes wrong, and then you kind of have to figure out and try to move forward with a solution, right? And figure out what needs to be done, what needs to be changed. You know, this is part of being a pro player. Things just change week to week, and you have to be ready to face them.
Yeah, GamerLegion. I mean, this game number 2, I don't even really know what to say. Was it a draft thing again?
No,
or?
they don't have the right heroes for their players. You know, like one thing I noticed, I know Bignum he doesn't play this hero very well. Like, it's not a comfortable hero for him. That's already number 1. And they have a very, very slow paced lineup with like a Largo off lane. And everyone is kind of like relying on RCY to play the game, you know, and he doesn't have like agrims. I feel like the agrims is like such an important timing in the game. They have to be able to play around the axe on the Void Spirit, but he chose to go for Urn after the use after the Urn, and that kind of didn't really pay off in my opinion. I get why he wants to do it against the call, so he can actually save himself, but in my opinion, that he should be acting as a frontline this game no matter what. He shouldn't be afraid of getting called and dying in the team fights, because he has a Tusk, he has a Largo, and they're gonna save him. He just has to trust them to do their job. And Bad Rider is supposed to initiate once Void Spirit goes in. He creates a distraction, a diversion, and Speed goes into Lasso. That's how I feel like the team fight should be happening. That's why I don't think he needs to use this game. He just needs to buy the axe. The axe will make him tankier, so he can frontline and he can silence the puck. Because the puck is completely free in the team fights when you don't have agonims on the Void Spirit. How are you supposed to kill him? Like, the only real lockdown for puck is like Blink Lasso, but you can't really reliably get the puck with a Lasso, and there's a glimpse to ruin it, and there's an Aphotic Shield to dispel it as well. So, like, without Axe, I just don't see how Mirel is in any danger of dying in the team fights.
Yeah, he was in no danger at all. He was playing absolutely like it. A much more fitting puck performance for someone coming out of the Team Spirit Academy, Yellow Submarine. I think everyone's had their doubts about this guy. You know, he's not really showing up the same way Lal is. He's entering Team Spirit in a slump period for them, just like Collapse was saying a bit earlier on. But still some promising signs, perhaps, that they're moving towards the right direction. Very, very slowly, but surely, maybe in the next event, maybe at ESL 1 Birmingham, we're going to be able to see a new Spirit. But just to end us all off here, because this is in fact the last game of the group stage, at least for our stream. We're going to have tiebreakers, but we'll talk a little bit more about it. But like I said, these points for specifically these teams, really, really important, and they're going to have to try and pick up the slack where they left. I guess a lot more to be desired here in DreamLeague Season 28 at ESL 1 Birmingham and DreamLeague Season 29. Because if you look at the leaderboard, Spirit, they were second in place, right? 3,000. It's not the end of the world for them. They just need some decently high placements at Birmingham, decently high placement at DreamLeague Season 29, and they should be guaranteed. I mean, the fact that they were second at one of the tournaments on paper should already put them in a decent spot. But as you can see, as we get closer and closer to the actual event in Riyadh itself, the EPT points for each placement rise up. So where it was like 3,400 for Yandex in first place for DreamLeague, the previous DreamLeague, now DreamLeague Season 28, it goes up by 1,000. It goes up by another 1,000. And more points to be shared here. And unfortunately for both Spirit and GamerLegion, they are on the bottom rung of this from the... I think, if I'm not mistaken, it depends on where they end up in the groups. by the end of it. But GamerLegion 7th place, so they're probably earning the 112 points, and then for Spirit, maybe it's either 200 or 400. Not sure how the results shook out. I think Group B is already done, if I'm not mistaken, and we'll have the standings for you here. Yeah, so GamerLegion 7th, Team Spirit 6th. Not the most points to write home about, but Na'Vi, of course, dropping as well. But we do have tiebreakers. As you can see in Group A, OG and BetBoom are tied up, so they will be playing a best of 3 on the main stream. But for the rest of the streams, including this one, we are done for the day. That is the only tiebreaker happening. And amongst Aurora, Paravision, Team Liquid, Extreme Gaming, Falcons, Mouse, and Tundra, there is one more team to join them in the next group stage at DreamLeague Season 28. Based on what you've seen so far, Winter, who do you think it's going to be? Do you think it's going to be OG, or do you think it's going to be
BetBoom? So I think the momentum should be on their side. This is, I don't know, it's still anyone's game. I think at the end of the day, a new BO3. I think BetBoom also they would learn a lot from that 2-0 loss to OG just a couple of hours ago. And I expect this to be a fight with tooth and nail. And it's going to be a tough one for both sides. But on paper, I think OG will be the slight favorites here in this tiebreaker.
Yeah, we'll see whether they can keep that momentum going. There have been some hits, some misses from that team, but of course, for us, always supporting Southeast Asia till the very end. Again, it has been a pleasure casting this season of Dream League alongside you, Winter, and hopefully you guys watching at home enjoy what you saw on the stream. Enjoy the brilliant Dota that we have. There's still one entire week ahead for Dream League Season 28 before we get to the playoffs, before we get to the juicy stuff. But for myself and Winter, that is all. Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you guys on the main stream for the tiebreakers. Ta-ta!
Just give me the beat, that's all I need. Just move your feet and let it breathe. Cause all you see is all you need. Don't be cheap, don't do it for free. Turn up the heat like an oven, baby, give me that lovin'. Make me wanna lose control. Go when the beat start pumping and the party get jumping, everybody get on the floor. See if you lose your mind and you lose your cool, then you know that you're doing it right. And if you ain't in the mood, I tell you what to do. Got something that you just might like. Just give me the beat. Just give me the beat. I just wanna move my feet now. Yeah. Just give me the beat. Just give me the beat. I just wanna move my feet now. Yeah. Just give me the beat. I don't wanna step on your toes when I see you moving. I don't wanna let this go unless that's what you're choosing. Everything that I've done is the truth and it's already proven. We just wanna make you laugh, wanna do it for your amusement. Turn up the heat like an oven, baby, give me that lovin'. Make me wanna lose control. Go when the beat start pumping and the party get jumping, everybody get on the floor. See if you lose your mind and you lose your cool, then you know that you're doing it right. And if you ain't in the mood, I tell you what to do. Got something that you just might like. Just give me the beat. Just give me the beat. I just wanna move my feet now. Yeah. Just give me the beat. Just give me the beat. I just wanna move my feet now. Yeah. Just give me the beat. Just give me the beat. I just wanna move my feet now. Yeah. Just give me the beat. Just